Yeah. Mic check. Sunday. The Lord's Day. Let's talk to y'all right quick. How we feeling out here? What's going on, realm? I see y'all bright and early. Top of the morning, so to speak. Almost the afternoon. What's going on? Let's do some roll calls in here. Some mic checks. The geeky nerd in here early. He likes the topics. Blade X King, he said we got the MPD numbers for November. We coming? Okay. Lydia Master, what up? Max, what's going on? K Asante, my bro, what's going on? Talk to me. Let's get it. Live Supremacy, what's up? Thomas Lawfield, what's going on? Lloyd Metroid, talking that Elden Ring Game of the Year talk. Max, what's up? Lydia, you all right? Verg Brizzle. Black Conflict X hung over? What happened to power to the people? Hustle and motivate. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you on the mic check. See what's going on out here. Sith Lord, what's going on? Thomas, what's up, man? James Morrison, what's up? David Hotright, what's going on? Salute. Yeah, we got some fun things to talk about, it seems, huh? My man Pong Soul gonna be in the building. Excited. Addicts in the building. Addict, talk to the people.
What's going on, guys?
I'm
trying to figure this out.
Oh, okay. He's deep in thought right now. Nobody 175. What's up, man? Yeah, happy Sunday. Yeah, man. We got stuff to talk about, the game industry. Oh, yeah, we got a lot. Oh, I got stuff to say about the game industry, for sure. Sith Lord, good to see you. I appreciate the tweets. I see the love. Much appreciated. No question. Okay. Kabini Gaming. FTC sues to potentially block the acquisition. Oh, you want me to fix the title? I couldn't fit enough words in it, to be honest with you. That's literally, I had to do some abbreviations of what I really wanted to describe. But you got to work with me. You understand the overall essence of it. So anyway, yeah, Judas look amazing. Yeah, I like the way that was looking. So yeah, we're going to get my man Pong Soul, the OG podcaster now. Finally making his debut in the room. We got some fun. James X, we're going to get the rest of the Lords in here, and we're going to do this thing for real. So I will be back. We're going to leave you with some bars. And get ready. It's going to be a show today. Trust me.
Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me. That's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original. Y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals. All on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do
Don't
here.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dog, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you. I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it. I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars, and I'm going places. Better tell a Uber, cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do
Don't
is-
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
super
keep
nasty.
that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do
Don't
is-
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
super
keep
nasty.
that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do
Don't
is-
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
super
keep that,
nasty.
keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
super
keep
nervous.
that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
super
keep
nervous.
that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
super
keep
nervous.
that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals. All on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do.
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew.
And we are live. Iron Lord Podcast. LordCognito here talking about the latest with Advanced GG. There's a lot of things going on with the new product line. Let's get right to it. So we got that focus line, y'all. This is that standard. This is what we use right now. Kind of our caffeine substitute. And what we usually do right now when we're gaming, we don't use coffee anymore. We're utilizing its focus. On deck number 2, you already know this is my favorite right here, the energy line. You already know, birthday cake, one of my absolute favorites. Completely delicious. This is a pre-workout equivalent. And also doesn't use beta alanine, so you don't get the jitters and stuff like that. So it's really good for that. And then the new, we got that hydration line, y'all. This is really good for people who don't like caffeine, who want an electrolyte substitute, and it is really sugar-free, absolutely delicious. So you got your 3 choices. Once again, you know Cog Lover is sour. You already know, and we're doing this right now. So go get yourself to advancedgg.com. Use code IronLord on the checkout. This is something I use all the time. We got to support Advanced GG. Great products if you want to get your workout on. Even if you don't work out, you're just gaming, you need that focus. And again, the hydration line for those who don't want caffeine, no sugar, electrolytes, you're good to go. LordCognito here, Iron Lord Podcast. Peace.
I'ma just chill and watch them and eat snacks in the attic. I wanted to chill with the pack and be like a young whoop, but then they would mistake me for addict. If I can imagine it's cool to give you some advice, then invite your girl to your squadron. Cause if you don't give her that option, you gon' be single player like Sovereign. You gon' get tossed in the bushes by King David. Royalty and not a pretender. Detrimental to an elemental, what's an avatar to a knee bender? I gotta be me though. I know it's my destiny, word to Cognito. Who cares if you fly, if you still a mosquito? You swear you ain't stuntin', but really be Steve-O. You like to collect stuff and that's cool, but I got bad news. Even if you really was that dude, King David still be the king of the statues. Since a juvenile, I've been cursed with a curse to be musical. And if you hate it, we'll meet in the crucible. Other than that, then it's cool and it's beautiful. We let you know that your dreams are pursuable. Whatever you wanna do, then it's doable. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day. Woo. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day.
Hot mic, don't do him like that.
Betamax. Betamax VHS.
Oh,
we
man.
enjoyed it.
And we are live. Hear ye, and welcome.
Right to bootleg.
Calvin got it for the seal.
Yo, you stupid. Welcome to the Iron Lords Podcast, LLC, and also live on lordsofgaming.net. Episode number 284. It's another glorious Sunday. We're back at the round table on the Lord's Day. I'm very excited for our special guest, and we've got the FTC blocking Microsoft's acquisition of Activision.
Weak linebackers.
Damn, $70 Xbox games and our Game Awards recap to discuss. So we're going to get right into it. I want to introduce a Lord who is not only a true student in video games and podcast culture, but whose infectious positive energy always radiates with his balanced and well-informed gaming perspectives. Introducing the co-host of Living Split Screen and a panelist of The Shop, Xbox Factor, Xbox Ultimate, and the PM in the PM podcast. The Lord of podcast guesting and appearances. My fellow Sega brethren and turn-based brethren, whose gaming soul was forged from that OG essence of Pong. Live from Minnesota and finally making his debut into the realm of the Lords. My man, Lord Pong Soul. How we doing, sir?
Pinch me, pinch me, pinch me. I'm actually here. I'm actually on the Liar Lords. After all this time, Cog, I'm finally here. Wow, what an honor to hear your introduction for me. Like, honestly, you guys, you don't know. Every show is special to me. As I was telling you guys in the background, like, if I get invited, I get invited. Every single one humbles me more and more. But there's certain ones that are special because we'll get into it, but when I jumped in the community in the chat, you guys were one of the first shows that I found, right? Wow. And you guys have been an inspiration to, ever since I decided to start doing this process, your show, your camaraderie, obviously the deep friendships that you got. I mean, again, I'm jealous of that because I never had that. So I watch you guys and I'm like, oh man, this is great. All of that makes this even more special when I show up here. So thank you for the invite. Glad to finally be here. What a week. Come on this show. Let me tell you.
You picked the week, boy. Woo!
So boring.
That thing go, yo, we got to break protocol real quick.
That's great.
Someone has returned. I'm sorry, Paul.
No.
We're going to give you flowers. But someone has returned. Sam, do the honors.
Why do we have to break protocol?
We got to break protocol. This is something we have not seen in a while.
Baby.
Let me play with your joystick. $5 super chat. My baby Sam is a winner as expected. Thank you, appreciate that. I have a prize for you if you're up for it.
Woo! Okay, crown your Lord.
Thank you for the congratulations. I appreciate it.
She wants to crown her Lord.
She wants to crown her Lord. Game Awards with a song.
I'm still convinced that that's Lady Saul on the soccer channel.
I certainly hope so.
But anyway, now,
Shout
Pong,
out to you.
Pong, man, you're Lord in your realm, man. Long overdue. So glad. Like I said, the
Pong
timing
is wordless on this.
Yeah, he don't even know what to say. He like, what happened? No, he gonna learn.
I got you.
Yeah, he gonna learn about play with
you guys enough.
But nah, it's good to have you around, brother. Good to see. What have you been playing, man? What games you been playing?
You know, normally, since a lot of people in the chat probably don't even know what I'm like, I'm a grazer, right? That's Microsoft's internal word for somebody who plays a lot of video games. May not finish a lot of video games, but plays a lot. And that's what I'm about at this point in my life. Like, I just like all the experiences. So normally I come on here with a list of like 10, 12 games. But one game
What's this one?
has grabbed me.
What's one?
And this is my now favorite game of 2022 out of the blue.
What's this?
It's got that
Man,
Midnight
better
Sun.
not say
Midnight Sun.
Preach the
Yes.
word. My turn-based brethren. Let's go.
Yeah.
Yes, Firaxis, masters of their craft, XCOM geniuses, right?
Yeah.
I was off of this game when they came out with the card-based system, right? I was hyped. I'm like, oh, Firaxis.
He's like, cards, oh no.
Yeah, cards, oh no. And then I started watching more and more, watching their dev deep dive.
Yes.
And I was like, okay, I'm back on. I think I'm going to trust Firaxis to do this right. And again, you guys got to know, I'm not a superhero guy like that. I used to do comics. Uncanny X-Men was my jam back in the 80s, 90s, right? I'm not there anymore. I don't watch Marvel shows or anything like that. So superheroes don't do much for me.
Right.
Jumped into this game. It's like 3 games in one.
Yes.
And it's crazy.
Yes.
I know it's not going to be for everybody, but for me, it's like the perfect mix. I can't stop playing it, Cog.
Well said.
And I know you've been playing it too, so you know the Spider-Man mission is like number 4, 5th mission, right? 4th or 5th mission. I was 30 hours in before I did that.
Oh, you like me? Oh, bro, we doing the same thing. I'm doing the strategy layer, the base layer. I'm building stuff up because I know how Firaxis do. So I'm not advancing the story. I'm doing the side missions. Yeah, you know what it is. That use a turn-based vet. Continue.
Yes, absolutely. So I've been just enjoying the mix. I mean, even you can't even say that they're doing anything new. Like the RPG elements are like from 15 years ago, right?
Yeah.
But it's that loop, that day and night cycle loop that's got me. And I just got into a good pattern of, you get your pattern of everything that you're gonna do, get your relationship building.
When you're doing your Tinder, are you getting your Tinder on? You hollering at people?
Oh yeah. So I'm doing all of that, right?
They got Tinder in the game. It's funny.
Right, exactly. Like what you said though is for Axis, you know what's coming.
Yes.
And so I like to build up my characters prior to getting into one of those situations where I'm in trouble, right? So,
absolutely.
So yeah, no, it's been Midnight Suns. I did play through the first part of Chained Echoes, which is dropped onto Game Pass.
Okay.
It's got a 91 meta, old school 8-bit, 16-bit JRPG.
What did you say that was on Game Pass, sir?
Oh, excuse me. You want the score? You want the score?
No.
No.
He want to know what
name of the game.
Yeah.
Chained Echoes.
Oh, did you have to pay any money for that, sir?
No, sir. It's Game Pass.
No
risk.
It just landed there, and you were just like surprised. Look at this.
Oh man, here we go.
Yes, that's absolutely correct, sir.
Oh man,
that's how Game Pass works. So, listen, so I played that. Well worth it if you're into old school JRPGs and you want that feel. Story so far, just the opening intro is about 45 minutes long or so. Fantastic.
No
so
doubt.
That's what I've been doing.
Salute. Shout out to Neo Game Spark in there. I got to see him.
Oh,
He said, "What's up, Lloyd?" He said, "Happy Sunday to everybody except Pong." And his slanderous mouth. You already know.
I'm watching you, Neo.
You know what I'm
I'm not
saying?
gonna let you
I
get
got a
away with that
question
nonsense.
for
Let's
Neo
go.
real quick. King, did you see what they just announced?
What they announced?
My Hero is coming to Fortnite. My Hero.
Oh,
Activision.
wow.
That's
Fortnite
what's up.
doing
We're
a
gonna
lot.
have some fun on that.
So Neo, when you pull it up,
we doing a challenge.
Oh,
going on, Neo?
He
When
challenged you to
pull it up.
Fortnite? Yo, Neo, you don't want that smoke, man. We out here laying people down.
I'm going to put it to you this way, Neo. Don't be like me wanting the Naruto skins when you eventually start playing Fortnite. Okay, it's a club. You coming eventually. You might as well get in there and get a little refreshments ready, man. Pre-order some skins, so when you decide to come to the greatness of Fortnite, you already have it there.
You see what I've done? You
He
see what
said,
I've done?
"I'm over the age of 12, so I don't get excited for Fortnite." Sorry.
All right,
You've
we
borged
got
him.
Neo.
Shout out to
Get you
Neil.
in the hot tub. You're
Yo.
gonna love the water. Come on.
Shout out to my man John Wolf up in there. I see you.
He's the one getting you in a hot tub. I'm not.
Pause.
All right.
Time.
He's just giving you refreshments. It's a setup.
Oh man, movie.
Don't eat the refreshments. Bill Cosby. Shout out.
Hey, you already know we got the 4 horsemen of gaming. Those original lords of the realm here at the round table. My co-host, the co-most, my brother from another mother, the difficult game conqueror, lord of his own world, and the how of the young wolf. Lord Addict of the Addict Show. How we doing, sir?
Doing pretty good. I've been playing a lot of Tactics Ogre this week. I still, so far, I still prefer Tactics, Final Fantasy Tactics. But like what I do like about Ogre is like Tactics is kind of like conditioned a little bit. Like they kind of know exactly how you want to fight certain people. Obviously, you can do it how you want, but when you fight on Ogre, it's just like you used to fighting 6-7 people. Nah, that's just the opening scene here.
That's like how we get it set off.
It's like, oh, you don't think this is fair? There's 30 people. Tough luck. Like
This is how it goes
I'm
down.
like, dude, there's like for every 4, there's 3 of them. Like
No mercy.
No
Yeah,
mercy.
they brought Tactics Ogre back like intact. Like they didn't bring it up to snuff when it comes to like modern stuff. Like it's like, nah, it's just a little bit prettier. That's it. Tactics Ogre is a beast of a game. It's why Final Fantasy Tactics is the GOAT because it learned from that.
Addict, do we agree?
I still enjoy Tactics more because I feel like the class system was a little bit more well thought of in that one. Like I'm not saying the class system in this game's bad. It's not by any means so far, but like I will say that I felt like the class system was like more customizable, like the way you want to play the game than it is in that game. But I've really been enjoying it. Unfortunately, it's not on Xbox, so I've had to
Thanks, Square.
so I right now currently I'm playing it on
What you playing it
on PC.
The lords of uneven business.
Yeah, because at this point, I I got a deal on PC, so that probably helped out. But
Okay.
because here's like, even though how much I'm loving this game, let's be real here. This is not a $60 game or 50 or however much it is. Like, it's kind of crazy that these studios try to get like that type of money for games that look like it was made when I was like a teenager.
Damn.
But that's not a bad thing. That's just, it's a remake of an old game, and it's just like, I don't know how much the game is,
Not for you.
but it's just
60.
like,
It's
it's
60.
oh yeah, see,
Yeah, it's 60.
it's about $30 too much.
Well,
Like-
you got. I think it's $60 too much because you got a little spoiled with the Game Pass thing, didn't you?
Oh my lord.
Didn't you?
No, I don't mind. I don't mind
do.
ILP paying for my game.
He's doing on a bank quick.
I
don't mind.
I got a cop out, man.
As,
Well,
as
see,
long as there's content, I don't mind.
I do make the content though. Like,
exactly, sir.
No doubt, no doubt. So that has been it, sir.
that I tried to jump back into Destiny.
Well,
It was
thought you retired.
it was like a rotating door.
oh, okay.
Mhm.
In and out.
It was like I walked in, oh cool, and then walked out.
I did that on Wednesday as well.
Yeah, y'all retired. Well, no,
Nah, we're not retired.
I
Don't do
think-
that.
To be honest, like
Fortnite means.
I'm going. Well, see, I play. I just I gotta agree. Like, and I won't agree with certain people in the Destiny community that I watch that say the game's dead. Like, I will admit
no.
that I didn't know that the numbers were so low, but it's just like these people be acting like we ain't been here before. Like, the numbers get
Yeah.
low, next expansion drops, it's
Yeah.
it's higher than it's ever been. Like, it's just like,
The
look,
cycle.
like I think people need to realize there's other games besides Destiny. It's okay to cheat.
Factual.
It's
Factual.
okay. No one's gonna say nothing. You can go
I'm
play
so
other
productive
games.
when I don't play. So I get so much finished. It's crazy. But continue. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but it's just like there's other stuff out there to play. You can go out there and play other stuff, and pop in. I used to try to do the seasonal stuff. I don't even care about that anymore. It's just like I'm gonna show up, do my hi-ya out the front door, do that raid when the first raid pops off on that one, and then I'm gonna quietly exit out the back door when that's over. Like,
yeah, for that expansion, that new raid. We already know what it is. Shout out to Fun Speculation. I see you. What's going on? No doubt. And of course, we have our most technical gaming lord, the solo gaming list for the single player.
hold, let me say something more real quick.
Okay.
I do want you guys. I understand that this is gaming, and the thing that me and King does is like a different cycle. But I'm telling you, like right now, we're getting the kinks worked out. And I think once we figure out exactly how we want to run the show, I think you guys should give R&R a chance. Like, because we
what show
are.
is this? When does that happen? I heard about this.
It
show.
happens Tuesdays at 5 p.m.
Tuesday at 5. R&R with the Lords. Okay.
Give it a chance. They need to be there.
Well, see, like my goal is to get the kinks out before like phase 5 like really starts out the gate. You know what I'm saying? Because I feel like that's when it's going to be the peak. And we got a little thing going. I watched King's anime, so we'll see how that goes.
They're no kinks.
Dude trying to get me to watch some old stuff, man.
Good.
Yeah,
Educate you. Good.
but Baki's what he do, boy.
No
Baki
doubt.
put hands on people.
We need to watch Ninja Scroll.
Yeah,
And those-
exactly.
That'll really put him in the
Guyver.
game. Tell him, Pong.
You know what I'm saying? No doubt.
Ninja Scroll, absolutely a
that's-
must.
Vampire Hunter D.
Vampire Hunter D. Yes.
Yeah, the Overfiend. Let's get that.
Whoa,
in.
whoa.
That will be exclusively on Patreon.
That's something else.
How about Demon City Shinjuku?
Ooh.
How about that one?
Oh,
yeah.
no.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Lot
Get
of
into
tentacles
it.
there.
lot of orifices. But we gonna move on.
Work that out.
And
I'm not watching stuff we can't talk about
Yes,
on R&R.
yeah,
to be
yes.
real.
Yeah,
So,
Patreon.
as I was
Love it.
introducing, what's going on, Big Cloud? I see you. Our most technical gaming lord, the solo gamer who lives with the single player selfish experience, and also the Sostradamus of the damn Game Awards.
You gonna have to give him another title, bro.
Yeah.
It's
I'm
already
just
at
getting
that point.
tired of him beating me all the
Five-time
time.
Booker T.
And it was
I don't even want to do his intro. Moving on.
Thrashing y'all.
it was bad this year. It was
a
bad
thrashing.
this
The
year.
Lord of Clarity and Lord Patreon of the Iron Bank, my brother and rightful champion, Lord Sovereign. How you doing, sir?
5 times.
Don't book it to us.
Hey,
Don't book it to
you know
us.
what's sad? I looked up the wants
Yeah.
and he would have won even if he went with his heart.
Wait, he had the wants and the pick. Oh,
If he would have went with his heart, we would have went with our heart. So he still would have won.
Wow.
I don't know, man. I just
Oh man.
What's funny is like I put like a tally system. And I think next year I'm gonna do the tallies, but no one can see them to the end.
Nah. Shout out to
because
you.
because
You gotta
I
leave it
won.
there. The pressure is there. I love the way you did it this
I
year.
like that.
I like it. Yeah. People see the numbers, they
I
start
personally
panicking.
feel like there would be more pressure if I like for the audience.
We don't want none of that FTC crap. We want transparency.
We want
bro.
transparency, no behind the
Nah,
scenes.
we want to see your paperwork outside.
No, that'd be funny. Anyway, so what you been up to, man? Like, have you guys got any chance? I know you've been working crazy.
Yeah, working crazy. This week was Lady Saab's birthday, so we celebrated a
happy
little
birthday.
bit. Thank you.
That's right, happy born day.
Fantastic. So we celebrated on Thursday a little bit, and then Saturday. Yesterday was a little bit of a surprise. I took her to go see MJ on Broadway.
Oh, so she saw MJ the Boss? Oh my
MJ the
God.
Boss.
How you doing? How you
MJ the
doing?
Boss.
Shout out to
Big
MJ the
things
Boss.
on Broadway.
I thought he was in Disney World.
Yeah, I
but God
kid.
bless.
Shout out there, Jada Boss.
Yo, that show is something special, man. The Michael Jackson Broadway show is really something special. Like, obviously, like his music
Of course.
is kind of transcendent.
Yeah.
The people that they got to play him at different points in his life, the young Michael, kind of Michael going into like Thriller and Beat It and stuff like that, and then older Michael. And that actor actually won the Tony Award earlier this year for that portrayal.
Yeah, those dudes look nice.
Fantastic show. It just, again, you move in, you bump into all of this
all the
stuff.
classics.
And then I think the most beautiful thing to see was the diversity of faces in the crowd. When you look around, my wife and I.
Mike started off black, but he ended white.
Oh man, here we go.
I mean, you will get a broad
Here we
spectrum
go.
of people in the crowd.
Vitiligo.
Here we go.
I mean, realistically,
Let's respect
everybody's
the
gonna
dead,
be
sir.
different.
Let's respect the dead, sir.
But it
I'm
was
just saying.
so my wife
Mike
and I.
bridged the gap himself. I'm just saying.
Yo, we demonetized already, but continue.
Yeah, he did it for everybody, but he did it for you.
Time on King and his views of pigmentation. Moving on.
But it was a special thing to see because my wife and I, there was 6. We were on the orchestra, like fourth row, and like 6 people in the row. So to my right was an elderly white couple, and to her left was an elderly white couple. My wife and I were bumping, but them, they were rocking. They were like. And I'm like, wow. I mean, so it's the power of his music. You know what I mean?
Music.
He didn't know he was black. Shut
Oh,
up.
come on.
They joined when he was white.
Time on this guy.
Are you saying he did his stuff strategic
So
marketing
please
opportunity?
move
It
on.
was a history lesson. They got there was like, who that little black kid?
You out of control. Good.
If you have the opportunity, go see that show. It's a fantastic show.
No
Fantastic
doubt.
show.
But
In
gaming,
gaming, I did a little bit more Callisto Protocol, a little bit more Evil West. Not much to say there. It's funny because people describe the
Callisto
dodge
Protocol.
mechanic. I get it. I get it for some people. I want to finish it out, but it's funny because I heard people describing the dodge mechanic as punch out, and then when I looked at it again, I'm like, yes, punch out. It really is punch out. So some weird stuff in that game could be better. I hope they do fix certain
Only thing
things.
Punch out about that game so I want to punch myself out playing it.
So
You
the
had to play
last
Punch Out, right?
I don't think. Yes, no, he didn't have to play Punch Out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Old Punch Out. We should
I
have
would
did
love
that
to
though.
see him play
that.
Punch Out to see how
Attic
well he
is
I'm
did.
not
classic
playing Punch
NES Punch Out.
I'm not
Oh
playing
my
Punch Out.
god.
Little
remember
Mac?
that?
No.
Yeah.
I'm not playing
We
Punch
gonna
Out.
see them skills then. We gonna see
game
difficult game conquering
that
head.
took over our souls. Like
Souls.
learning patterns.
Time.
Now you want moving on. Now you want moving on.
Yo, we gotta put up a poll. We gotta
Put up a poll.
Put up a poll.
in the chat. If
In
you
the
want to
chat,
see
y'all
Attic
put-
play,
y'all want to see
Mike
Attic play
Tyson's
Mike Tyson Punch
There's
Out.
no way I'm playing it. I'm good.
He good.
I'm good.
He good. All right, no
So-
doubt. Moving on.
The last thing that I played was the Forspoken demo.
Oh, thoughts, please.
Ooh.
Let's go. No.
Talk about the unspoken graphic undergrade.
Wait, what's up?
All right. I had been rough on news media, on gaming media, kind of being super critical.
Yeah, I thought they very extremely hard on it.
Hard on it, especially because of the writing and the voice acting.
Yeah.
And I hadn't heard enough of it to really be that outraged by it. Obviously, they played more, whatever. So I was just like, nah, y'all being too extra. They were not being too extra.
Oh, word? Is that I tried to download it during the stream, but it wasn't actually available until after the stream. All right, let's go.
You didn't reach tier 4 yet.
So she's supposed to be from New York, right? Like a young woman from New York.
Okay.
Why?
She doesn't sound like a young woman from New York.
She ain't got the walking over here voice. Hey, get off my lawn.
You know when we were young and you used to curse all the time because you thought it made you sound older and like mature in a stupid way. Yeah, exactly at it. But you know what it means? Like you thought you'd curse at any chance you got because you thought it made you look cooler and older. It kind of feels like that. Like she drops F-bombs in situations that are not necessary. She's like, I need to act and sleep. And I'm like, go get some sleep. Like,
go do that then.
Go do
Being
that.
a pirate for no reason, huh?
Okay.
And the tone of the voice, she sounds like I'm gonna be.
KSRD said the voice actor is British.
Okay, she's British. She sounds like I just don't know what they were thinking. You know, there's some very high profile people. It is the distracting factor of it.
The game look kind of cool.
The game looks beautiful. The world is an open world. I don't really know what's going on, so they just kind of throw you into this scenario, and they show you like the combat stuff and whatnot. Okay. And the combat stuff seems cool, but it's just it's fantasy. So it's fair, like the enemies look weird and stuff like that. It's a fantasy world. I don't have a lot of context for what's going on, so I don't know that I care yet. Right. When it comes to the combat seems cool so far. Like, so she wields magic. Okay. So far you can pick between two different types of magic. One seems to be more projectile based. The other one seems to be melee based, right? Okay. And you can switch back and forth between them. You have certain magics that are sort of defensive magics, or they allow you to sort of stifle the enemy, and then you can attack them with something, right? So it's a back and forth between that and between the different magics. So it seemed cool. It doesn't, the lock-on mechanic feels a little bit weird, doesn't always seem to work. Okay. The traversal stuff is cool. Like you basically hold down a traversal button that kind of allows you to, I don't know if you've seen in videos, you can go up cliff faces and stuff like that. Okay. Yeah. So parts of it look cool. I just don't know what I'm doing yet, nor do I care about this world. Okay. And they have
it definitely sounds like a PlayStation endorsed game.
It sounds like I'm gonna wait and see. It has 3.
I mean, you definitely, if you want to play that on an Xbox, you definitely wait and see it.
Yeah, you definitely waiting to see it.
Yo, no, that's like 3 years.
You might as well play it.
Forspoken 2 gonna be out before we play Forspoken 1.
So it has 3 performance modes, right?
Okay, all right.
It has a ray tracing mode, which I don't know if it was engaged, because when I went to it, I didn't really immediately see any like changes in shadows.
It was there. The SSD moving mad fast.
I knew King was jumping in right then.
Take our word for it. It's working.
Take our word for it.
Yeah, it's 60 FPS, and it had like a regular, just like whatever, like a detail mode.
Yeah.
So that seemed cool. Again, the character turned me off completely.
Wow, that's big for me.
It really she sound like an African American Karen.
Oh, okay.
Wow. She does not sound young. She sounds angry and jaded and like just sarcastic in a mean way.
So it's just that's rare, because it takes a lot for you to be turned off just by character banter,
Yeah,
so
I'm hoping
so it is warranted. You feel that it is.
It's been warranted. No, it ain't even about being woke. It just sound good. I don't even know what
twisted woke.
The chat agrees with you. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know. Okay. I don't know where they got the archetype for this. Like, this is what a young New York woman sounds like.
They didn't for the right pool.
No. So
fair enough.
We shall see.
Fair enough.
Man, hopefully it sells.
No doubt. And that's been it, sir?
Yes, sir.
And of course, we have the Incredible Hulk of this, a.k.a. the Excess Gamer.
Ooh.
The prophet of Xbox.
Swami.
King of the statues, who demands nothing less than that premium experience and is the leader of the fraud alert movement.
Ooh.
Beloved. Lord King, how we doing?
First of all, I'd like to apologize to everybody who showed up last night for Combat Talk with the King, and we didn't have any Combat Talk. We did small Combat Talk with the UFC, but I want to right now say, ESPN.
Yeah.
I hate you guys. I kept trying to switch. You know, so we have the ESPN joint. I kept trying to switch to the regular ESPN, and it just kept circling like it wasn't working. It wasn't working. And somebody told me to go through the Hulu app, but didn't have the Hulu there, so it's whatever. That didn't happen. All right, the BLK Prime. I paid for BLK Prime, and I was gonna hit the bank up after the fact. Just hit me up. Yo, that is the worst app ever. I don't know what Bud was thinking. I know they lost a ton of sales.
Oh, this where Bud did the fight. The way
he wanted to do it on some app.
Aerospace.
He wanted to debut himself on Bud the Bum Basher.
Oh, damn.
Because he was fighting Activision the Bum. We knew what was gonna happen yesterday, Bud. We know what you up to, Bud. You're trying to use smoke and mirrors for the app, though. Let's get to the app, though. The app not working, though. All right, so he just worried about people in the building. He didn't care about the app. He didn't care how it worked. He just wanted his money.
Right.
This is the most ignorant mismanagement of your career that I have ever seen. This is how you tank your career. Let me give you a sobering word of advice.
Oh, let's go. Oh, damn. We got the sigh. What happened, Bud?
Yesterday, Spence was in a car accident.
Right. Again?
A terrible car accident.
Wait. Recently?
Again?
Yes.
Again? Oh, no, I didn't know
All right,
this.
so listen to this. He was driving in his bulletproof car.
Oh.
Now, everybody that knows a bulletproof car is reinforced steel from front to back, from side to side. All the windows are 555 graded pane glass. So the car is virtually indestructible. When he went on his live and showed his car was destroyed.
Yo, what is he?
A 14-year-old kid took his parents' car or stole the car, allegedly, was going at a high rate of speed and ran straight through a red light and smashed his car head on.
Okay.
Jesus.
If Spence was, I don't know what type of otherworldly thing is chasing this man when it comes to cars, because this is his fourth car accident since I've known Spence. He said if he was in his other car, he would have tore through the car and killed him.
Yo, that's a sign, bro. He got so many signs, bro. He gotta get
the hell out of Texas.
Yeah, it's too much.
Get away from Texas. Those dudes is wild. Yeah. But I say this to say, there's a lot of times where we supposed to have fights and stuff supposed to happen, and you keep pushing it off for whatever reason or another, and it doesn't happen. Yesterday, you saw the mortality of this situation, and Activision, the super bum, could have actually probably slipped on a banana peel and knocked Bud out.
Right.
Anyway, we got a lot of fights that we didn't get because dudes was messing up the money. Bud, stop messing up the money. Spence wants to get inside the ring, get in the ring, because stuff could have happened yesterday. So I'm glad that everybody is okay. Everybody got out of that. Teofimo, again, Bud bum bashing.
Shout out to Spence, though.
Good fight.
Game, sir?
I got a chance to watch some UFC.
Okay.
So I watched Till versus, I forgot the other guy's name. Splitting this for us.
Stupid.
But it was entertaining, and I got off that. But next time, PBC stuff, I got you guys. I do apologize. Listen, we got over 500,
hit the like,
600 people. You walked in the door, hit that like button, wipe your feed off, and share it out with somebody. We're about to talk to Pong Soul.
Yes.
What I've been playing.
What you been playing, sir?
Fortnite did the switch over. Fortnite has released the full suite of Unreal Engine 5 assets inside the world of Epic released inside the world of Fortnite. Lumines and global illumination and all that stuff and the nanites, everything that they talked about in those demos that you saw with the girl jumping all over the place is present in Fortnite right now. So if you want to get a good graphical measure, have a good PC, have a Series X or a PlayStation 5, and even Series S is showing you those things. The game looks phenomenal. I got the Incredible Hulk skin the other day. Me and Attic was playing, having a good time. Monkey and I was playing. It's so much fun. We'd love you, Neo, to just come over here and hang out with us. I've been playing Vampire Survivor. Now, I've got a little hack. Anybody's want to make it further inside Vampire Survivor, look at the secrets and the unlocks, and then follow those rules there, and you start to unlock things. And I did it yesterday. It's a lot. That game has so many layers. This man was a genius to, after you feel like you're a little bit bored, trying to figure out what you didn't unlock, go figure it out. And it's more hidden characters. I got this weird dude that shoot rail carts at people. And I was like, who is this dude? But the game is incredible. It keeps me addicted to it. Next week we have a whole bunch of Game Pass stuff dropping, so I can't wait. Oh, I'm gonna stop being like Kratos and taking up our time. Let's go.
Yo, real quick, King. I didn't play with any unlocks the first month. I didn't know.
No,
I didn't know.
Other characters lit.
Real?
One away dragon.
No, not
what
characters. You know when you're able to buy stuff.
Oh, when
you're
you
able
buy
to
stuff with
permanent upgrades.
Yeah, permanent upgrades.
Yeah, I didn't do any of that the first month.
Just going off the rip. That's crazy.
So he was just he didn't see what he was doing. Like it's so much stuff.
It's very addicting. Very addicting. No doubt. And of course, it's me, the gaming ninja. LordCognito. Spread that realness in the realm of the ILP. Not tell you what you want to hear, but what you need to hear. Shout out to my man, Matty Plays. Man, we did the Find and Do It. We had a lot to talk about. Obviously, Game Awards. Obviously, one of Xbox's most interesting weeks. You talked about that. Obviously, Ultimate, we hit the $70 game joint, which we will hit also later. Shout out to my man, Ty Guy Trevor. Shout out to Bonds is doing that Destiny thing, talking Season of the Seraph. Very positive impressions so far. We like what we're seeing. And as far as games, shout out to Pong, man. I'm with him. Midnight Suns got me all the way live, bro. Like, it is just a complete... It's 3 games. Like I said, it's the gameplay layer of just A+, turn-based action with a different spin, the heroic system, using the environment to your advantage, movement, placement. Got me liking Miss Marvel, King. I don't like Captain Marvel like that at all.
Cog, talk about that,
bro.
Once I could change her hair because I got.
I changed. I put the classics. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I got rid of that hair. I don't like that hair. Yeah. Nope. So I did that, and then I'm doing the joints where you do the knee. You get the armor, she becomes tank. Then you get a level 3, she becomes binary. She is a beast. Then you get the thing where if you get her to taunt, and anytime the enemy's direction goes to her, and then she get a +1 counter. So every time she get hit, she respawn. She get hit, she's shooting full-time blast.
Oh yeah,
she's just straight body.
Left and right.
Doctor Strange is ridiculous. Oh my Lord. So I got him right now. Doctor Strange got some joints that's going on crazy. But I go for a king. The joint that's going to get you laugh is the base layer. The base layer, basically, that's when the tendering going on. That's when
you read the messages and you hit people up. Let's go to the bar.
Do you have time tonight? And I was figuring, if me and you could go. That joint is hilarious, but the story itself is great. And to be honest, the main character, the unique character, is extremely good. Like, I'm very impressed.
Yeah,
but he's very strong, and you see where the storyline they go with that. So I've still been rocking that Destiny new season, and then Tekken 7 on Steam Deck. I've been really sharpening up for reasons.
Oh, I can't wait to talk about that.
Yeah, as we get to the Game Awards section, I've been sharpening up for reasons. You know what I'm saying? But so let's get these super chats that we can bring Pong in.
Bet, no doubt. Okay, we have Donald Taku, $10 super chat. Shout out to Nintendo taking home best action game and best multiplayer game. Shout out to Game of the Year, Kirby and the Goated Lands. If you have a family,
they also got a strategy. They got Mario.
They did. That's right. They did get that.
How did I know something you didn't know, Donald Taku? Explain that to me.
If you have a family, that means Kirby is the best, unless you're an orphan. Okay, great, Donald Taku. Then we got Drawn TJ, $5 super chat. Yeah. Morning Lords, hi panel, hi Pong. There will be no PS6 and the ABK deal will go through.
All right. Confidence. Let's go.
Then we have the Don CJG with the £4.49 super chat. Yeah. I dedicate the super chat to my reformed podcaster, Lord Cog.
Wow, reformed.
That is, it's a play on the kid that went up after.
Okay, I get it. No doubt.
Then let's put the crest in the chat for the newest member, Tom from Toonami.
Oh,
shout out to you. Put the crest up.
Put the crest up. Yeah, salute.
Then we have Sith Lord, member for 2 months, $2 super chat. Fortnite is going beyond plus ultra. Fortnite is only game that could do that, really.
That's a My Hero quote.
Okay.
They like consider like if they go above their means, they'll scream that shit too. Like.
Then we have THX 1138, $2 super chat. Steam Deck loves Square Enix. Yeah. Then we have Spartan Ghost 17, £2 super chat. Ninja Scroll and Underground Classic Go-Go 13 as well. I forgot they had the Go-Go one.
Yeah. Go-Go 13. That is a hell of a game on the NES.
Yes. Cinematics was crazy for its time.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Donataku.
For hours.
I know who did also Loaded Pixels, Kobera.
Yes, Kobera, yes.
Love that.
He loved that joke.
Yeah. Donataku, $5 super chat. Why ain't y'all get free R. Kelly on the show to promote his new album from prison?
Yo, stop.
Yeah.
He about to be home soon.
You come home?
Yeah, he about to get out.
You about to get out?
You're going to dismiss his charges.
And we got Soul Rack, $2 super chat. Love to my brothers. Thank you guys for another Sunday.
Oh, much love.
Joining us.
Thank you.
Then we got THX 1138 again, $2 super chat. Forspoken equals forgotten for the payer. Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
Hope
We'll
not.
see.
Hope
We'll
not.
see.
Yeah.
Then we got Jim Dance Ryan. Sorry, Jim Dance Ryan. $2 super chat. How much for Addict to get destroyed by Punch Out? Oh, no. People willing to pay Addict. I don't know.
The name has to be.
See like the community. What's this?
Time. I do enough for the community. It's fine. Time.
Stitch is asking you something about how they faked the nose for the Michael Jackson joint on the show. He's
Oh no, he has the main actor Miles Frost. He has like a kind of a pointy nose. So
okay. So
Stitch,
you got your answer. Continue.
He's over here trying to get me to play that nonsense.
Then we got Yami Buho, $5 super chat. $5 super chat. Hello, Lords. I hope everyone is well. Y'all are the best gaming podcast.
Oh, thank you. Much love.
When are you guys hosting another community game day? Playing Halo was dope.
Yeah. Next Saturday.
Well, yeah, most likely next. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, absolutely next Saturday.
Most likely next Saturday.
Yeah.
We have some requirements though, because we have asked you guys, and I've asked you very nicely, but now I'm gonna have to do how Chris does and tell you my whole life story. What I need you to do is I need you to go to Valaria.
Yes.
Pillows, please.
Yes, please. Links in the description.
I need you to get those pillows out because my mom's raised me, and I didn't think that I would be anything in this world. And I have to give
Chris Judge begged for the Valari pillow sale
to make sure that man, Al Pacino, let me give you a hug.
You gotta slow down a little bit, King. You're going too fast.
Yo, play the music. Play the music.
As I take the time out to tell everyone how I feel about how life has treated me and my
Chris Judge
and my makeup. I just want you to please buy a Valari pillow. Please.
Let's use code Lord15 at the time of the description.
Wait, you know he's never won anything before. That's why.
and for my next job, I need you to please.
You know what's funny?
Hire me, please.
When they did the music, because that's the first time we've heard the music.
Wrap it up.
I didn't realize that they were using that to rush people off the stage.
Oh,
Yeah, that's the
do.
hurry up, wrap it up, B.
So I was thinking that they were using to like heighten
more
what he's
dramatic
saying.
to make it hype. It did.
You know what's crazy? That was one of the criticisms last year, right? Yo, you gotta let these people talk, right?
Hey,
and he does it right off the bat.
the
and he
back.
takes up all the time.
You know what it probably was? I bet you Jeff was like, Chris, come here. And Chris comes over there like, I want you to take like 10 minutes on a speech. Are you sure? Are you sure, Jeff? I don't want them to ever complain I don't give you guys enough speech.
Get all your balls off.
Nah, they had to talk to him after the show.
But they
had to rush the rest of the show.
The rest of the show. Yeah.
Did you see what he said on Twitter?
No, what he said?
That he got rushed off the stage.
Rushed?
He didn't have time to thank his wife.
I like when Keely was like, he was trying to sell some extra Steam Decks.
Yeah, I peeped that. He had like a snide remark.
I think they did the math. It cost him like an extra like $10,000 for him to do what he did.
Wow. Anyway.
Yeah, take it out of the GoFundMe for
no doubt. You got to do a super chat,
Yeah, we got Jay Rembert, $5 super chat. Pong is a pillar to the Xbox community.
Salute. Salute to Pong. That's right.
Then we have
we got
Hargeet Chani, $5 super chat. Salute to the Lords. Hey, Pong, Returnal comes to PC. How is this possible? What about the great power of the immaculate SSD? All right, keep it messy. Be messy.
I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing, sir.
Told you it wasn't real.
There we go. Cycle Gamer, $5 super chat. I feel like Microsoft gets an L for having to offer its competition a 10+ year deal for something they spent billions on. This is wild.
Yo, shout out to Psycho. I haven't seen that name in a minute. Psycho Game, what up, bro? What's going on? Doing all right.
I mean, I'm gonna tell you right now, their plan was it's too much easy money for them. I don't think they would ever think about taking Call of Duty anyplace else. It's just too much money.
It was a 10-year plan from the beginning. They just
will get into it.
And the final one, put the crest in the chat for Cedric H, member for 29 months.
Ooh,
Thank you, sir.
Cedric H.
Cedric H.
Yeah, I really it's nice.
Oh, one more. This dude there? On God and them. $2 super chat. This is for Addict to play Punch Out. We need this.
Coming through strong. Yo, they look like the community.
Get pillows for that.
Yeah.
We gotta get pillows for that. I need 3 pillows.
We need 3 pillows. Yeah, we do got 3 pillows. We need pillows for that.
He playing Punch Out though. We need 3 pillows for that.
So we're gonna have to hit my PayPal for me.
Nah, we need 3 pillows for that. Don't listen to him.
Links in the description. Valari's at the top. Go to the link at the top. Use code LORD15. Get that 50% off that Valari game. Get your posture.
I will play Punch Out if there's 5 pillows.
Nah, we got you on the 3. Don't worry about it.
No. If the community wants this nonsense thing that's 3 buttons, you gonna pay for it.
Yeah, you gonna see at it. You gonna see.
see, I know they ain't doing it. So I'm good.
You tested the ILP
community
after. Okay, you know how they get it.
Guys, Addict
said y'all not built for this.
Watching.
Y'all
got 700 people. 5 people ain't gonna throw
700 people in. You telling me the ILP community 5 people ain't gonna buy to see you play Punch Out? Them pillows gonna be sold by the end of this show.
I'm confident. I'm so confident. If it happened, I wouldn't stop streaming for 3 hours.
Okay, 3 hours? Please, hold on. Please. I want him 3 hours on Glass Joe.
He said on Glass Joe. Not Glass Joe, King. Not Glass Joe.
Yo, and he playing the original. Ridiculous. He ain't playing
he played the original. The original with Mike Tyson in it.
With Mike,
yeah.
That Flash on that behind.
All right, hold on. We're going to put the link in the description, y'all. Here it is. Go there. Go to the link.
Hit that Valari.
Use code LORD15.
It's gotta start by today. I'll give you guys till Tuesday.
It's 700 people in there. What the hell you mean you're giving them more than that?
Okay.
I think Attic actually wants to play this.
He does.
Way too easy.
No, I'm just trying to sell pillows.
No, you don't. He's one of
Here's the
those
thing.
guys,
I
you
don't
have
mind.
the gun on
Look,
him,
here's the thing. If I gotta sacrifice my sanity playing this old ass stuff, people gonna pay for it.
Listen. He's one of those guys that you can have the gun on him and it's loaded, and you can say, "Yo, I'm gonna shoot you," and he be like, "Fine, you ain't gonna do it."
Punch Out Valari ILP joint.
It's not gonna happen.
Yeah, y'all know what to do. Get him.
Punch Out still plays great though. You won't have it.
Get your Valari.
Hey, yo, it's funny, you guys sitting there talking all this stuff, and none of you can do that either. I bet you
get him.
None of you can do that.
King, he not getting past Bull.
Nah,
he not getting past
Soda Popinski.
Soda Popinski gonna finish him. He not. Listen, he'll beat Glass Joe. No, we bugging. He not getting past King Hippo.
King Hippo.
King Hippo. He ain't getting past.
If you don't know what to do
with the Eddie, he ain't gonna know what to do. He getting bodied by King Hippo.
You guys want me to box a hippo?
Dudes in these streets that you don't know nothing about.
Hold on. Let's be right. You guys want me to box a hippo?
Yes,
this was his name.
No, his name King Hippo.
King Hippo gonna put them things on you. He gonna put them things on you. It's a rap. Hey, what's that sound when you get that down? That's all you gonna hear on Kid Addict sing.
He's swinging to the left. He's swinging to the
right. Yo, Citizen said, don't look it up on YouTube either, Addict. Yeah, that's that real OG gaming. Get him, y'all. Yeah. Links in the description. Yo, they stupid. Put him in his place.
Ain't nobody care about Punch Out that much.
Yo, Hustle and Motivate. He not getting past King Hippo. We don't know them. He don't know the meta. Yo, they going in.
You gotta say that now.
Y'all know what to do. I gave y'all what to do.
Everybody here know how King Hippo do people.
Anyway, We all set. So
Yeah, we
good?
got two more super chats here. We got baby, $5 super chat. Phil sat at the Game Awards with the mad face and watched PS games win award after award. I was mad AF.
I don't think he was mad at them winning anything. I think he was just sitting there at the level of hypocrisy of the people that's around him that said probably something to him in the background, but sitting there shaking people's hands and clapping. So, y'all gonna get that work.
Let's go.
And we got David Hotright, $2 per chat. Punch out with the OG NES controller.
Ooh, you won't like that.
Yeah, not no modern fangle stuff. Little squared box.
Oh,
baby.
okay. So the bank got to go order
The
that.
bank got to order that. Yeah, we got to order that.
The bank don't have to do nothing.
You gonna get those pillows gonna get sold. Those pillows are sold.
Yeah.
That's it. We go.
You say that now.
We're caught up. We're
We
good.
good. All right. So I guess it's been very patient.
Look up a picture of
This is
this.
all part of the experience,
I
man.
know.
Come on, let's go. Let's
Now
go.
we got it. What the Lords have been playing. We got to turn our attention and focus to Lord Pong Soul, his video game system history, his journey into podcast and content creation, and of course, what led him to co-hosting Living Split Screen. So, Lord Pong, let's start from the very beginning, man. What's some of the first video games you got started with? What got you into gaming?
Well, look, buckle up, addict, because we're going back to the Stone Age right now, right? I
Get
know
'em
you
ready.
love it.
Get him.
Sticks and dots, baby. As the name states, I started with
He turned
Pong.
his camera. I'm sorry, that was funny. It was funny. He turned it off. I'm sorry. Continue. That was hilarious. That was some young ignorance right there. But okay, educate the boy. Educate the boy.
Yeah, so no, Pong. I go all the way back, and some of my earliest memories actually, because my grandpa actually had it at his house, and so my dad would get me on the weekends, and we'd wind up over my grandparents' house, which was close by, and they had a little 12-inch, 13-inch black and white TV with the Pong paddles hooked up, and that's where I got started. And as I tell the stories to other podcasts and stuff, it's like I said, it's I lost my grandpa when I was about 7 or 8, so I don't have a whole lot of memories, right? And I lost grandma when I was like 10. So those are like some of my earliest memories. Of course, fishing and everything else is in there, but Pong and then Atari are two of the oldest memories I've got in a lot of ways. So I go all the way back to that, and then right into Atari 2600, right?
Ooh.
Yes, sir. Atari 2600 again at the grandparents' house. My mom and stepdad weren't about the video game life for a long time. So, I got to experience it outside.
So you had to go over there to get that.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's like
there,
me.
right,
I had to go to my dad to get that.
Yeah. And my dad was a graphic designer.
Okay.
So he was still, I'm actually using his drafting board right now as a desk, his original drafting board. So he started long before computers, but he was always interested in it. And he was always into art and all that kind of stuff. So he was always interested in this electronic medium that was coming out of nowhere and what they could do and stuff. So that's kind of where it really began for me, because I had somebody else who was highly interested in it as an adult. So they wanted to buy it and play it with me.
That's
so,
dope.
me and my dad bonded over that a lot. And Atari 2600, listen. You can say what you want to say, but we wouldn't be here right now without Atari, man. Atari was Nintendo before Nintendo, right? So Atari set it off, even though they almost destroyed the industry at one point in a lot of ways. but you go back and you look, like Combat, like Pitfall, Pac-Man, Adventure, which is like the first RPG of all time.
Voltron.
Yep, exactly.
Pitfall was lit. They jump over that thing with little alligators in the water and all that.
That's right, and you could go backwards.
Yes.
Right? You could go back and you could start that. That was like one of the first times you ever seen that Frogger.
Did you get Tarzan?
No, never got Tarzan.
It actually had the
Yes, I remember that. Did you ever play Alien Attack?
Yes.
Alien Attack? No. Which one? I can't.
Oh no, sorry, not Alien Attack. Demon Attack. It was Demon Attack.
Demon Attack.
It's just such generic name.
No, that was the best part.
Demon Attack.
You got sound like your anime.
You got football. You got baseball.
How dare you? Yeah, it was just like
never been
football.
done before.
It wasn't. That's a fact.
That's it. That's it. I learned how to play blackjack on the Atari.
Yeah.
2600, right? Blackjack.
At a young age, hustling.
Yeah, at a young age. Right?
Q-Bert.
Q-Bert.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
River Raid.
River
Activision.
Raid.
Oh, let's go River Raid.
Yes,
I'm glad you, because
River Raid.
who made
Keystone
that?
Capers.
Who made that?
Yep.
Who made that?
Keystone
That was
Capers.
Activision.
Yes.
From back
Activision,
then.
yes.
Yes.
That's how far they go back.
Dude,
right?
River Raid still holds up.
River Raid holds up.
That's
Shout out to
crazy
Bella.
far.
They throw it in Dig Dug. They throw in a lot of games in there.
Dig Dug was crazy.
It's crazy. Continue.
Yeah,
Dug.
so that
They
was
look nothing like the arcade console.
Attic is disgusted. No,
Dig Dug.
and Attic talking about
You know,
3 buttons, right? We had 1 button.
We had one
Our
button.
joystick,
One
right?
button and a stick.
Yeah.
Thank
Working
God
out.
the industry evolved.
We crawled so you could run.
Well,
That's right.
that stuff evolved very quickly because you had competitors that came out, and there wasn't any non-competition situations going on. So,
Are you
had,
implying that the industry allowed competition, allowed
oh, they
others?
did because you had the Amiga, you had the Commodore 64, you have ColecoVision, and you had different variations of these games, and then they will all make the same game up to the capabilities of the machine. Right? So it wasn't no gimping somebody. It was like, yo, your machine could do it. Let it run. And
Let
see
it
what
run.
do.
Let's go. Oh, Yar's Revenge. Oh my God.
Yar's Revenge,
Bessie.
amazing, right? Yeah, Yar's Revenge was great too.
No doubt.
And shout out to, the worst birthday gift ever in the history of my birthdays. right?
E.T.
E.T. baby, E.T. I still remember opening up that
I'm sorry
box,
for you too.
right?
You fell into that pit, right?
A million times.
A million times.
And
And
you
I
can't
swore
get out
that
pit.
this was going to be the time I was going to get out, right? You kept trying
Yep.
over and over again. No, you watch all the Reese's Pieces, the counter
Yep.
countdown as your head was levitating you up towards
Did,
the top. Yeah.
did any of y'all beat it? Did any
No,
of
you can't beat it.
I beat it. You can go home.
beat it?
Really?
It sucks, but you can go.
Wow.
I
Wow.
thought the glitch was the pit.
Nah, you can get out the pit and you got to collect all the pieces of the phone and then go back to you can win.
Oh, you got
can
the
win.
DLC that nobody else got.
Had the patience to do
He had
that,
the
right?
patience.
Yeah, there is no without. So
That was the end of the video games. Actually, that was really the complete end. That was the crash.
Yeah.
Right. So the crash actually happened, and from that crash, Nintendo saw the void.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for Nintendo, we're not here.
Nintendo
Because
was huge.
Atari actually finished us.
yes.
Yeah, in the West for sure. In the West, we
Home
were
consoling,
done.
yeah, because you had NEC over there, and they were battling Nintendo. We didn't know anything about what they were doing over there, and then Nintendo saw the void over here and brought the NES over here, which was called the Famicom over there.
factual.
So they was like at least 2 years ahead over there in the Eastern market, and we were in the Western market 2 years behind.
Very much so.
Sorry, Pong.
No, you good.
Exactly. No. The history is great because a lot of people don't hear it all the time, right? Don't understand where we came from. That's why it's so important. Us old guys bring it and tell it like it is. So I appreciate that, King. And speaking of it, like in television and ColecoVision, never owned them, but I had family, friends, and cousins who had those. So I got to experience the other stuff too, as well, outside of Atari. And then of course, during this time, a lot of it was the rise of the arcades, right?
Oh,
My
Yes,
dad-
sir.
Let's go.
If we weren't going to my grandparents' house, my dad and I would go to the arcades. Man. We get a couple rolls of
Come on,
quarters.
let's go. Give me some
Go
uprights.
nuts,
Let's go.
right? Exactly. So that was huge for me as well. Just being involved in that. I mean, that goes back to the Tron arcades. We're talking about, exactly. And pinball machines. My dad was a pinball fanatic.
Let's
He loved
go.
pinball, so I spent a lot of time on pinball. But you got all the great arcade games at that time. So
We're called pinball wizards, sir.
Yes.
If you disrespect
correct,
us.
sir.
He's not aficionado. He's not an arcade master. He's not a pinball
you can definitely
master. He's a
disrespect
pinball wizard. Please respect our title.
Attic slander. His young
Right.
boy slander is crazy. It's crazy. Continue.
So the arcades were always a part of this as well throughout this whole process, right? And that was huge because that was a whole different realm when you walked into an arcade,
The lights,
right?
the dark scene, and then I just got to interrupt you one
man.
second because what people fail to realize is that the arcade was next gen before you got it, right? You get to
yes,
see
sir.
where technology was going because this looked way better than the things we had in our house. There was a disparity between the NES
Thousands
and the
of
home
dollars.
and as much as we loved those consoles, that was the next gen.
That
Right, exactly.
feels like a nightmare to have to go out to see next gen. Like to have to go to
That's it.
an arcade.
We used to leave our
Like-
house, Attic. We used to
Tell
leave
them how
our
you used to go.
See, Pong, That's the problem with the youth today. They don't want to engage anybody
They don't
else.
wanna go
They don't want to
outside.
see nobody.
They don't wanna see
I don't
nobody.
even like engaging. You
See?
in the podcast half the time. What are you
You
talking
want to be
about?
see the problem with
I
y'all.
come in here, I have
You
to
know what it
listen
is?
to stuff. I can't even pronounce how. Well, actually, I can. This is the only time in history where I can easily pronounce all these games with two words.
See, that's the problem with the youth. Y'all want to sit there and
I
stream
love-
on Twitch all day, and y'all won't go outside.
That's the difference. We lived in an active, hostile
You
environment.
lived in a nightmare.
Right? And the best part about it is you learned your place in this world, in that arcade.
Facts.
You learned where you
Facts.
were in the pecking order.
Yes.
Right? Because if you were seen as somebody that can handle themselves, you walked in the
Put
arcade
that-
with no
that
problems.
quarter on the top. Who
You
got
put
next?
that quarter
Who
up
got
there.
next?
If you was the dude,
Who's that dude?
the
I feel like there's a lot of
dude,
people in therapy
was
for
gonna be
these
picking on you.
incidences that you're talking about.
It's a social environment. You learn social
Yeah, you
things. learn how
socially
to
bully
talk to
people because they weren't good at
Wasn't
games.
no
at the
bully.
arcade.
It
No,
was
it
the
wasn't no
spirit
bullying.
of the fight, baby.
You,
And
you got your
Competition.
bones right there.
yes,
That's what it's
Like,
about.
it wasn't
It could
no
be the
talking.
weakest,
It was no
smallest dude.
tweeting. It wasn't
None
no
of that. You
guys
tweeting.
have
It was
made-
pull up. It was pull
You
Where's
up.
guys
your
have
game?
made.
Let's go.
You guys have made the therapy profession so much money. In these last years, man.
We were built
man.
differently at it.
built
We,
different.
we didn't go to therapy. We did our things.
Yep.
Yes.
We hashed it out. People got punched in the face. None of that tweeting. You wasn't
Yeah,
tweeting.
you couldn't
get
tweet.
punched in
You
the
couldn't do.
face.
You get punched.
And all that cheese and
All that
cheese,
cheese,
bro.
facts.
Oh, cheese
You
me,
get
bro.
Facts.
your hot one. So
Facts.
you learn right there how to interact.
Yes.
It was a better
and be
environment.
respectful,
Yes.
even in defeat. And you know what I'm saying?
Humble.
And you knew who
Well,
the top
yeah,
people
obviously
were.
you're gonna be disrespectful. You're gonna get jumped if you're not.
No,
Throw it out the
I do
door.
that with the cool kids, the jump people. See, that's what it is. Either you are the jumper or the jumpy.
No doubt.
One of them is gonna be. So anyway, but you had to get nice, man.
No, facts.
Arcades was about in community, a
Community,
different level
community,
of
and then you
community.
get friends, and you see the people remember you from last night. It was a
That's
thing. Continue,
right.
continue. I'll mess it up, Pong. This
Go
is
ahead,
Pong's
Pong.
moment.
Go ahead,
No,
get
no,
This
that.
is Pong's
you
moment. My
gotta mess
fault.
it up. No, this is good stuff. The other thing about the arcades too, when you walked in, you always knew when the new game had shown up. Right? The first time, because again, we didn't get information. The internet didn't exist, so we didn't know. But all of a sudden, you walk in the arcade, and here's 20, 25 people standing around. Around. And everybody's like, oh, that must be the new game. And you had to go over, and you'd be like, what is it? What is it? Right? And then you find out, and you're like, okay, how many people I got to wait for here? You know, and it was like a whole different world and experience to walk into an arcade for all the reasons you guys just pointed out.
Yo, Pong,
Yeah.
let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Because I always ask everybody that's an arcade head.
Yeah.
And it's when you walk in, because this was the most vocal arcade machine I've heard at that time. When you walked in and you heard Daytona.
Oh my God.
Giant machine, and people were sitting down in it. And it was I think it was $2 to play where we were at. And the graphics was immense. The soundtrack was crazy. It was the loudest machine in the store, the most expensive machine in the store, like 30 grand a machine. What was your experience when you saw the first Daytona live?
Listen, because we progressed through the arcades, right? Like at first it was, most of them were all stand up, and then slowly but surely, like Afterburner came along, right? So you got to sit down, and then it started moving, right? And then you got the movement. So then when we started getting the big screens and the multiple, setups all linked together, Daytona, listen, when you walked in, you saw Daytona, it was a different type of experience because first of all, I really like racing games, right? I'm one of those guys. So being able to sit down and see something that was so far advanced from what we had gotten at home, right? That was always that arcade experience. Like again, like you said, Cog, you were experiencing the next gen of what was coming, right? Because it took a long time before consoles started catching up.
Factual.
Right? So it was crazy when you first sat down. But yeah, King, to your comment, that overload of senses in that game, from the noise to the music,
Bro.
to just seeing all the big screen and how fast
Yes.
everything appeared on screen, right? That was something else.
That's-
that was something.
That's why Sega was important to me, because they
Yeah.
had so many of those type games from Hang On. I remember to Outrun the Hang On. I remember you go to Hang On, Super Hang On, you see the speakers on the thing, you jump on the bike, and you hear that
Yes.
doom, 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 doom. And then I was like, damn, why is the sound so? It felt like, you know what I'm saying? It felt like some Atmos back in. You know, to me, it was just so overpowering, and it was an immersive experience. And I think Sega was very, very dominant in that space.
I think that's when we learned about development teams.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because that's the first time I learned about
AM2,
AM1,
yeah,
or
AM2,
AM3.
Yeah, factual.
Yeah.
Continue, Pog. I'm sorry.
Yeah, shout out to them. So then we get into the NES, right? The NES shows up again. I don't have my mom and stepdad just weren't into video games, right? So I still didn't have a system at my house. And I don't remember what was going on with my dad at the time. I think he was in between wives at the time, so things were kind of messy.
Shout out to Pop Duke, Rolling Stone. Salute.
Oh, yeah.
Salute.
You said in
Pop's
between
been around a few times, all right?
He was doing the Lord's work.
So, I had experienced the NES for the first time through friends. And, that was the other thing that you guys always talk about, right? And again, I didn't have a group of friends like you guys did per se that were that into it, but I did have friends that liked the video game. We had moved out to the suburbs at that time from the city. So, I was getting to know new people. I happened to get in a group with some upper middle class to rich kids out there, right?
Some well-off individuals.
Yeah, some
part of the
well-off
circle.
indivials that got everything,
Yeah,
right?
you gotta. We had King,
yeah.
so he was my well-off individual.
Yeah,
I was like, what are we getting next?
Yes, exactly. That's the way it was, and it was
Can't
like,
wait for
hey,
us.
Yeah. My one friend for sure who had everything was like, "Hey man, you want to do a sleepover at your house?" And I'm like,
Yeah, I'm
"No,
coming
let's
through."
do a sleepover at your house."
Yeah, your house.
It was every weekend, right? So
Let's go.
So he had the NES, he had the Power Glove, he had Rob,
He had he rich.
Yeah,
he had
he
the
rich,
Power
rich.
Glove and the
Power
Power
Glove.
Pad.
Yeah.
Oh, he
and
rich.
Rob the Robot.
Oh,
He had
man.
all of it right set up. So, and then he had like one of the projection big screen TVs.
Oh, this was like silver
downstairs.
spoons at this kid's house.
yes.
Yo,
Ricky Schroeder.
Ricky Schroeder.
Ricky Schroeder in the
Exactly,
God.
exactly why I didn't want to sleep over at anybody else's house. Right? Man, it was here. We got all the snacks. We got Jolt.
we got the
man.
food,
We got it all.
Oh, you can drink it Jolt? Oh, God bless.
Jolt.
Yes.
And you know they was up for 2 days.
They was
with
up-
that joke.
Yo, I used to drink to finish papers for school.
Yeah.
I used to drink Jolt with Vibrant.
Oh no,
You out of control.
out of pocket.
Yeah,
That's
they had
crazy.
to take Jolt off the
They
market. They found some
found some stuff in
in
Joke. Joke was doing something else. Continue.
Yeah, that was the rise of the Tony Montana at that time.
Yeah, exactly. So-
Continue.
So NES, again, this is where I fell in love with JRPGs, especially, right? This is when I got my first experience with like Dragon Warrior, which we all know is Dragon Quest now. Dragon Warrior, the first one, the first Final Fantasy,
Which they on Nintendo.
on Nintendo.
Property.
Yeah,
People act like it's
organically.
not a Nintendo property. It's so funny. But continue.
Organically.
Yeah, organic Nintendo.
Obviously. Somebody
Final
stole it.
Fantasy.
Somebody stole it.
Yeah, but we gonna let that
Came
rock.
in and did some blocking.
I just gotta figure it out.
So my buddy was into them too, and and D&D was big around this time as well. We had a little D&D group, so we did all that. So and I was a voracious reader at the time as well, and I read a lot of fantasy. So all of a sudden, I had these games. Right, that I could I'm like, oh man, this is like fantasy. We got dragons, we got elves, we got slimes, we got all this crazy stuff. So me and my buddy would sit and just trade off the controller back and forth on a lot of those games. But then, of course, on top of that, you got the sports games.
Oh,
right? You
yes.
got, and you're getting double dribble.
Double dribble.
Yeah, double dribble was
dribble.
probably the height of my NES basketball.
Oh yeah.
Cinematics to the rim.
Yes.
When you went to dunk and it goes bam, bam,
Bam, bam, bam, bam.
Pixel, like a shadow pixel
Oh
guy,
my
like
God.
Double dribble.
double dribble.
Continue.
And then of course I was huge into football, so Tecmo Bowl.
Oh,
Yes, sir.
the hut.
The hut.
Yeah.
Hit them off and they running. He can make it, he can bring it.
Mr. Hot.
Man.
Hold him.
And then you get, then with Tecmo Bowl, the thing was, right? So you'd be sitting around the lunch table. And of course, that's when competition started really kicking in, right? You had your boys and you were talking to them and you're like, oh man, I'm going to get you back this weekend. Well, then certain people would find out about secrets.
Yeah, certain money plays,
certain
money
plays,
yes,
money players.
Yeah.
Like,
shout out to Bo Jackson. Shout out to Bo Jackson, one of the goats of this joint.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? Oh, Hustle said if you did a little bit of Blades of Steel at all, was it not too much?
Oh yes, Blades of Steel. Absolutely did Blades of Steel. Of course, man. Being able to fight in a hockey game? Are you crazy? It was
drop them gloves.
But continue your stories. Sports stories. Continue.
Yes. So that became huge for us, right? And that was like, okay, all right. So this is where I really started falling like in love with video game. Like this is where it started cementing itself.
Nice.
Because you got that camaraderie, but also you got that single player experience as well. And eventually, my mom caved, right? My mom caved, and got me and my sister.
What was the first one? Oh, she got that.
Right.
Which one? You got the basic? Got the basic joint?
Got the basic.
No doubt. Using the game.
So we didn't need that little robot.
Yeah, we don't need no light gun. We don't need no robot.
No, we didn't have any of that. Well, I mean, we probably had Duck Hunt at one point.
Okay.
But so we got that, and so then I got to really start playing a little bit more. Now she watched my time when I was at home. She didn't want me spending too. I had to go outside, right?
Yeah.
And during this whole time too, I should say too that I was a sick kid from the time I was born until my 20s, right? So I had a lot of medical issues, allergies, chronic bronchitis, asthma, you name it. So sports, I tried my hardest, right? I played a lot of soccer and stuff, but 6th grade, that was over with. I couldn't do it anymore. It just wasn't worth it, right? It was so frustrating. So video games, right? Video games and books. I had to be that guy because I couldn't be the athlete. I couldn't do it. So, my time outside, I did still do a lot of time outside, skateboarding and that kind of stuff. I got into all that, but the video games were always there for me, and that was really the start of it, right? So we got into, me and my sister bonded over like Bubble Bobble. Bubble Bobble was a jam, right? Yes, that was awesome. And then you
Bobble.
Continue.
I'm telling you right now, Attic
would like Bubble Bobble.
He
would actually like Bubble Bobble. He would actually like it.
Yeah, Bubble Bobble's cool. Yeah, Bubble Bobble's really cool. Pro wrestling, man, was another.
Starman. Fighter Hayabusa and Starman. If I'm not kicking you in the back of the head or giving you the double feet.
Great Puma.
King Slender. King Slender.
Oh my God.
I don't even chew on bubble gum. You think I'm gonna play something called Bubble Bobble?
It was the cutest little dragon ever that's popped. You know how much money I put in that arcade machine?
Yep.
It feels like there's just regret here and not enjoyment.
No, actually, there's no regret. Actually, the only regret you have is that you wasn't born earlier.
Yo, pro wrestling is a legendary.
Yeah.
That game was amazing.
Amazing. Yeah, it really was. So Gradius too. Gradius. My God, it was crazy with the
Gradius,
power
Life Force,
Life Force, exactly.
And the little balls hanging behind your ship and you're shooting too. Pause.
Yep, shooting too. Yep, exactly. The power ups were amazing.
Yes, sir.
So I had obviously NES was huge, gigantic monster. At the time, right? Changed everything, like King said. Brought the video game industry back.
Did you stay in the NES realm? What was your next machine after NES? Was it Sega?
We're gonna get to the real part because I know his history.
Go.
I want him to break it down. I want to know how he got there because he's talking golden era talk, and people don't understand. NES was so dominant.
Yes, it was.
They were, I guess you could say, even more than the PlayStation was, now at this time, like,
considering the amount of people playing video games,
right?
It was.
You considered video games Nintendo at one point, like that's how NES was,
because it was an open market. They came in the market when the void was, right? And what they delivered was, first of all, they delivered the 2-player controller situation, right off the rip, right? And then the 8-bit chip that was on the board. Was greater than any chip that was inside any machine that we had in the house. Because the sound chip was on the board as well. So we had superior sound, superior colors, superior graphics, and speed at that period of time. It was an open void. Remember, the market had collapsed over here, and they were thriving in Japan, but their main rival was NEC. NEC didn't make the travel over with the turbo graphics until after Nintendo put a foothold here.
Yeah, they already dominated the market.
And then the Master System didn't do anything.
Yeah, the Master System. Continue. We interrupted.
So let's get to the part where I want to know right after this. Because you know where we're going.
And I want to get there. Let him cook.
I'm about to cook.
He want to stew. He want to stew.
No one's
Listen, I had the. I should also mention my rich friend. I had the unfortunate pleasure of being able to play the Virtual Boy.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah. Played that at King's house too.
I've never had a worse
from
headache. Exactly.
Yes.
Never ever again. But anyway,
The only problem is it was only one color. Come on.
Yeah,
man.
the red.
it
Shout
was
out to the red.
terrible. It was terrible.
For
Oh my
continue.
god, awful.
So where we
So,
go? NES
anyways,
from there.
in between, we're getting in between. So, what happens in between too is that now again, my mom and stepdad against a lot of stuff. Right, it was really hard to convince them on things. Well, I had gotten into some computer classes at school. Again, people nowadays are like, "Oh, that's a big deal." Back then, that was a big deal, right? A big deal, especially I was going to Catholic school, so they had to spend extra money, which they didn't normally do, right? So they got computers. So I got into a computer class, and so then I convinced my parents. I'll never forget this. Went out and bought the Apple IIgs.
Wow.
One of the last Apples before they fell under.
Yes.
Literally under a year later. This man, my hardworking stepdad, God bless his soul too, right? Working his butt off, right? And we were middle class, whatever else. All that stuff. It was different back then, right? Because money was different. So my mom was a stay-at-home mom, but this man went out. And he was in. My parents were into classic cars, right? So I grew up around cars. So they built cars and all that kind of stuff. This man went out and spent like 3 G's on this thing, and Apple goes under. Goes up.
Yo,
you want to talk about the nail in the coffin when it came to tech for this man? It was over with. It was over.
It was like a year later, right?
Yeah, it was like a year or less than a year later when we went out, right? And they bought this thing. So, anyways, I had at that time the Apple IIgs was like one of the top line computers, right? So I got into a little bit of PC gaming. This is like one of the only parts outside of other people's houses and stuff like that I play PC a lot, right? So, but I got to mention this part because the 2 games that really, again, I talk about my early high school, my 8th grade, early high school years. Might and Magic 2 and Diablo 5, right? Lord British himself.
Yes.
Man, these 2 games, again, when it comes to RPGs, of course, Might and Magic 2 was the corridor RPG, right? And Ultima was kind of the precursor, and you hear Todd Howard talk about this all the time, too, to the Bethesda style, the open world kind of. You can do anything you want to. You get thrown in jail. If you so happen to have a pick lock, you can pick your way out of jail. And then you're wanted, right? All that kind of stuff. So I played those games non-stop. Like I can close my eyes and I can be back there. Music, same thing with the music I was listening to at the time. In Excess, Run DMC.
Salute.
Man,
he had the capsule. We had a capsule right now. Let's go.
Oh yeah. So I had to point that out because it is important part because man, that's when I became like I was like in like RPGs. I'm done. This is it. This is like
next level.
Yeah, next level stuff. And then to King.
Let's get there.
Here we go, King.
Let's go.
My next system was the SNES, was the Super Nintendo. I did stay. But let me tell you something.
So what happened?
Let me tell you something. I got a job at Funko-Land.
Shout out to Funko-Land.
Shout out to Funko-Land before GameStop.
Exactly.
Right?
It was Funko.
Yes, sir.
It was Funko-Land. I got a job at Funko-Land. So I had my my Super Nintendo.
Let's go.
Obviously.
Wait.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Stop. I'm stopping you.
Yep, go ahead.
You're about to launch pad off.
Yeah.
I know where you about to go.
I think I know where you're going to.
But the first thing, the jump from
the
NES
to Super NES was
crazy. That chipset, the 6, and they had a separate audio again because they did it again. All right, what was your first games with this magical console that you had? Like for the first night, just the first night. Was it just the Super Mario?
It was Super Mario for sure. Again, this old brain don't work too well.
Did you get ActRaiser?
No, I did not get ActRaiser until later. I got ActRaiser eventually, but it was Super Mario Brothers. I can't.
Probably Super Mario.
I can't tell you.
Okay. All right. So this is gonna set it up. Yeah. All right. We already know the graphics look crazy. Oh yeah. Because I know that's visually. He was like, oh my God. But the second to none part of the Nintendo was that chip, the sound chip.
Yeah, the sound chip. Yeah.
When you went down in your first tunnel underground and you heard the echo, on your joint, what was your young face and mind like?
Mind boggled. Right. I was wide eyed at the leap. Again, what you're getting at, King, is the leap between generations back then was so ridiculous.
Yes.
Like it felt like a whole new world when we
Absolutely.
got a new system, right? And I 100% agree. So every time I got a new system back then, it was like that first time even the powering up part of it, right? Because the Super Nintendo was so different, even from just the box, right, to what we had at the NES with those cheap little power buttons. Like they felt like they're gonna pop out anytime, right? It was cheap. You got that Super Nintendo, that thing was solid, right? And it had the purple premium, premium, and it had switches. And the first time you flicked it on and you heard it power up, but yeah, the sound from Super Mario was a whole new, but even visually too, the clarity was just starting to increase, right? As we got up in the bits and all that kind of stuff.
Yes.
It was amazing, King. And those moments, like I said, every time you got something like that, it was such a special time. I agree, man. There was nothing like it when I first heard that.
Absolutely.
Like the echo, because that's what you were reading about.
Yeah.
Again, people don't understand. We got 3-month, 4-month-old information. We were just waiting for that new magazine. We didn't get daily updates, right? So you get that new magazine and you'd be like, oh, they're talking about the chip. And at least for me, because I was old enough, I didn't just read about the games or look at the pictures, right? I was reading about the business side of things. I was reading about the technology side of things. So I was like, oh man, they got a new sound chip. Oh my God, I can't wait to see it. You know, and of course the writers back then, they were the same kind of, I mean, we call it clickbait on the internet now, but they would write these dramatic articles, right, about how great things are going to be because of this new chipset. It's going to blow your mind, you know, blah, blah, blah.
No doubt.
So yeah, that's exactly what happened with the with the Super Nintendo is I got into that.
Get the Funko.
Yep, get the Funko, right? And I, of course, during this time, I get my JRPG love in, Secret of Mana, of course, Chrono Trigger, you gotta
Chrono Trigger, that's it.
Yeah, Chrono Trigger
is one of
is
the
like
goats.
over with, right? Breath of Fire, Final Fantasy
Breath of
IV,
Fire.
right? All that kind of stuff. So I'm loving the Super Nintendo. Then I get to Funko Land, right?
Yeah, then what
and
happened?
I've been eyeing the Sega Genesis, this new 16-bit machine, because I never did experience the Master System at all, right? So I see the Sega Genesis, and of course, you know, Sonic, and it's starting to blow up, and I get to Funko Land, and of course, you start playing everything at Funko Land, right? Because you're working there, right? And this is back in the, I don't know what GameStops are, and I'm sure there's some GameStops that have really cool managers. Let me tell you about my Funko Land manager. Dude's name was Don. I still remember to this day. Dude's name was Don.
Shout out to Don.
Don had been a stockbroker, had a heart attack at age 35. So his doctor said, you got to get out. You got to get out. So what does he do? He comes and manages a Funko. Dude was one of the coolest guys you could ever ask for as boss. So when we closed up shop, that wasn't the end of the night.
Oh, y'all bust out the joints and start rocking.
Yes.
That's fire. That's fire.
And we had one of only 2 Neo Geos in the entire state of Minnesota.
Yeah, me too. I had one of only 2 from King. And the whole Bronx was one. It was his and the one that was at the Wiz at the store.
At the Wiz, shout out to the Wiz.
Yes. I know about this elite privileges.
The thing was so expensive, nobody was ever going to buy it.
It looked like dictionaries. Go ahead.
Yes, we had 5 games, so we closed down the shop, plug in the Neo Geo with sticks, and fire it up.
Games I was playing. I'm curious.
We had 8-man after.
You remember that?
Yeah, 8-man after.
Yeah.
What else did we have? We had a couple other ones that I can't. Baseball Stars. We had
Baseball Stars.
Baseball Stars.
Fire.
Yeah.
That had a real crowd. We were like, there's a crowd. There's people in there.
Yes, exactly. So we do that, but then of course we were playing the Genesis, right?
Let's go.
And man, when I first started playing the Genesis, when I first got to play Sonic, right, and see the speed on screen, right?
That's the process.
Oh man, there was nothing like it. I wound up turning in my Super Nintendo.
No, when you that's that moment back in the day though, when you know your joint is like inferior and you see the new and you look at your joint like, all right, what's got to go?
Yep.
What's got
you
to
go
go?
right in the house and said, okay, we got to get money together. Who's not producing?
You betray. Your loyalty is betrayed. When you see the new hotness, you betray all your old stuff. You be like, all right, I can get credit for this, and then I can get credit for this.
Right. And I had to do it, right? I had to do it. So I couldn't stand it anymore. And of course, the Genesis had been out longer than the Super NES at that time, but I just didn't have any real hands. I had a little bit of hands on because I had some buddies with it. Right? And we were playing, like Joe Montana Talk Football, that kind of stuff. Right? So I had my hands on, but I didn't have a lot of time sit down. But at Funkoland, you got
the experience.
Yeah, I kept playing this game. I kept playing these games over and over again. Then I saw like RPGs like Phantasy Star, Landstalker,
Fantasy Star 2,
Oasis,
with the isometric. Remember, Landstalker was fire.
Oh my
God!
Continue.
These
Completely
damn names,
underrated
Landstalker.
Landstalker was Sega's answer to Zelda.
Yeah.
Amazing game, underrated game.
Okay, I can understand that now. Like,
the Nintendo fans
say
is
some
mad.
random names. Like you say Landstalker, I'm thinking like you stalking land or something.
The NES fans is mad, Paul. Lord Metro heresy for trading it in. Donataku, worst decision, dumb decision.
I'm sorry.
So you just have more fun because you actually got a chance to play all the games on Sega.
Listen,
and it was just more fun.
And there's no doubt the sports games were playing better on Genesis. The sports games were playing better.
Tell me that superior ports. Superior ports.
And we haven't even gotten to Mortal Kombat.
Oh, let's get it. Finish. Let's console war. Let's console war. Let me take me back to my old school console war days.
Yes.
Nintendo was really for the single player experience.
In the corner by themselves.
Right, that was it. But we're seeing the same trend now. And then Sega was more about friends and fun.
Mm-hmm.
And mature. From the beginning, it was in their DNA from the Master System. Two player. They thought it was always around the two player. But go ahead, because you said sports would made your decision.
Sports and Mortal Kombat. But again, that was the side point. I loved Sonic at the time. I thought Sonic was freaking fantastic. I was having such a good time, and not that the Super Nintendo wasn't giving me fun, but again, back then
it wasn't that level of fun.
Yeah, and I had to make a decision.
Stop bleeding the witness.
I had to make a decision, right? So I made a decision. And it winds up to be that I get the Genesis, and I never look back again.
So you had no regrets.
No regrets. You ain't missed
nothing. You gave her up to the streets, and you was like, it's over. I called her again.
I never looked back. Never thought about sending a miss you letter.
Nothing. No head, big head, no DMs, nothing.
No. I have all the respect for Nintendo in the world and what they did to this industry. Never get rid of that. That's why I don't trash Nintendo, even though I have zero.
You say I still love her, but it was time for us to go.
It was time.
We grew apart.
So Genesis comes out. I'm all in on Sega, right? And then
she hot.
I'm still working at Funkoland when the Mortal Kombat launch date.
You put them side by side.
What was that? 1993, I think, when Mortal Kombat launched. So I'm
Mortal Monday.
Mortal Monday.
Monday. So I'm at Funkoland. So we get the boxes of games right beforehand. We're opening them up midnight. Blah, blah. We're at the store getting prepped. Right. People don't understand. Again, midnight launches are another thing that I'm so sad miss. It's so sad. And back then it was crazy. Right. And Mortal Kombat though was on another level. People had been absolutely drooling over this game in the arcades, and then it was announced it was coming to console, and then word came out Nintendo isn't gonna have the red blood.
They had to sweat. Finish him with sweat.
Listen, if there's been a time in my life when I was a fanboy, it was this moment. Because man, when parents were coming in to buy the kids maybe a Super NES, I'm like, you don't want this. Your kids are going to be upset. I'm like, it doesn't have the blood.
You don't want that?
I'm like, you don't want it. I'm like, you got to get a Genesis. I sold so many Genesis during the Mortal
Oh,
Kombat.
you was doing the Lord's work.
Bunch.
You was out here doing the Lord's work.
I was.
Jam together, giving them that superior product with the fatalities in the blood. I love it. Continue.
Gotta have it. Gotta have it. But that was one of my greatest memories of all time from there. Was Mortal Kombat launch, and then the after hours parties that we had. We had NHL 94. Oh man, I mean,
one of the greatest hockey games of all time.
Greatest hockey games of all
Genesis.
time. Eternal Champions.
Oh,
Forgotten
my goodness.
game. That did we love that game? We
Super
played
clunky.
Continue.
Yeah, we had hope for that. It just didn't know. It didn't.
But it was still fun, King. And then we had our
Yeah.
Neo Geo time, and we had all that. So that was a great time of my life. But that really is
Shout
when
out
I
to
left.
Don in the back.
Yeah, Don, man.
Shout out.
Don the manager. I'll
Wall
never
Street.
forget that.
Yeah,
Yeah, he was, but he was
Sure.
so cool because he'd give you advice. I'm 17, 18 years old. He's giving me advice. He's talking to me. I didn't listen to most of that, but you know what I'm saying. But he was just one of those cool managers. You couldn't ask for a better manager, man. Cared about you,
No
would always
doubt.
talk to you about stuff, and then had all this.
Give you
extra
slow
stuff that
back
we were
rubs.
no, he did not do that. Kid. It wasn't that type
It
of
wasn't
back
that
room.
type-
All right? No. He didn't have the black house and
Tom.
Yesterday, you need to play some of my Neo Geo.
No.
Time. It sounds like that episode of Different Strokes.
Yo.
No.
Hey, Mr. Don, what's in the
Time. Moving on.
I'm getting a little dizzy.
So, as
no
you
Bill
were going
Cosby
saying
action.
with
Let's
Sega.
go. All right.
Yes.
So that was it. I was Sega from here on out,
No
right?
doubt.
So now we get to the point where we start getting fun, right?
Yeah.
Now this is when things really start changing, right? Because we start getting into a change in technology, right? We go from cartridge to discs, right? We do all this kind of stuff. And I can't forget Sega CD was in there too, right? And I picked up the Sega CD. Love my Sega CD, of course. Sewer Shark, Sonic CD.
Yo, tell me it wasn't the biggest, most robust.
No, King, I waited. I did not get the
Oh, you ain't get the
stand
big
one.
boy.
No,
Oh,
because
okay, I
then
got
what
the
I
big
did
boy.
was I upgraded my Genesis. Remember the slim down
Yo,
Genesis?
right,
right.
Slim, and then
All
it slide by side. Yeah,
Oh, you
I
did the
would've
side
did
by
that.
side. Okay, you
Yep,
did the a la
yep,
carte.
I did that.
Not mine.
But
I had
Sewer
the whole
Shark, Sonic
hamburger
CD,
edition.
all that stuff was just so beyond anything we had seen, especially like the live action stuff. We look back at it now.
Oh, it was so corny. It was so good. Now we thought it was
Night
revolutionary. The full
Night
motion.
Trap.
Yeah, Night Trap. Come on.
You just want to see Dana play though. Just-
Exactly.
In
But we had a
situations.
chance to see stars associate themselves with
Oh,
our
yeah.
gaming.
Yeah.
This is like the first time we saw real actors from TVs and from movies
Yeah.
being associated with what we are playing.
Right.
So it felt next level. It felt like this is happening. This is the jump off point.
Right. This is the leap, right? This is gonna be it.
This is
We're
it.
playing like
Yeah.
reality games now, right? Oh my
Yep.
God, man, we didn't know what was coming.
So then from there.
So we go from there, and then you enter, like, of course, the 3DO, Atari Jaguar, Sega Saturn, PlayStation,
Oh yeah.
Nintendo 64.
Yeah, all that.
We get into that era. 3DO is like $1,000. I'm like,
You
yeah,
wasn't
no,
there? You went there?
I'm not doing it. No, I'm not doing the 3DO. I'm not doing it. I had a friend who had one, got to play a little bit of it, right? But I just was not feeling it, right?
feel
But one of my biggest mistakes, and really started making me, but it was a learning lesson, right? As long as you learn something, this is when I started protecting my pocket.
What you
On my
doing? When
wallet,
you jumped
right?
out the window?
32x.
No, I went and got the Jaguar.
Oh,
no!
You know me. You know me. Old school.
Your Atari love got you in trouble.
I believe.
Cybermorph?
Yes,
Where
Cybermorph.
did you learn how to fly? The worst
I believe
package
the-
ever.
That AVP was hot though.
That's what I'm going to say.
Wow.
Aliens versus Predator is
1 year
one of
for
the oldest.
AVP to show up.
Bro.
But that struggle to get to that
To
1
get
year.
that one.
Controllers look like a phone.
Iron Soldier.
Yes.
It was,
Which was
Iron
cool.
Soldier, Cybermorph,
Trevor McFur.
And then they had the Bruce Lee story.
Oh,
Yes, Bruce Lee.
Bruce Lee.
bro, that
Oh my
Atari
God. That was the
Jaguar.
most disastrous
Yes.
console.
Yes.
You knew it was
64
gonna
bits of
end
fraudulence.
terrible when you got it in the house and you opened the
that
package.
box.
You knew the cardboard on the box was weak.
Yep.
And then it came in egg carton.
Egg carton.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's when I said, "Oh no, y'all." Oh no,
We laughed. We had to laugh at someone when they brought it brand
Solo.
new. Yeah, Solo brought it. to
Shout
the
out to
crib,
Solo.
And we was like, "Oh, this is the 64, but it's supposed to be double to the 3D. Oh, it's the bits."
Yeah. Right.
And we saw that.
Yeah. No.
Wait, did it look like a toilet then, or
Yeah.
It looked like a bidet.
add-on?
It looked like a
Right,
bidet.
like a bidet.
Looked like a bidet.
The CD portion of
Yes.
it,
Right,
was a
right.
bidet.
Yeah. Yes.
It,
It,
was
looked
a
like it was on
whole
top.
toilet bowl that is slid in the back. Because I had it. It slid in the back, and then you open the lid. It was a toilet bowl.
Yes.
How,
I know.
So how was that experience, Paul?
It was exactly as we talk about it, right? You go through that time when you spend that amount of money. And again, I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm an
250
adult,
at
but I'm
most,
still
maybe?
young.
Yeah.
You spend that type of money on something, right? But then you go through that period of time where you can try to convince yourself that it's worth it, right? You're like, your buddies are going. I don't know.
The worst is when you showcase to the homies, and the homies got the face on your brand new purchase.
Are
and
you
you
sure?
like,
Are
Where
you
did
sure?
you learn how to drive? Regret.
That's the
I
worst
learned to
feeling
drive and
ever.
regret.
that's the worst feeling. Continue.
I did, so I went through that whole thing, kept trying to convince myself it was worth it. And then I did get a little bit of recovery
For what?
when Aliens versus
Predator.
Predator.
Yes,
came
sir.
out,
That was good.
Right. And then I brought, I got all my buddies back together again. I'm like, oh, no.
Check it out
We gotta
now.
Come over and check this out.
Check it out now.
Yeah. And then I got some, oh, wow. Oh, okay. This is,
what we talk about.
Played Aliens versus Predator forever, man. Nobody had seen stuff like that. It was awesome. It was amazing. And then after that,
That was very short lived.
yeah, that was very short lived, right? But then we got to move on because some better stuff came out at that time. But then, I was living with a girl at the time, one of my ex-girlfriends, and she wasn't a video game player, but she was very supportive of video game playing and all that kind of stuff. And she was a really cool girl back in the day, like sports and all that kind of stuff. So she was cool. We walked into a mall, and again, that's another whole thing. Malls, man, that was a whole different world too that people don't understand, right? So we walk into a mall back in the day. And walk into, of course, got to do my rounds, right? So we got to walk into EB Games.
Yeah, see what's going on.
So we walk into EB Games,
What you saw?
and I turned the corner, and in this back corner, like around the corner, one of the clerks is back there, and he's putting up signs, and I'm like, no.
What's
I'm like, no.
What's this?
Sega Saturn drops out of the blue. I had been reading about the Saturn. Of course, me being a Sega guy at this point, right? So I'm pumped. I'm reading everything I can on the Saturn. I'm like, oh my God, they're gonna blow the industry out of the water. Doing all this new stuff.
They did, Pong. They did.
Yeah, they did. They did.
blew it out the water.
The way that we wanted it.
So I walk in there, turn the corner, and I'm like, I tap the dude, and the dude's putting up all the stuff, and they're just basically, they haven't gotten anything up. And I'm like, did you guys get the Sega Saturn in? And he turns around, he looks at me, and he's like, yeah, I don't believe it either. Nobody had a clue. For anybody who does not know what happened at that time, Sega had internal turmoil. The Japanese, or the Eastern and the Western divisions were at odds. They were at war.
Who was in the heart of that?
Who was it at the time, King?
No, Mark Cerny was in the heart of that. But go ahead.
Okay,
sir.
yep, that's right. That's right.
Let's sit back and go ahead.
That's right. So there was a war going on internally. There was no communication between divisions. The actual development of the Sega Saturn was a mess up until the point. And some people didn't even think it was going to launch. Right. And then they just shipped them. Like, they literally just shipped them out. Stores got them and had no idea they were coming. Like, that was it.
Not all stores got them. That was the big problem.
That was the other thing, too. That was the other thing, too. They were limited, right, Soph? They didn't have enough.
A lot of stores got shafted when it came to getting any stock. There were specific deals with certain stores. I think it was it KB that didn't get any or something like that?
Yeah, something like that.
And they vowed to never carry it, and they never did it.
Right, exactly. So I walk into the store. I'm with my girlfriend. I look over at her, and I'm like, the Sega Saturn's out. I'm like, the Sega Saturn. I'm like, you understand Sega Saturn? She's yeah. So she looks at me and she's like, go ahead.
Yeah.
So I picked it up.
She had what she had.
I had to grab it. Like, the dude didn't even have them out yet. So he had to go in the back, grab the boxes, rip them open. I'm just going, oh my God, I'm getting like the first Sega Saturn.
Let's go.
Probably in Minnesota right now. Like, this is nuts. Like, I'm going to go home. Like, we still had shopping to do. And of course, I'm just itching at this point, right?
Yep.
But of course, launch games, Clockwork Knight.
Yes, sir.
Which was just
Phenomenal.
so cool, right?
Panzer Dragoon.
Panzer Dragoon, the legend, of course, which we didn't know at the time was going to be, but the minute you popped that in, you knew you had something different. And then, of course, Daytona USA.
Yeah, busted version.
Busted version,
as well as
but
the Virtua
still.
Fighter, but still.
Virtual Fun, but still, right? That was like arcade to home. I was like, okay, we're getting,
Close.
I
getting
played
there,
the
we're
Neo
getting
Geo,
there.
right? I played the Neo Geo, so I knew, but those were actual arcade boards. that they
Yes,
put in
right.
Right, so we were getting closer, right? So this was just a huge day, and I think I picked up Worldwide Soccer too.
Oh,
you remember that?
I mean, but that, I mean, the 98 version of that was one of those was amazing. Like 97 to 98 was like regarded as one of the
iteration.
best. Yeah, it was regarded as one of the best sports games, period.
Yes. And I so the Saturn is what it is, but I had a great time with the Saturn, right? The Saturn is the Saturn is underrated from the aspect that we got it depends what you liked, right?
Yeah. True.
It really does, but JRPG wise,
Yeah.
absolutely
JRPGs was
phenomenal. Shining Force 3,
Force
right?
3,
Oh
Panzer
my
Dragoon
God.
Saga,
Dragon
God.
Force, which was under the radar. Working Designs, by the way, the old publisher. Who put out a lot of these in
Shout
the
out
West.
to Commander Rodimus.
Shout out to them.
Fighters Mega Mix, he said.
Yep.
Yeah, oh my
Fighters
God,
Mega
Fighters
Mix.
Mega Mix.
Huge.
Last
huge.
Bronx.
Oh my God.
Bro.
Yeah.
And
Guardian
especially,
Heroes,
did you
Knights.
import games? Did you import
No,
games? Because
no, I
see,
did not.
that's
I knew
where it
nothing about
became
that life,
very
Saab.
special
Yeah.
if you imported games. Because Japan kind of thrived with the Saturn. It was here that it just
that didn't do,
Yeah, it was dead on arrival. You got your shoot 'em ups. Radiant Silver Gun came out on the Saturn, which was absolutely freaking phenomenal.
Ikaruga.
Yes, I was a shoot 'em up fan back then. It was amazing. But like Virtual Cop came out that you could only play in arcades, right? You got the light gun. Almost a direct arcade port. I mean, it was fantastic, right? Sega Bass Fishing, right? That kind of stuff showed up eventually too. So I had a great time with the Saturn, even though its lifespan wasn't as long as it should have been. And in the West, like Saab just said, it just didn't take off. It had too many issues. And again, another cell processor type moment, but on Sega's side, when they tried to go to the separated boards, right? The two boards that were, and tried to, and everybody told them, this is going to be a problem. They didn't listen. They didn't listen.
That wasn't it.
It was they couldn't afford to go elsewhere. I mean, again, you talk about the Strife.
3D. They were supposed to go 3D.
There were two SKUs that were internally that were being looked at. And they went with the one that was cheaper, which was the 2D/3D one, which they felt was still the way to go and do this interim thing. Even though they already had the 32X kind of doing that and failing, they didn't go all the way with it. And and then the PlayStation came out.
And that was the difference. The PlayStation went full 3D.
Yes.
And this thing was 2D/3D. And the problem was they were saying that the Saturn would be able to do 2D that the PlayStation couldn't do.
Right. Yeah.
And then the PlayStation came out and did capable
2D. Right.
2D.
Yeah. The Saturn's 2D was superior, but it was
superior.
Yeah.
But the problem of it is we were already going to 3D.
Yeah, the generation.
And PlayStation already had superior. Their 3D was superior.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So you saw a huge leap in the 3D area against the Saturn. And their 2D wasn't too far off from the Saturn, right?
Yeah.
So, and then Saturn needed help with a RAM card to even achieve higher levels of fidelity in 2D.
In
to
2D.
be far superior than Sony. Sony didn't need any add-ons. Sony had better marketing. Sony started doing things in the background like we know them now. to do the things that they did.
in the background. Well, I mean, it's true. Sony bought certain developers just to shutter them so that the Saturn wouldn't have devs. Like they did that.
This doesn't sound organic.
Not organic at all.
No, but we memory hold that history, right? So we just go
I like that
beyond
the OGs is petty. They know the OGs know what happened. It's so funny I said that.
It's funny. You know what it is? It all that stuff. It's just an evolution of how it happens and the scale to which it happens, right?
We were there.
But it's the business model has always been the same.
I love it. It makes me laugh when you hear all this purity talk about the right way of doing things. And I'm like, we were there, fam. Like that. It wasn't no purity. It wasn't no kumbaya.
It was doggy dog.
We getting you out of there. And if it means blocking you on certain things, he gonna block you off certain things. That's how it was.
You are going to be a disruptor if you are going to change an industry.
Exactly. You have to be.
Period.
You got to get
You're not going to
dirt.
come in and get clean.
That's why I don't even get
and
mad.
I commend them for that. I commend them
I don't
back
get
then.
mad.
No, I don't.
They did what was necessary back then.
I don't because remember, and I did this on purpose. I stated in the beginning there was open competition with consoles at the beginning, from Atari to Coleco to Intellivision to Amiga to Commodore 64. It was get in where you fit in and make the best games that you can, and let's see what happens.
May the best one win.
Sony came in with an agenda to kill Nintendo and Sega.
Yeah, because they were
Sega
pissed
was the
off.
most
They were
dysfunctional,
pissed off at Nintendo too. Nintendo right on them.
and they were able to help facilitate the demise of the beloved Sega at the hands of Pong Soul. So what I'm saying is, Pong Soul just got his Saturn. He just got off the debacle of Atari Jaguar, and he's got his Saturn because it's a surprise launch. He's surprised. He's happy. They were going to go do something. He got his Saturn. He got his games. Tell me, sir, how did you feel when the bricks started coming and the Dreamcast came out?
Oh my God! Well, obviously PlayStation came next for sure, right?
Okay, let's go.
PlayStation did come next. Again, I've tried to own most. I've tried to own most systems at one time or another, right? So, PlayStation blew me away from the 3D aspects, right? Again, another mall story. Walked into the mall, and right across from Aladdin's Castle, which was a big arcade. At the time, Aladdin's Castle was huge. Next to Circus. And Aladdin's Castle, I was headed there. And all of a sudden, the rotunda right out front of Aladdin's Castle had been taken over by Sony. And it was PlayStations everywhere set up, right? And again, I was like, what is, because I had been reading, I knew PlayStation was coming, obviously, but I was like, what is this? I'm like, they've got playables here? I'm like, oh, okay, all right. So I forgot about the arcade, pop over to one of the stations, and the first game that I get to play is Battle Arena.
I knew you.
Oh God!
Over.
It was over.
I was like, you got to be kidding me. I'm like, you got to be kidding me.
I left Solve so quick. I left Sega.
I was like, Virtua Fighter's a deeper game. I don't know, but then I saw it. And I was like, I get it.
Bro, when I saw that PlayStation to Shinden, bro.
So
remember Rock? The dude, he had the guy with the big mallet or whatever his name was. That joke was crazy.
And the dancer girl.
Yes.
Aurora Revolution.
Yes.
That was amazing. Oh my God. And then Ridge Racer, of course. And Ridge Racer, and I'm like,
that was it for me. Ridge Racer was.
Yeah,
Ridge Racer. Ridge Racer was really like that killer app.
They were driving with no wheels.
Yo, I remember when you take
Tekken 1.
Yeah, remember the trick when you in Ridge Racer you take the CD out, put your music CD in.
Yeah,
you drive to your music.
Yep.
So Ridge Racer and Tekken, it was. I became the biggest Namco fanboys at that point. Continue.
Yep. So PlayStation was next, and I kept my Saturn. I enjoyed way too many games on it, but then PlayStation really started hitting, right? PlayStation, I mean, again, you get your Gran Turismo, right?
PS1 was my favorite.
Yeah, you get your Metal Gear, right? Metal Gear Solid. You get the JRPG. You get like Vagrant Story. You get Suikoden, right? Shout out to Chris Jones.
Shout out to Chris. He know. He OG.
He knows. Medal of Honor showed up, right? Blowing my mind. The first Resident Evil, for God's sakes, I still have the big
Resident
Evil
version was so transformative for them.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Did you get Battle Arena to Shinden on your Saturn?
No.
With the no shadows.
I
didn't even know they had a version.
No textures on the polygon.
That's when I found out how far the PlayStation was
Yeah, in
superior
3D. Yeah, in 3D.
In the
compared
3D
to
realm. compared to Saturn.
Did you go to Dreamcast?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's next.
It's coming up next.
That's next.
Mhm.
That's next. Absolutely, sir. Siphon Filter.
Oh,
Tenchu.
yes.
You know,
Tenchu.
Tenchu.
Let's
Oh,
talk about
Tenchu.
stealth
Tenchu.
before Metal Gear.
Correct. And living that fantasy of being a ninja, like it was just so unbelievable, right?
Oh.
We got to move on
PlayStation
because we're
was
losing Attic, though. We
Yeah.
got to get Attic back.
Attic was lost at Atari.
We lost. We got to get him back. He's
We're getting closer to
We're getting
Attic,
closer.
so
We
we're
almost
closer.
have-
When
He's
we said
muted, but
punch
we've-
out, Attic, you muted. When you said punch out, Attic was like, bye.
Tension is the first thing you guys have said that I even remotely know what you're talking about.
We're getting closer.
We got
See,
to
Attic
speed up. We
coming.
got to speed up a little bit because we
Yeah,
got
we
to
gotta speed up a little bit. Okay,
Yeah,
so
we got some show to
Dreamcast.
do too.
Yeah, we do.
We
We
got
got a lot of show to do.
We got a lot
I
of
knew
show
this
to
was
do.
going to be.
I'm happy we haven't done one of these
We
in a
haven't done
long
one in a long time,
time.
so I know, but I gotta respect Attic now because he like, man, if they don't do this 7 years ago, American civilization talk,
We're always a wee lad.
we don't get this. The OGs don't get this a lot. We reminisce.
No, listen,
got
people
a-
are going to go
yeah.
back and watch this later in 20
It's like I
years.
said, I
and
got
be
a hard
oh,
stop.
He got a hard stop
Before.
at 4. He got a hard stop at 4.
Okay, all right. So, all right, Dreamcast.
Yes, let's go.
Dreamcast changed everything. Dreamcast was it. I was there at midnight launch for Dreamcast. Picked up that system, brought it home. We played for 36 hours straight
Best.
on that Dreamcast.
One of the best launch lineups in gaming.
One of the best launch lineups of all time. Ready to rumble. We could not stop playing Ready to Rumble. It was insane. We had such a great time. The VMUs, the four-player plug-in setup controllers, like all of that. And we, of course, had dial-up internet back then, so we plugged it in, right? Dreamcast changed everything. Dreamcast by far changed everything for me when it came to gaming. First time I ever went online, we got NFL 2K, we got NBA 2K, changed the sports scene completely. I've never seen anything like it.
Quake 3. Oh.
Quake 3, all
Soul
of that.
Calibur.
Power Stone to this day is one of my favorite brawlers out there ever, right? So you just had game after game after game, and unfortunately, it still wasn't enough, right? It still wasn't enough for Sega.
No.
Again, losing out on the Madden license. Which
That was tough. Yeah.
it's a crazy story, but just at that time we had a bachelor pad. I was living in a bachelor pad.
Okay.
Right, we had a fourplex. Huey, the building manager, was like 85, literally years old, had no hearing, like the perfect dude. We had the other three. We all became friends. We had some friends move in. We had all friends, so it became the party place, right? And so we had video game parties. But the Dreamcast was the center of a lot of that, right? A lot of that.
Sound like a lot of felonious behavior.
Oh, a lot of felonious behavior. You don't even know, kid.
I
Yes,
know.
I do know,
Yeah,
sir.
he know.
Yes,
No,
I
he
do
know.
sir.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
I know.
Yeah,
He
the debauchery was real.
Yes, the debauchery is real. Continue. Let's continue.
Yeah, so it was Dreamcast again just changed everything for me. Playing online for the first time again, the experience you will never. Awful experience, but it didn't matter. It was magic.
Yes.
It was magic.
You
at
knew
that
that was
time.
another person you were playing.
Yes,
versus
I'm
the
playing
AI
with
CPU.
somebody in New York right now on
Factual.
NFL 2K, right?
Factual.
That's like crazy. But the battles between friends with the 4-player controllers and having NBA and NFL, legendary stuff. Like literally, just so much laughter, so much anger, so much everything, right?
Yes.
Dreamcast will always carry a special place in my heart.
No doubt,
and I absolutely love that. The VMUs changed
Changed
how
the game.
I thought about
How you played football because you was able to pick your plays,
Yep.
right?
No
there.
cheating.
Yep.
No cheating.
no cheating, none of it.
Yes.
So then, after that, I'll speed it up here. PS2, obviously, PS2
course.
came out. Had to get the PS2.
The
right?
GOAT.
Of course.
Yeah, I had to. There was no way. Funny, quick story about that is one of the dudes who lived above us. One of them became a manager at a KB Toys. So for the PS2, midnight launch, I didn't have to go wait in the midnight launch.
Nice.
I talked to him and he's like, yeah, he's like, as long as when I get off, I can come down and we can play.
Nice.
He goes, yeah. He goes, just come to the back door, knock.
Oh, you had to
take your
connect.
money.
You had to
Oh
connect.
yeah. So
Bro,
I
that system was
drove
hard
up.
to get.
Hard to get.
Hard to get along.
You
Drove
said
up,
go to the back door.
Yeah,
He was
back
like,
door. Yep.
Facts.
That's what it was. Came home, played PlayStation 2, and obviously the rest is history. PlayStation 2.
the box.
Again, one of the greatest best lineups ever in the history. We'll never have a catalog like that again of games.
Tremendous lineup.
Just absolutely phenomenal. So the PS2 was it. And then,
One system left.
from there, no GameCube. No GameCube.
Okay.
Nope. I stayed on my non-Nintendo.
Yep. You're just done off the game.
And no Xbox. I did not buy an Xbox.
Okay.
I did not.
Okay.
My best friend at the time, his brother bought an Xbox. He would always bring it over. I actually borrowed it. I traded him my Dreamcast for like a month, and I kept the Xbox when Morrowind came out. Right. So that was my opening love of
Bethesda. Was there from the beginning, huh?
Yes.
Organically.
Yes. Organically. Yes. As Todd Howard will tell you.
Messy.
They didn't know anything about
Bring them back home.
No.
First,
so Morrowind.
I'm messy. I'm sorry.
No. So Morrowind, of course, we did have LAN parties with Halo. I just never fell in love with Halo for whatever reason. I thought it was a great. I was like, no, I know. This is crazy to a lot of people, but just never did. Never did. I had a lot of fun with it. We had a lot of great times with it. But for me, it just never caught on like everybody else. So
I feel the same way about God of War 2018.
There you go.
Fair.
That too. No, I played it. It was hard.
Everybody like it. That's whatever.
So then, so from there we get into obviously the Xbox 360 era. And I again at this time I learned my lessons from the past. So every time we get into a new generation, I'm judging each system for who's going to give me the best value and who do I know out the gate is not going to screw me over.
Right.
So from that started this generation, right? So 360 generation, I was watching all the talk. I was, we had forums at the time, right? We had a little bit of internet going. We had some information. Heard about the cell processor, and people don't remember the cell processor was going to change the world. It was going to be in your toaster. It was going to be in. It was going to be in your car. This thing was going to be everywhere, right? And I started hearing the rumblings from the devs that they were having a hard time. So I went with Xbox out the gate. 360 was talking everything I wanted to hear. Not to mention, as soon as Sony dropped that price point and said, got very, very high and mighty. Let's just put it that way with that price point. I was like, nope, 360 is it. And of course, that changed. Some of the greatest franchises in history came out of the 360 generation. Got married at the time. My son at the time was young. That's his first system that he started playing on. That's when we bonded, just like I did with my dad.
Family.
Exactly. Again, and I was one of those parents. I knew my kid.
What was your first red ring of death, though?
Very early. I wound up with how many? I wound up with 2 or 3. I can't remember. I think I wound up.
I never got one.
That's so crazy.
I wound up with 2. I think out of that, which was disappointing. But that was GameStop. People remember GameStop actually started exchanging them before Microsoft agreed to start taking them back. Like that was a big battle.
They were stacked in the back of that place.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Huge. And I remember going on forums, going on Microsoft and going to their customer service and complaining like everybody else was like, this is a widespread problem. I'm not alone. It's nothing I did here. Okay. Absolutely. That was a huge battle, but yeah, the bonding time with my son, teaching him how to play Battlefield and that kind of stuff. RTSs and all that kind of stuff. I got him Lord of the Rings. He was into Lord of the Rings at the time. That was a special time. And then you throw in Mass Effect, BioShock, Gears of War. It's just, it's so great, man. I mean, it's just such a changer when you think about what we got during that time frame. So the 360 came first, and then towards the end of the generation, I did pick up a PS3.
No doubt.
And got to experience Last of Us, which is one of my goats all time. Number 1. Number 2 doesn't exist for me at all. There's only one. There's only one.
Not a fan.
Piss kick off now. You got to get kicked off.
I know. That's fine. I know where King comes from. I just, again, that's a whole nother thing. But
wait, hold on. You played it though.
Last of Us 1 is
Did
great.
you play Last of Us 2?
Last of Us 2 had a lot of things going on.
Yeah.
Pong, but you played it though, or you refused to play it?
I refuse to play it.
Oh,
really?
Because he knows.
I've watched people play through it.
Wow.
I know the whole thing. I refuse to play it. So it just doesn't exist. So it's just me.
Okay.
They did Joel dirty, and I'm not going to ever.
He not with that.
I love how they did Joe.
I love Joel.
I think
he
Joel
deserved
had
it.
it coming.
I
think the perspective on what people see is
Yeah.
for every action, there's a reaction. For every cause, there's an effect. So you could be righteous in your stance here,
consequences
but you can be
for what
treacherous
we
in somebody
do.
else's view here. So treachery will be handed back.
Rewarded.
It was a beautiful scene. It was a beautiful digital scene.
Well,
I
it just doesn't exist for me, so it's great, King. You're seeing something I never will experience.
Shout out to Paris Lily in the chat. Play it for $70.
Yo, I can't pass up never playing Abby. Pause.
Oh man.
Wow, pause.
Love Abby. I love Abby.
Yeah.
Greatest scenes in video game history.
Yo, that's messy.
Don't do that to the boy. But anyway, so like you were saying, so you had that PS3.
So PS3,
Yeah.
I had the PS3, so I, got around to playing the Uncharted's and all that kind of stuff as well. And then we moved to PS4, Xbox One.
Obviously.
Again, I got to make my decision.
Right.
Right? And I told you, I learned my lesson. Donnie D came out speaking nonsense. He came out talking nothing I wanted to hear about. Right? None of it. None of it. You got to have a Connect. You got to have a Connect.
Yeah.
You got to do all this.
You don't like online? We got a system for you.
No, you don't want the camera in your box. You don't want the FTC looking at you.
Nope, I don't want any of it. Donnie D is not speaking my language. So
Oh man. So
So you went over to
we have a console
PS4
for you.
That's how you trade games. You was out.
like many people, I went right to PS4. My kid got a PS4 because of it. So that was PS4. That was the start of the generation. And I did not, and again, PS4 at the start of the generation was killing it. They didn't have a whole lot of games.
They had no games.
They had no games. But what they did have were good, right? But I wasn't, again, it wasn't about that because, again, I still had my old system. So I was still playing 360. I was still doing that kind of stuff. I wasn't trading everything in at that time. But I made PS4 my main console out the gate. And then, a lot of great memories again through all that, right? There was a lot.
Yeah, we are
so many.
A ton of indies in the beginning. It was delicious.
Yeah, it was delicious. But then Xbox. I know what King's doing. We just work. Then we come back and finally Xbox starts talking my language, right? Phil comes in. They start up this Game Pass thing, and start talking, much more about games and about what they're going to do, right? And start seeing a couple acquisitions, obviously.
Who did that?
And who did that? That was Phil. Maximus, really.
Oh man, you can feed into it.
Who brought you back in the fold?
Dominus, Maximus, Aurelius Spencer. So he started talking, and I actually went out, and my wife's oldest was moving out at the time, and he didn't want his Xbox anymore, and he had the Xbox One VCR. So I was like, I'll buy it off you. So I bought it. And I got to catch up on all the stuff I missed out of Xbox One generation, right? And when I got back into the Xbox ecosystem at that point, it felt like coming back home again. Like it just
felt comfortable, felt warm in your chest.
Yeah. What they were doing, when a bunch of my saves showed up, from the Xbox 360.
Xbox was playing Welcome Back.
Yeah, exactly.
It was like an episode of Cheers. You open the door, and it was like, no.
Everybody knows your
pretty
name.
much.
Oh my god.
So
Atticus dying in this segment.
When everyone knows your name.
I got you next week, Alec. I'm sorry. We needed this for the culture.
Oh, we needed it for the culture. I'm skipping a lot here too. But anyways,
Yeah.
I'll continue forward. So I came back into the ecosystem. I still had my PS4. And again, what the PS4 gave was great.
Phenomenal.
But again,
it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't the overall experience I wanted, because when they went to the third-person narrative games, I got to tell you guys that there's certain ones that hit, but there's certain ones that don't hit. God of War didn't hit for me. I like the Jaffe.
Oh, you like the you and King are the same.
That's why I love you.
Yeah, I like that.
You and King are the same, yeah.
Yes, I like that, right? God of War is a great. I know why people love it. I'm not stupid, and again, I'm not that guy that just goes, "Well, I hate it, so it's terrible."
Right.
I'm not that guy. Even with Last of Us 2, I understand why people enjoy it. The quality is obvious. I'm not going to sit here and try any of that.
Crazy.
Right, absolutely. And so God of War didn't hit for me. Spider-Man, again, not being a Marvel guy, I played it. No, I was like, this is a cool game, but I don't need the game, right?
Okay.
Right.
Uncharted was
agree
probably
with
the
you on
last
that.
series that I really loved.
Addict woke up with that one because I was
Yeah, I know. I'm
People
sad.
sit there trying to make sure like that game's like, oh, it's the greatest game ever made.
Yeah.
It's okay.
And this is just personal opinion. It's all subjective, right?
It's all-
just
we don't
me.
got our
It's
personal
just
No,
me,
my
right?
opinion is fact.
Oh my! Moving on, Addict.
I love it. I love it. The only one I am sad that I missed was Ghost of Tsushima because I did sell
That
my
was a good game.
PS4. Yeah, and I want to go back and play that at some point.
It's available.
That's the only one that really bums me out. But the rest of it, again, I felt more in line with Xbox once they started speaking my language and Game Pass. Again, as the type of gamer I am, and I'm not rich.
Break it
And
down.
again, the pandy destroyed my financial situation. You know, the same as a lot of people's, and I haven't recovered. Right, so
Nope.
I'm really a budget gamer now. Right, I'm really a budget gamer, and Game Pass just sold it because it's not for. It doesn't have to be for everybody, but
Right.
for me, the way I play games now, it is simply the best value. I've never experienced anything like this. Like I never would have dreamt as a kid that I'd ever have a full blockbuster store in my, on my
point.
console just filled with video games. Like
Good point.
never thought that, right? But
good
for
point.
me, it works out great. So when that's, and that kind of leads into how I hopped in the community and stuff.
Yeah,
but
that's what we want to
you know,
transition. Yep.
yeah, that's what we'll transition there
transition now.
because because that's when we started hearing about. I was fully back in on Xbox, still playing PS4 from time to time. Obviously, there's still JRPGs and stuff I miss on there, and there's a lot there. But I had to make a decision coming into this gen, right? Coming into this gen, right? And so I started doing research, and that's how I found this community was through that at the time, trying to figure out which way I was going to go this round, not knowing whether or not I was going to be able to get both, right? So that's what happened. So here we are. If we want to transition,
let's transition right into podcasting and getting into the community. So like, how did that, was it just something you was just looking for the information? Now it's like, okay, I'm going to go to podcast. I need to make an informed decision. And then like, is that the natural transition to then you saying, okay, you know what, watching these people, maybe I need to dip my toe in, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So around 2019 is when I popped in. Now I popped in underneath my old Twitter, which I have nuked. That was I had been on Twitter since
Was
like
that
the
a
first
spicy
year it
Twitter,
started.
sir? Was that a very spicy call?
It was a involved in more real life stuff,
Oh, okay,
politics,
gotcha.
religion,
Okay.
that kind of stuff.
So spicy Twitter. Okay.
Spicy, kind of
Spicy
spicy.
Twitter. Spicy Twitter. I got you, I got you.
Yeah, I just found myself actually really becoming negative in a lot of ways, and I protect my energy at this point in my life.
Respect.
I'm too old,
respect
and
that.
I found it affecting me, right? So I was looking for something, and I was like, well, I need to know about the new systems coming out, so I got to find some people that know what they're doing. And I wasn't a podcast guy. I wasn't a listener of podcasts. My oldest son is 22 now, and my wife's oldest is 25, and the youngest is 17. So I've been through that whole realm, and I used to look at them. I'm like, why are you watching people play games? Why are you watching people talk about stuff? I'm like,
I'm like, this is corny. I'm like, who do this?
Who does this?
Same
Right? I'm
thing.
like,
I
what
said
is
if it
going
wasn't for
on?
Addict, I wouldn't even be here.
right. That's the way I was.
I was like, this. Okay.
So I decided to blow up my Twitter, destroyed my Twitter account, and create a new one, right? And I had to come up with something, and I popped into this community, right? And then I started seeing podcasts, and of course, at that point, I found like RDX. I found
shout out to Dealer, shout out to RDX.
Yeah, shout out to Dealer. I found you guys over at ILP. Again, you wouldn't know I was in here, but I was there.
Can I get a preview of the old tag name that you was creeping in?
No.
You gonna give me the old tag? I want to know because I remember all the names.
Right.
Nah, it was going through by the feds.
Okay. So here you go. We can talk offline, Paul. We'll talk about it offline. We'll talk about statute of limitations.
But I was lurking. I was lurking a
Using the
lot
cut.
too at the time. So
Salute,
I was
salute.
just trying to figure out, and I was hearing all this information. And then, from there, really what happened was the pandy. Pandy started. Our business, where I work, it's a financial sector. It deals with small businesses, truck drivers, a lot of that stuff, which were the hardest hit in a lot of ways. Yeah. So that all came collapsing. I was lucky enough to be able to keep working during that time because I'm a manager. So I was lucky enough to be able to still, go to the office or work from home at the time. But I had a ton of free time. There wasn't a whole lot going on. So I found myself like, okay, nobody's gonna be talking, so like let's hop into some of these podcasts, right? And so that's what I did. And I started hearing all this stuff, and I still had no intention of like joining the community that way, right, at all. But the more I listened, and I really it was daily. Like I started listening to Wandering Dutch during
shout
the
to Dutch,
afternoon.
yeah. Shout to
Right, I
Dutch.
get all the Euro guys during the afternoon, and I get all the Western guys at night. Right? That's how it worked. So I was constantly listening at work. I'd listen to music, but then I turn on podcasts, and so I started getting into it. Then when I created my new kind of persona and hopped back in, that's when I started chatting. Right, and I started chatting and really getting involved. And I started meeting people like Assassin Lupa. Shout out to her, bless her. Hopefully, we don't know anything about her yet, but hopefully she's hopefully they're good. Psychonauts.
Yes.
All these people that now have become my friends. I started meeting these people in the chats, and it was consistent, right? Because if you're in there all the time, you start seeing the same people
names,
over you, right? So I started hanging out, started talking, blah blah blah. And then it was funny enough. I was watching Retro Renegades one night. Shout out to Graphic God Jago, and all those guys over there. They do a different show. It's just a group of buddies getting together, talking a bunch of nonsense. And I was listening to the show, and I was involved in the chat. And finally, Jay hit me up in the DMs and said, "You should come on. I like your opinions." I'm like, I'm not doing podcasting. I'm not doing that. I have zero interest in doing podcasting. I am not going to do that. And he hit me up, and then I started thinking about it, and I was like, well, nobody else is at the office with me. Technically speaking, I could bring my Surface Pro in. I could bring my Astro. I could bring my Astro A50s in. We could make this work, right? So I'm like, well, maybe I'll do it. It'll be for fun. Not got nothing better to do. So I did it, and it was my first show. I did Retro Renegades. Had a blast.
Salute the Graphic God, salute Jay and the boys.
Yeah, I had a blast. And from there, I still didn't have an inkling to do this at all. Like I was like, oh, that's cool. Maybe I'll do it again, but I mean, whatever. So eventually started getting to know 3-Bit. Shout out to 3-Bit.
3-Bit, yeah.
He was doing a show at the time. He doesn't, do shows like that. He had his own channel and stuff, but he's so busy now with development work. So shout out to him. But I started hanging out with him, and he, I started hanging out in his chat. I found Mav streaming. Shout out to Mav. Like I was in Mav streams when he was, had like 3, 4, 5 people in his streams, and I would start chatting with him a little bit, and it kind of snowballed from there. 3-Bit told PTK had put out PTK Blam.
Shout out to Blam. Shout out to Blam. Yeah, good brother.
Yeah. Shout out to Shop Podcast, because he had put out a tweet saying, "Hey, who should I have come on?" Well, 3-Bit threw my name in the hat, and I was like, "Oh, 3-Bit." I'm like, he's like, he hit me up in the DMs. He's like, "No, I love your opinions when you're in my chat. I think you should go on." Blah blah blah. I'm like, "Nah, I don't know about this." Well, PTK hit me up and said, "Hey, you want to come on the shop?" I'm like, "What?"
Shop's a good podcast.
Sure. I'm like, all right, we'll go on the Shop Podcast. And went on the Shop Podcast and had such a phenomenal first show over there.
Shout out to Fuzzy. Shout out to all of them over there.
Yeah. It was so natural, right? It was like we just connected. It was just like easy, even though this was my second time ever doing like a real podcast. I was like, oh my God. So we did that. PTK hit me up right after the show. Said, "Hey, my wife was listening to the show. Thinks you'd be a great addition. Would you ever consider doing full time, doing podcasting full time?" And I was like, man, I don't know about all that. That's commitment. I'm like, I did have a great time. So I said, sure, let's do it. Right. No doubt. So PTK, makes his final decision, says, "Yep, you're joining." Okay, cool. No doubt. All of a sudden, the announcement goes out. I got Mav. Mav hits me up. And he's like,
free agent.
Here we go. I had guested on Xbox Ultimate like once before or whatever else, and did a little something with those guys over there with the family. Mav hits me up. He's like, "Oh man, I just saw the post from PTK. Caitlin and I were just talking.
Oh, you trying to join Xbox? Blam beat him to the punch. Okay.
He's like, we were going to invite you full time to Xbox Ultimate. Blah blah blah." I'm like, well, Xbox Ultimate's Friday nights, right? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, we're on lockdown. I'm like, we got nothing going on. Okay. I said, the wife's not going to be upset. What are we going to do, right? Her youngest was
I see the legend of Pong's guesting a Princess.
Yeah,
where it starts.
So I'm like, let's do it. I'm like, let's do it. So I joined Xbox Ultimate. Then, I don't know, a couple weeks later, at some point at that, Dan the Man Cunningham. Shout out to Dan the Man. He's in your chat too. Salute. Dan the Man Cunningham puts me up. Boom asks who he should have on his show. So then Dan the Man throws my name out there for Boom Show. So then I go on Boom Show. Shout out to Boom. Right? Shout out to Boom. One of the greatest.
Always giving people a shot.
Always giving people a shot, right? So I went on his Thursday, because he had a Thursday Xbox Factor at the time. So I went on his Thursday show. in the afternoon because I could work from home anytime at that time, anytime I wanted to. So I just worked from home and just get paid to podcast. That's cool. So I did. Yeah, exactly. So what they don't know, don't hurt them. So I just I went on there and,
until now.
Yeah, nobody at work knows.
Yeah, no, that's about that.
So I did Boom show. And had a phenomenal time, and from there, Boom invited me on a couple of his other shows. You know how Boom
got the shows.
Boom's got the shows. So,
I was on. You was on Factor.
Yeah,
you hit Factor. Or you made the rounds. You did prime time.
I made the rounds.
You did breakfast.
Prime time. Yeah, breakfast.
Okay, cool.
Right?
You did the rounds. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Shout out to Boom. I love you,
breakfast.
brother.
Yeah.
Double give it.
So we did that, and eventually Boom said, "Hey, you're basically doing this like all the time. You want to join Xbox Factory?" And I was like, "Yeah, I got nothing better to do. Fine.
Got that slot."
So did that and joined Boom's crew. And then obviously from there, during this time period, right? During this time period, I was playing with Mav and the crew over at Fun Speculation because they used to do a lot of Halo nights after Xbox Ultimate.
Shout out to Spec.
They used to have crazy nights over there on Halo. This guy started coming around named Steel Rain.
Let's go.
Steel Rain started coming around.
Young buck, very opinionated.
Yes,
very passionate.
Very opinionated. High energy dude like myself. And we, again, it's funny because you're playing in a big group of people on Halo, right? But there's certain voices that just stand out sometimes above the others, right? And Steel and I just kept going back and forth. We joke with each other, whatever else. He had a great sense of humor, really knowledgeable about the industry, even though he wasn't doing a show at the time or whatever else. And he started doing all this. Well, I'm gaining experience podcasting. I'm really enjoying myself. But I'm like, man, I'd really like something of my own, right? You get that feeling. I'd like something.
Split screen over.
Yeah. I like something of my own. But I'm like, I'm not going to do it by myself, right? I'm like, I'm not ready to do that. Like, that's tough. That's
at it,
tough.
you host it.
Yeah, I'm like, no way. So I started thinking about the people, and obviously everybody I knew already had either one show or two shows, and I'm like, I want to get somebody fresh. I want to get somebody new. And like instantly, I was at work. I still remember I was at work, and I was actually at the office, and Steele's name popped in my head out of the blue. Just Steele popped in my head. And I didn't hesitate. Like I'm a firm believer is that sometimes you're pointed the right way. So I went right to the Twitter DMs and I hit Steele up.
Facts.
I hit him up and I said, Steele, I said, hey man, I said, what did you think about doing a show? And he's like, are you serious? And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, well, I used to podcast with my brother. He's like, I've got the PC, I got the hookup, I know how to do it. He's like, I've been thinking about getting back into doing it. My brother's really busy, can't do it with him. He's like, why'd you think of me? I'm like, man, I said, just every time we're in Xbox Live together, we're having a good time.
ILP
man.
right
I'm like,
there. Yep.
Yeah.
Xbox
And I'm like, your
Live
energy,
I'm
like, your energy level is there with me. I said, which is great. We got this great dynamic. I said, and you're part of a younger generation. You come from a different perspective. I said, your background, your history, everything is different than mine. And I'm like, so you come from an opposite side of me. But I said, we do agree on a lot, but I said, you still have a different way of looking and thinking about things. And I said, that's a great thing to have on a podcast.
Absolutely.
And I said, so yeah, from there, went through the whole, hey, what are we going to name this? Like we went through that whole process, came up with graphics and Steele, again, had done it previously. So he knew how to do a lot of it, which thankfully, because again, I was not, let me explain
I'm the same way. I'm not ready. I know nothing. I know what an OBS. I know nothing. And I was like, Addict, do that. I don't do. You got to educate me. I don't know. I still
don't even have a PC. Okay, I'm rocking out my Surface Pro. Right, that's what I'm doing. My Surface Pro 4 with the bulging battery right now, and I'm trying to figure out.
Don't worry, you're gonna keep going. That's gonna upgrade too. He'll get you. Still will get you there.
Right. So I'm just thankful. I'm like, it just seems like everything lines up into place.
Yes.
Right for this to happen because Steele's like, no, I got you. We can do this. Not a problem. You really want to do this? I'm like, yeah. He's like, okay, if we're gonna do this, we're going to commit. It's going to be what time slot are we going to do? Saturday mornings worked out perfectly for both of us. At the time, there was nobody else there. We knew that we were talkers. We did not know what this was going to turn into.
Yeah, I see.
But we knew we were talkers.
Range.
Yeah. So we knew it was a perfect time slot. So we set it all up and we did our first show together, and it felt. Sure, it wasn't as comfortable as it is now, but even just the little bit I knew of him, and we talked back and forth. We had gotten on the phone together and had kind of, done that whole thing as well. But that first show went just so well. Like it was crazy,
Yeah,
right?
you
So
start to
that
build
was how
that.
Living Split Screen
That's what's up.
started. Yeah, and then later, Mav hit me up again as I'm doing Xbox Ultimate, and Mav says, "Hey, I'm thinking about doing another show, 2-man show like you and Steel."
Jesus,
Like,
Bob.
yeah, oh yeah, and he's like, so I'm like, and he's like, but I know you're packed. He's like, do you think you can get another one in? And he's like, you're my first, you're my first choice to do this 2-man show. He's like, and I'm like, when? He's like, Thursday nights. I'm like, because now work's picking up again.
Right.
Work's picking up. I'm like, oh my God, this is gonna be. I got an hour drive into work,
Right.
so it's an hour one way. So I'm like figuring out time frame. I'm like, it's like 2-man show. He's like, just you and me. We're gonna do it. We'll have
PM
guests
and
for
a PM.
time. Yeah, and he's like, and I want you to host.
Oh,
He's like, I'm gonna give you the captainship.
there we go.
I'm like, all right, let's do it. I'm like, let's do it. So that's how PM and the PM was
Salute,
born.
salute.
Was Matt hit me up. So that's kind of my history into the community. And again, I never turned down invites. I have to nowadays because of work schedule. But back when the pandemic was in full swing, we were live. I was like, anybody who wanted me, I was going.
Yeah, I know.
That's how-
Listen, I had a run, but your run was crazy. Your run was crazy. I've never seen anything like it.
was for the streets.
But he's
Oh,
outside.
was.
He's outside now,
Yeah,
brother.
yeah.
Salute.
Podcasting whore, man. It was crazy. It was crazy.
Salute
out
to
here.
you, brother. Like,
So,
just
yeah.
again, the journey, tremendous. You know, you're extremely loved in the culture, always positive energy.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? And you know, being an OG kind of the game, you know, seeing you motivated and quote unquote, let's be honest, like a young man sport, right? For us to be in here and have that energy, you know, it's really tremendous and it's awesome to see. And just hearing about your intro was crazy, man. You know, we could continue to talk.
Oh, yeah.
And I just for the sake of time, I
Absolutely.
have to move on a little bit because I don't want
Yes,
to.
no.
This is just
I get
gems,
it.
and we will have you back. There's no doubt. But yeah, I just wanted to, you know, we got to ask that question though.
Oh God.
We got to ask that question. There's that thing that we do for all the guests that we have to ask that question.
Oh,
And you
it's
done
not
named
fair.
a lot of consoles. You done laid a lot of games.
Yeah.
But we need that top 5 video games
Oh,
and
good
franchises
God.
of all time.
Listen, I do obviously knew this was coming, right? So, but on any given day, besides the top 3, it can switch out, right?
Okay.
So, all right, so here we go.
Let's go.
Number 1, Elder Scrolls. Absolutely.
Mm.
Done and over with. Bethesda, Todd Howard.
Mm.
They make the type of game that I want to play forever.
You've been
Okay,
playing
period.
since
hands
Morrowind.
down.
Mm-mm.
Yep. Starts
Okay.
with Morrowind. I gotta say,
Let's go.
BioShock. The whole entire franchise. Okay. Obviously, you know I'm excited for Judas. Ken Levine is back.
I already know you hyped for
Oh
Judas.
boy, the
Let's
genius
Yeah.
is back. But BioShock 1 is, if you had to pick a game that's the closest thing to a 10 out of 10, BioShock 1 is it.
go.
Okay. Absolutely. And I love the trilogy. I even like Infinite, which a lot of people have questions about. I like all 3.
No doubt.
Mass Effect. You know it's coming. The whole entire
Come on,
trilogy.
come on. You already know.
Again,
You already
it's
know.
sci-fi. It's
Size
sci-fi.
space.
It's the greatest sci-fi RPG we've ever had.
Never
And-
seen
Which one?
Oh, here we go.
Oh,
He just
everybody already knows number 1.
Yeah, he's
Oh,
a
okay.
soft guy.
I'm the nostalgia
He's a
guy.
nostalgia
I'm the nostalgia guy. I will always, when it comes to that question, 90% of the time I will fall back to the original. That started it all.
Respect.
Yep.
Respect.
If there's no
even-
one,
even
there's
if-
no 2.
Yeah,
Here you
even
go.
with the
Here you go.
mechanics and all that.
No. I'm just trying to figure out
Oh, you
why,
trying to figure
Last
out.
of Us 2,
Oh, I got you. No doubt. So we got to thank the BioShock. Okay.
Yeah, BioShock. And then see, this is where it gets really dicey from here because I got so much history. Like I could throw in a minute. Knights of the Old Republic. 1 and 2.
Ooh,
Let's
go
go.
to.
Yeah,
I know you
'cause,
can't wait for that new one on a PlayStation Blocked Off edition.
Stop. I'm not happy about that, King. I'm not happy.
Yeah, me neither.
I know. But Knights of the Old Republic.
FTC need to know.
Yeah, Star Wars. It's the best version of Star Wars representation I know. For the video game, both of them. I love both of them to death. So KOTOR is up there. 5th spot. Who am I going to give it to today?
Who are you gonna give it to
I could get real weird, or I could get. Let's go because
Let's go.
sometimes it's about what have you done for me lately.
Okay.
And so I'm going to bring something newer that people are going to disagree
Oh.
wholeheartedly with me.
Oh.
100%.
we
Like this
doing?
is controversial
What we doing?
to a lot of people, but Cyberpunk 2077.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
That
You
DLC
might
look
be the only
crazy.
person to ever say that.
Cyberpunk
and
makes
it-
the list. This is the first.
But Cyberpunk, and like I said, on any given day, Last of Us can show up in there. I mean,
Okay.
there's a million other games. But Cyberpunk 2077, 280 hours in one playthrough.
We got the work.
This is a world I got lost into.
The receipts.
You know, again, I had the series console, didn't have the bugs that everybody else did.
He was exempt.
Yeah. He wasn't
Didn't have the
playing
bugs.
and
I
held
played,
back.
I played it from day one without the patch all the way through.
Wow.
I'm talking about emotional impact from a
A
story.
lot of the
standpoint.
issues that
Yeah.
it came from was the last gen versions. Like that's where
Yes,
a lot of
yes.
the issues came from.
And the hate train rolled from there, and a lot of it. And again, I'm so glad that Edge Runners brought it back. And a lot of people are discovering it again now,
Yes.
right? And they had a lot of work to do. I gave CD Projekt Red the smoke.
No doubt.
I let them know that what they did was wrong. That last generation version should never have been out. Period. Point blank. It was wrong for them to hide
But
it.
Pong, they need to make money.
Yes, but they need to make money. I know, King. I know. Sacrifice, right?
No, listen, if they can't afford the series or the PlayStation 5, I mean, who to them?
Right. Who to them? Who to them? So, but yeah, when I completed that game, and again, you already know, Cog, I play games differently than a lot of people. I stayed away from. I got through maybe a quarter of the main missions, and then did all the side stuff.
Nice.
And that 280 hours is driving, listening to music in photo mode. I mean, I just
fire.
love the world that they created. And it
Tremendous
got
world.
better and better. So then I hit the main missions. Like the majority of the main missions were saved till the last thing I did. Talk about impactful. I fell in love with characters that I never thought I was going to like in that game. The chain, again, CD Projekt Red's mastery of character development and story arcs shine through in that game.
Oh,
And
yeah.
again, from a ending of the game, and again, I don't beat very many games. If I say I beat a game, it's got to be something special, unless it's a short game or some co-op game that I beat with like Steel or Fun.
Yeah.
So for me to sit down 280 hours, finish out this game, and then one of those games where you just sit back and I just let the controller and I just let the credits run
Right.
and the music
You
play.
already
And I
know.
was like,
That's
blown.
one of
I
them
was like,
ones.
blown.
That's one of
So,
them ones
yep.
for you. I
Yep,
got
for
you.
me.
No
Yep.
doubt. Tremendous 5 and final question. Favorite console of all time and why?
Easy. Dreamcast. Period. Point blank. End of story. Done and over with. Changed. Pushed the industry forward despite its short lifespan. It changed so much about what I thought of as a console with the internet, the online play, all that. And yes, I know the PS2 eventually did it. I get all that. But I'm just saying the Dreamcast from the jump, from the time I plugged that thing in and turned it on, it was a different experience than anything else I was having anywhere else at the time. And it has some of my favorite games on there of all time. Code Veronica is my favorite Resident Evil.
Yes.
I Code Veronica is my favorite Resident Evil. Yes, even over Resident Evil 4. Code Veronica is still to this day
Veronica's
is one of my
fire.
favorites. So there's just memories like that I have of the Dreamcast that I will never forget, and I still have my original Dreamcast now. So
Lord, brother. Lord Pong, brother. Tremendous history. Tremendous journey. Brother, we could talk all day. You know how this goes. And they're here to see your ascension and see, you know, you go through the community and you have these opinions, and it's based on, again, being there, seeing this industry develop, seeing this industry change. And it's great to see, man. I'm glad we got the chance to talk. Hopefully you're still hanging out for a bit. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
You go, okay,
I
you
got
go
all
to
the time in the
marathon.
world.
Yeah, I know you built for I don't even should have
is
asked
normal.
you. I knew you
This
was
is
built for
normal.
it. But I was like, I just got to always put it out there for anyone, you know.
yes,
no doubt.
we're good.
Yeah,
We're good.
no doubt. So we're going to get into it because I know the chat's like, God, will they get to the topic, please?
I
I'm
know.
tired of this.
Who is this stupid
Yeah,
gamer
I
you
gotta
brought on,
respect.
this
I gotta
new
respect
guy?
Attic. At least get him in for one topic because I know he got a hard stop. Saul, super chats.
I
gotta
literally got to wrap it
All
up.
right, it's cool.
Yeah.
Saul, let's get the super chats.
Real quick. Okay, cool. We don't have too many.
I'm gonna keep myself in the chat so I can record it for stuff I need to do.
All right, no problem, brother.
All right, see you guys.
All right, no problem.
All right,
Later,
peace,
Attic.
We got Psycho Gamer, $5. But chat, I feel like Microsoft gets an L for having. Oh no, we got that already. Okay, Highlander. Highlander 001, $10 super chat. My dad brought home Pong and Space Invaders for Christmas for me and my brother. He got them from the local bar right before it went up in flames. Oh my god!
Wow.
This was
Nice.
back in '86 or 77. We still have them. Wow! That's
Somebody
that's
owed
crazy.
money and a fire broke out.
Yeah.
But what they owed
a
happened
mysterious
to leave.
fire broke out.
That's strange, sir.
Then we got Dial-Up Chronicles, $5 super chat. E.T. was voiced by an old chick who smoked 2 packs a day. Yes.
Wow.
Elliot.
Wow.
Out of control.
Then we got C.W.U, $5 super chat. Shout out to my Reformed Orthodox Rabbi Bill Clinton for winning Game of the Year. Maybe next time, Elden Ring and God of War Ragnarok # stopped the cat. Yeah, that was a moment. Then we got CJ Mike 1024, new member. Put the crest in the chat for CJ Mike. Thank you, sir. And we got Drive By Joe, $2 super chat. Let me find out King was the rich friend. Yes.
He was.
I wish.
Yeah.
I wish I would
100%.
have been playing those imports.
I had every console, every iteration of every console.
So
Sal, how many more we got? Let's go do a quick battle.
we got a couple more.
All right,
Just
cool.
Necromancer Zale, $2 super chat. I miss Shining Force. Yes, so do I.
Yeah.
Drunken Ninja, member for 2 years, $5 super chat. Nah, Phil got to get his lawyers to use the demise of Sega as evidence against Sony for the FTC case.
You're going to see a lot of dirt come out.
Then we got Flame, member for 2 years, $5 super chat. Greetings, my brothers. Thanks for having me on Thursday. It was truly an honor to cringe with you all. And surprise, surprise, Pong is here. Hi, Pong.
Shout out to Flame. What's up, brother?
And I think we are good. We're caught up. I think we're caught up. Yeah, we're good.
All right.
Oh, the cog walk away for a moment.
Ran to go grab his food, I guess. I thought it would be longer. Surprise.
Yeah, I was quick.
Yeah, I was like, this surprising silence going on. What's going on?
No, I told you. I asked you. I was like, do we got a lot or we had a little bit? So anyway, it's all
We
good.
just had like 3. We're good.
No doubt. Last week, poll results at the end of People Have Spoken with the recent Todd Howard interview discussing his passion for Fallout 3, different tone of Fallout 4, and upcoming Fallout TV series. How would you handle the continuation of the Fallout series in the current Xbox Series X and S generation? The winner of our 4-way ILP poll with 55% of the vote was announced a new Fallout game developed by Bethesda, Obsidian, and In Exile Group. Coming in at second with 21% of the vote was make a detailed remake of the entire Fallout collection on the Series X and Series S. In third place, 18% of the vote do a quick remaster of the Fallout collection on Series X and Series S. And in last place with only 4% of the vote was the Messy Lords. I don't care. We're not going to act like Fallout 76 don't already exist on the platform group. Shout out to everybody who wrote in the votes. You already know. Lord Saab, what you think, man? People want them to make a Fallout game with maybe a combined effort with Obsidian, Exile, and Bethesda.
That would be amazing, right? That's like bringing together Devastator or Voltron or something like that to make that happen. I mean, yeah, if they can, again, they're all in-house. They're all talking to one another. They're going to make something happen, right? I think we do see a Vegas 2. I think we absolutely see Obsidian and In Exile working on Fallout at some point. So I think that's going to happen. How it's going to happen, I don't know. I'm a fan, though, of remaking Fallout 1 and 2. In this style.
In this style. That would be crazy.
Yeah, that would be absolutely awesome because nobody's playing those games anymore. It's they're hard to go back to if you don't come from that era. So
factual. No doubt. So we're going to get into these topics right now. And Sav, you're up. I can set you up. If you got it, you got it.
I mean, I'll try. I'll start
I got the
it.
official
And
press
you can
release
just.
whenever
Oh,
you're
I
ready.
have it in front of me.
Oh, you got the press
you want me
release
to?
too?
Yeah, right. So, okay. So on Thursday, mere hours before the Game Awards, the FTC announced that they plan to sue to block Microsoft's acquisition of Activision Blizzard King Incorporated. And I quote, the agency alleges that the maker of Xbox would gain control of top video game franchises, enabling it to harm competition in high-performance gaming consoles and subscription services by denying or degrading rivals' access to its popular content, end quote.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's just part of the press release. You want
I got-
more of the press release?
No, I
How do
give
you
you a
want
couple
to do
more
it?
bars because I think it's important. Yeah, so obviously they allege that from acquiring they seek to block it, Microsoft from acquiring leading video game developer Activision Blizzard, blockbuster game franchises like Call of Duty, blah blah blah. All right, in a complaint issued today, FTC pointed out that to Microsoft's record of acquiring and using valuable gaming content to suppress competition from rival consoles, including its acquisition acquisition of ZeniMax, parent company of Bethesda, Microsoft decided to make several of Bethesda's titles, including Starfield and Redfall, Microsoft exclusives, despite assurances it had given to the EU antitrust authorities that it had no incentive to withhold games from rival consoles. And they continue on to say that Microsoft has already shown that it can and will withhold content from its gaming rivals. Today, we seek to stop Microsoft from gaining control over a leading independent game studio and using it to harm competition in multiple dynamic and fast-growing gaming markets. Another point they said is the Series S and the Series X are one of only two types of high-performance video game consoles. They're the only consoles out there, it seems. Activision, they talk about them being a developer, obviously, the franchises. And they said, but that, as far as Diablo, World of Warcraft, Overwatch, blah, blah, blah. They said, but that could change if the deal is allowed to proceed. With control over Activision's blockbuster franchise, Microsoft would have both the means and motive to harm competition by manipulating Activision's pricing, degrading Activision's game quality or play experience on rival consoles and services, and changing the terms and timing of access to Activision's content, or withholding content from competitors entirely, resulting in harm to consumers.
That sounds like an assumption, Cog.
It does.
Yeah.
We'll get into it. But one last thing, this was just the funny part for me. This is the last bar that I'm gonna give it to you.
Is this the note at the end?
When they snitched out who said what? They go, well, I'm gonna get to the note part, but they said the commission's vote issued the complaint was 3-1, with Commissioner Christine S. Wilson voting no. Why they put out there like that?
That's right. We need to know who. We need transparency. We need to know who's paid off and who's acting up. So now that we know who's at Christine, we coming for you.
So, you wanted to talk about the note, or we good? We good?
Yeah. Okay. So the note. This is important to note.
Go ahead.
At the and I quote: "Note: The Commission issues an administrative complaint when it has reason to believe that the law has been or is being violated, and it appears to the Commission that a proceeding is in the public interest. The issuance of the administrative complaint marks the beginning of a proceeding in which the allegations will be tried in a formal hearing before an administrative judge." So, this complaint is alleging that there is a strong indication that laws have been broken and even attempting to buy Activision Blizzard.
Yeah. Shout out to Cord. I got to read this one. He said, Cord Wayner, guilty under the suspicion that you'll eventually break the law.
that you'll eventually break the law after that
That's
10-year
actually a good ball.
assurance.
Minority Report stuff.
This is good ball. Look, so let's get to it. This broke the internet. This was all over the place. I know Pong, you've been making the rounds. I see a couple of colleges. We got to talk about it, man. Like, this broke, and we heard our decision was imminent. So what do you think, man? Now that this came out, what you think about their reasoning? Are you with it? Are you against it? And what's your thought process here? So I know you had a lot to say.
Oh boy. All right, I'm gonna try to keep it down a little bit just for the ILP here. Listen.
Let's go.
This is a joke. This is an absolute joke. This is a joke of a complaint. It's actually even worse than what I thought it was going to be. This is a circus at this point. Lena Khan and the rest of the cronies over at the FTC, except for the one, obviously are doing a lot of political grandstanding. There's a lot of agenda involved. They are literally trying to rewrite the laws without going through the legislative process as is proper. They are trying to increase the power of the FTC without anybody's okay. And that's what this motivation is. They want to send a message to big tech, and they've decided that, of course, Microsoft, being who they are, is going to be an easy target to do so, except for they're going to ignore the written laws of the land. And to me, that is a huge, obvious problem. And again, what they've done here, with what they've said in this complaint, and shout out to Hogue for doing all the breakdown. Hogue is doing the Lord's work right now. So
Hogue is eating right now.
Oh, he is as he should be, because the man explains things so well. I'm a common gamer, old dude who's just been around for a long time. That's all I am. But just going step by step, paragraph by paragraph through this complaint, there's a reason here why they are doing it in-house and did not take this to the federal level. There's a reason why they want one of their own judges to look at this complaint, and they don't want somebody more neutral to be looking at this complaint because it doesn't hold water. It doesn't. It's hypocritical. The fact that they are trying their best to say that Nintendo does not count in this industry says it all. Says it all. Okay. And for anybody who doesn't understand why they're doing this, this isn't just some willy-nilly thing that they decided to do. If they can get Nintendo excused from this industry as a non-player amongst the big boys, then what that does is it makes the market. You can play with the numbers to say that Microsoft would have a much bigger piece of the pie than they actually do if it's just the two. Correct. So this is all cold. It's all calculated. They decided to read the EU notes and read into their own definition so they could make it seem something nefarious was going on with Microsoft and ZeniMax. They have done their best, Lena Khan and the rest of them, to obviously create a villain in Microsoft and Xbox out of thin air. And that's about how much worth I put in to this complaint. Because again, if this gets seen by anybody, and in fact, Hogue even made the point, the complaint is so obvious and so bad that the internal judge may even side with Microsoft and Xbox here. So I think that this, again, goes back to political agenda. It's motivated by Lena's own personal want to obviously increase her standing for future positions. And she has decided that she is going to win or lose, go down with the ship. Now, I would be surprised at the end of the day if we see concessions that are, big enough that are going to sway her to avoid this. But also keep in mind there is a Supreme Court case being heard right now, which could give an opening to Microsoft if the Supreme Court rules. What's happening is it's supposed to be ruled on by summer. A company is suing the FTC for this exact process, a smaller company who's been wrapped up in this process with the FTC. They've been wrapped up for 2 years now over a decision. And obviously that's not how this is supposed to work. That's not how it's written. It's supposed to work. It's supposed to be a timely manner, and they're not getting their due process time wise. And so they've got it all the way up to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court's supposed to rule. If the Supreme Court favors the company against the FTC, that would open give Microsoft an opening to sue the FTC outright, which could speed up things.
Now, do you think, two follow-up questions, do you think that, because now the ball's in Microsoft court, right? We saw the statements from Brad Smith saying that, we tried for peace.
Give peace a chance.
But now that we're going to fight this, so we know there's money on the table based on the fact that it got blocked. So one, do you think that they're going to fight? And then two, what are your thought process on the basis of the argument? Because the argument they're trying to say is that Microsoft wasn't truthful about the ZeniMax. That's what they're kind of the core of it, is why they're saying they're suing. Like, Microsoft wasn't forthcoming to them as far as Redfall and Starfield, and because we can't trust them, almost like a nefarious thing, that they would do harmful things with Call of Duty and all the Activision Blizzard, IPs.
First of all, I think that this deal is too important for Microsoft's future with Xbox and where they're going 10, 15, 20 years down the road, that I think this one they will fight for this one.
So you think they will?
I think they're going to go all the way with this one. I think it's too important. Now, could they have plan B, plan C? Absolutely they could. I'm sure they already do, just in case. But I think this one is too important. They see the big picture with everything that they're getting from this one deal will solidify all the stuff that they see in the crystal ball down the road happening. This will be that one deal that can really, really make things clear down the road. And I think that that's why they're going to fight this one out. It's too big. It's too important. As far as the other point of, whether or not the FTC here is creating something out of nothing, I think they are at this point. I think that Microsoft's actions to this point should speak louder. Again, going outside of the norm of this industry to offer 10-year deals to everybody for Call of Duty says it all. And again, they can twist and turn and try to, EU has already come out and said, even if that was implied during their process, ZeniMax games weren't big enough to change the landscape in this industry. This industry is huge.
Right.
This idea, again, this complaint, they tried to actually say that the only people that can make AAA games
It's called Activision.
are Activision, EU,
The distinction
or
of
EA
AAA,
and
yeah.
Ubisoft. Yeah, the distinction of AAA, which is ridiculous. They're trying their hardest to make this industry so much smaller than it is.
Right.
So no, I don't. I think their actions should speak louder. I think that what they've shown they're going to do is keep Call of Duty everywhere because it's too big, it's too important, it makes too much money, and again, we're not just talking about consoles here, folks, anymore. We're talking about mobile and we're talking about PC, both of which are impacted by how many people can play. They want to get into this mobile market. That's where the next big war is with Apple and Google. That's what they're gearing up for here, right? They're going to use Call of Duty Mobile as one of the big boys to shoehorn their way in, right? Yeah, absolutely. So I think that at the end of the day, the FTC trying to twist their words and say they lied or they misled the EU, if you want to take that road, is completely. All you have to do is go back and watch the interviews. All you have to do is go back and watch the roundtable. You see it all. They said exactly what they were going to do. The stuff that was going to stay on there was the legacy titles that already have an audience. They did not commit any which way to the rest of the titles. And obviously, if you're going to start dictating to businesses when they spend $7 billion or $70 billion,
Buy the building.
You're going to buy the building. You start dictating what they can do with that brand new IP. Now you're controlling business. This is why I hate big government. This is why I hate all this stuff. The nanny state. Again, they're trying to get in the way of the growth of this industry. This industry is still in a dynamic growth phase. You know, Strauss Zelnick himself came out in an interview and said they've got 20 more years of projected growth before they even see a cap at some point. Right. You can't come in and control that. And I think that they're doing their best for their own reasons. And I think that's going to show whether they have to go all the way and before their internal judge and then an appeal process or whatever, whatever it takes, eventually it's going to come out that that's exactly what this was, that this was an agenda-based complaint and nothing more. It has no substance.
I hear you. Lord Solve, man. I'm just going right back to you, bro. This one broke the internet, man. So, you know, it was all over the place. FTC with the stop that. Microsoft harming gamers. Competition. We got to break this up.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts, sir?
So I was super surprised when it happened. A, because it happened so fast, and B, because earlier in the week we had gotten a report coming out of one of the most reputable.
Oh, the New York Post. Put your hands together for the New York Post, acting like they know what's going on.
One of the most reputable outlets ever. But what was interesting about it was an indication that one of Lena Khan's Democratic Commission members
switched
sides, therefore causing sort of a tie, a little bit of a stalemate in terms of voting on this action. So that turned out not to happen for whatever reason. I'm interested to see where that information came from and what happened internally, that if that was true, what happened internally to change that. But nonetheless, they voted 3-1 to move forward with the complaint. And I'm gonna be honest with you, it just feels like it feels like politics at hand. Like obviously, Lena Khan's position at the FTC is a presidential appointed position, and part of her appointment was part of kind of the deal under it is that that she be stronger on trust busting, right? And she has to show a strong hand when it comes to that. So when you're looking at this deal, this Microsoft ABK deal, what you see if you're in the know is that there's a lot of hypocrisy in the statements that are made, because a lot of the things that they're claiming to want to protect the industry from are actions and that PlayStation themselves undertakes on a daily basis. So it is very much hypocritical. At the end of the day, though, Microsoft is considerably bigger than Sony.
In fairness, Call of Duty is massive.
It is massive. I would like to see receipts on where they misled the European Commission on specifics about the Bethesda games. I would love to see.
The EU actually jumped out and said they defended Microsoft on this.
Because where are those receipts, right?
Yeah, they said that's not true. They actually went at the FTC about that part.
Right. So that really, again, so when you look at the entirety of this complaint, it feels like it's a fight that Lena Khan feels that she has to undertake in order to feign strength, right? And kind of signpost to big business, big tech, that, hey, we're going to be watching you when we do this. Do I think she believes it's a losing matter? Yes. I do, but I feel that it's one of those things where I have to do this for my, like Pong said, for my standing in all of this, right? Not to look weak, because I think it looks weak in her eyes if she from the beginning says, you know what, it's not as bad as it made it seem. Let's go with concessions, and then we'll move forward with it after I had already stated.
So it's a big allegation. You implying political grandstanding for gaming? Or are you implying that there is ulterior motives that actually protect the consumers?
This is one big filibuster is what it is. It is holding up the inevitable in order to feign strength and, to be honest, to put out a message to big tech, big business, hey, we're watching you.
Right.
We're watching you, and regardless of what the end outcome is, we're going to scrutinize you at every step of the way. And that's fine. That makes a whole lot of sense.
Based on legality, based on the law, is it
This
illegal?
is the part where there is nothing to my layman eyes that has happened that falls under the umbrella of illegality.
So you imply that these things been happening before in gaming, and that the scale may be different. But I'm sorry, let me not put words in your mouth.
Right. That might be.
That would be. I don't want to do that.
But it's just one of those. Microsoft is too big. Pause. And they've been sort of through this process before, and they are one of the companies that's going to have a bullseye on them when they try to do this. But the fact of the matter, I agree with Pong. I think this is a fight they continue to have, and wherever it takes them, whether it takes them to the federal level, or where they get shut down at the administrative level with the administrative judge, which is essentially a judge within their organization, right? The administrative judge. So you would think they're supposed to be objective, but hey, you never know.
Home field advantage.
This is an attack. If this doesn't go through, this is an attack on Game Pass. The entire way Microsoft is doing, Xbox is doing business in terms of Game Pass and what they want to do with that. This is an attack on that. And Microsoft understands the importance of this deal, because like I've been saying for a while, when you have a subscription service that is that big, most of the time you want to own the vast majority of things you have in that service. You don't want to be paying these licensing fees and all these fees to have games exclusively on your console forever. You want to do it to start bringing people in, but the goal is to have however many development studios in-house that they have already, and however many more. The constant goal for them is going to be to keep acquiring and getting larger, so that the vast majority of stuff in Game Pass belongs to them. Right? You're going to have your third party and your small indie thing here and there, but ultimately Game Pass evolves into a thing that is largely Microsoft and Xbox owned properties. Right. So this is huge for them. They're going to take this fight and go as far with it as, in my opinion, as far with it as they need to go. But ultimately, I think it's baseless. I think the arguments are stupid. It don't make any sense to anybody who knows anything about the industry. As a layman looking at it, I'm like, this is a lie. This is not true. None of this is true. So
I got one more question for you before I pass it to Kid.
Yes, please.
I want to ask you, what did you feel about the CMA's response to it? I don't know if you caught that, in reference to they're kind of agreeing. Like
I didn't, so please tell me.
Statements in that, and then Activision's, president say, hey, they're deferring to competitors as opposed to consumers. Like, basically, it felt like the CMA, the Activision, and the EU were all in defense of Microsoft, despite the FTC block.
This is the thing. Yeah. Okay, so like you mentioned with the CMA before, with the specifics about the Bethesda deal, that feels completely untrue. Like, that would mean that Microsoft went in and knowingly said something that wasn't true, knowing it would be documented, A, and B, at some point brought back up.
Right.
They wouldn't do that. No, who would do that? Who would out and out lie knowing you were going to do something different and it was going to be brought up again? Again, at that point, maybe they had no idea they were going to be in the running to purchase Activision Blizzard. I don't think anybody did. But
I think that seems to be the discrepancy here. It seems to be
Right.
that both that they're using this statement that may not be an outright lie by them, but it feels like they can twist the verbiage to suit this particular point that they're trying to strengthen as to why.
I think as part of the actual complaint and the document, it looks good, right?
Right.
But at the end of the day, receipts.
Oh yeah.
You know, if I'm Microsoft's lawyers, I'm like, point to a specific place where this was said. Point to a specific document where this is documented that we indicated that we would not take these games away from anyone.
What I remember, if we recall, it was all service games we would not strip off of PlayStation. So Elder Scrolls Online, legacy titles
the definition
would
of
remain
legacy.
on
Remember
the platforms they exist, and then it was said any new future, new IP. First they said case by case basis,
basis, and then no, it would be where Game
Pass exists. That was the key statement, if I remember. You know what I'm saying?
But at no point in time did they ever state, no, these games aren't going anywhere. They ever state that. Right. And like Pong said, the moment you're going to try to tell people what to do with the thing you've already allowed them to purchase, right? So you didn't bring this up back then when they purchased them. You purchased it. Oh no, you shouldn't have done that.
Interesting.
It feels baseless. Except for to prove a point and for Lena Khan not to look weak and the FTC not to look weak. And she sees it as an opportunity to show that they're working and doing something, even if it's a losing battle, which I think it
866 of y'all in here. Hit the like button. Wipe your feet. We having fun. We talking.
Got bars.
This is what y'all waited for. Y'all wanted the Lord to talk about this, so hit the like button. Y'all in here. I see y'all.
I was talking about the proof in the pudding stuff. Look at next year. Fallout 4 is getting a current gen patch. Who else is getting that patch? PlayStation is for free.
Yeah.
So you imply
they're following up.
You should charge them $10.
You should charge them $10. King, absolutely, because they're willing to pay for it. Right? So they should
make them pay more.
pay more. But the real quick, the other thing, real quick. The other thing that popped in my head that I forgot.
Go for it.
All what Saab said is absolutely 100% correct. The craziest thing and the most telling about all of this is that if they wanted a win out of this, if the FTC wanted, and the EU, CMA, all wanted a win out of this, besides the concessions about Call of Duty, let's set that aside. Microsoft is opening the door for unionization within the tech things,
thank you for saying
which has been a problem. This tech industry has been so resistant. And all they had to do was get that, which they already started. The CWA already came out and was backing Microsoft because they got a deal. They could have come out of this whole thing and said, look, we're breaking open the tech industry for unionization, which is the most important thing, because all we ever talk about is the workers and how important the workers are.
The actual workers and the people and the conditions that actually affects, and the jobs and the conditions that will affect, that are actually in favor of deal, that a certain group is not actually protected.
Correct, sir.
And the people that are in favor that they have better conditions and potentially unionization, which Microsoft doesn't seem to be interested in blocking. That seems that's interesting. Okay.
Sets the example for the rest of all the big tech.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I got in trouble for saying moral. I know. I shout out to Duke. I did get in trouble for saying moral, and it's just disingenuous. It's a better word I should use. And I just get very sensitive when it comes to developers and proper treatment and things like that. And I'm glad you mentioned that, Pong, because I think that's being lost in all of this. There is a company that is going through with documented insane conditions, harassment. You know, we talked about crunch. We're hearing things about Diablo recently. You know what I'm saying? We're hearing things about stuff in the past, rooms. You know what I'm saying? All types of very vicious conditions where there's a certain group, not even a group, there's majority of them, they had to change their leadership over there, right? Where they're like, we need change. This cannot go on as the status quo. And I'm glad you brought that, because that's the part that I think everyone's missing here, right? There is a moral aspect of it, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? Then there's the political aspect, whatever. But I'll get my balls off when it's my time. Get sorry, then King. I got
my last two points, which are very interesting.
Yes.
So first, as this is an injunction to try to block the acquisition, until it's ruled upon, the acquisition can continue.
Yes.
So technically, the acquisition could go through and then has to be reneged if they vote against it, right?
Correct.
Now, if they take this to court and it is ruled in Microsoft's favor that none of these statements are true and everything, now they're free to proceed without a single concession.
Well, I was going to say that for King.
You're running your mouth so much. I
was going to give that for King. I had him.
I will let King elaborate.
Good King elaborate. That's what I was going to. I want to present that scenario because I was dying to hear what King got to say. If that scenario comes to pass,
the floor is yours, sir.
The floor is yours, King.
Well,
stop him to my love.
We've listened to my illustrious panel members give the outline, and Amir Khan.
That's not Amir Khan. Not the fighter, King.
We know how Amir Khan ends up after every fight.
We know how that chin is.
You chinny, son. You chinny, son. And all it takes is Microsoft lawyers to tap that chin one time and you fold like a deck of cards. It always looks like you're in the lead. It always looks like you got fast hands. It always looks like you're connecting and you're winning, and boom, you're sleeping. The FTC, it was what y'all, this is what I take it as, right? You seen a kid getting picked on. You see them getting picked on by the CMA. And you was like, and you was like, yeah, I'm gonna go down there. I'm gonna pick on them too. I'm gonna pile on. You tried to pile on. So while they was kicking, while the CMA was kicking Microsoft, you threw a kick or a punch too. And Microsoft turned and looked at you and said, "I know you didn't just swing on me," because they had the CMA where they wanted them. You understand? They were dealing with them. They were fine with them. The EU, they was fine with them too. They're gonna work them. It's gonna happen, very easy. But here you go. You ain't have a good track record in your last fight history. You kind of spotty. You was once a feared dude, but Khan, shit ain't looking good nowadays. Now I know these lawyers is gonna eat you up. So what you're doing is, you're giving regurgitated nonsense. You heard Jim snitching and Jim telling you, well, when they got ZeniMax, what they had did, right? Well, what had happened was they got this Starfield, and it's supposed to be the most expensive, world greatest thing ever, and we not getting it. And then they have another thing called Redfall, and then that was being made. We not getting that either. So they lock that the
FTC is parroting someone?
Yes. They don't know what Redfall and Starfield is. So for you to even, we don't know what Redfall and Starfield is. So for you to even sit there and try to say they're locking off this content, Sony actively.
I gotta break protocol. Lucius Augustus agrees that the FTC just lost 6 of their past fights. It's like they always say, yo, Lucius, you filed for that. Stop instigating. I had to break protocol, but that was hilarious. Continue.
The FTC is following Jim's lead. People was paid well. Cash is being paid well all over the place. So sometimes, you get hired to do a job and you run out there and just didn't know who you was really messing with. Like you really thought you had a win. You really thought this was going to be an easy snatch because they gave you fake information. All that stuff is going to stay over there. All that legacy stuff is going to stay over there. New stuff that we're making is going to be exclusive to our ecosystem on a game-to-game basis. So what they mean is, if we can gouge you, we'll throw it over there. But if we feel that this is for our community, we're going to lead us over here. So you don't get Starfield. This is the highest level of begging that I've ever seen in my life. You went and got the principal because he didn't allow you to play with his crayons. You're not playing with his crayons. He told you could play with certain amount of crayons. You ain't playing with the black and the red. That's it. You're not getting those. So you are upset. Right now, Sony is upset. And I've never seen an industry try to come together and block things. But I listen to Sovereign, right?
Yeah.
And Sovereign always has this little window into my third eye. This little, he's the dude with the key.
Yeah, it's all in his back.
And he opens this key. What if this play has nothing to do with video games?
I know.
What if this play has absolutely nothing to do with Call of Duty? What if this play has everything to do with unionization of these individuals so they don't have backing? Microsoft has no problem with it, right? Microsoft said, yeah, we're willing to allow unions to come in to give these people safety. So they're able to argue their case. We all know unions help out the employees, right? Who doesn't want that, right? You will have to say big business would not want that, because if unions are in Microsoft, then unions are going to have to be in Sony. Then unions is going to have to be in Nintendo. And unions is going to have to be in EA. And unions is going to have to be here, and unions is going to have to be there. What if the big fight has absolutely nothing to do with Call of Duty and video games, and the big fight is actually being able to dictate to these workers in the manner that they're doing that is unconstitutional in some manners? Because y'all hear crunch, it will never happen again with a union. You know, the way that you paying these guys will never happen. The felonious acts against certain individuals will never happen again. So what if the real play has absolutely nothing to do with video games at the heart of it, and the money behind the blocking has everything to do with keeping unions out of big tech?
And we got bigger problems.
Yeah, we got bigger problems because then the whole basis of it is protecting the status quo.
Right. And that's what it smells like.
I've already said on record, Sony's fighting for their model.
Yes. 100%.
I've always said,
their model is old and decrepit.
This is a model philosophy. If I'll jump in there, I'm sorry, let's get your balls off.
I'm not finished with it yet.
Please, go ahead.
These because it looks baseless from the heart of it, right? So then, you know, a lot of times when there's a distraction going on, and you're trying to figure out what the argument is truly about. Right. If they gave you 10 years here, what's the problem?
We're gonna get to that one,
right? If they're willing to do this, what's the problem? So if somebody's meeting you on all your demands, and that's still not adequate, then that means that there's another issue that they're distracting you about. For sure. And this is not really truly the issue.
For sure.
So I really honestly believe, and I'm listening to Sav, and I'm like, damn, I didn't have that take on it before, but if it's really about blocking unions, then this is the stance that you would take, because after this deal goes through, Activision is no longer under the same type of problems that they had prior. And Microsoft already said they're going to transform the building from the top down.
Right.
So I really believe this is more about unions and has less to do about video games, in a sense that once it does happen, and once the union does get into $1 trillion company, then when it gets to Sony, everything's going to change. When it gets to EA, everything is going to change. There's people sending money in dark shadows, in dark agencies in the back, and I think Amir Khan has fell for
you guys not call her Amir Khan, man.
Not because you got the glass door, man. Amir Khan, she out of pocket.
Look, man, this is a week. This was a week. Wow, this definitely came down, broke the internet. I was like, wow, like Soft said, you know, we heard rumblings, you know, from the polls. First we heard 3-1, they're gonna block from the rip, right? Then we heard, yo, someone in the building, you know, 2-2, it's a deadlock. Deadlock goes through in Microsoft's favor at that, but I was like the latest we heard. So I'm like, okay, let's see how this plays out. So we knew the decision was imminent. Felt it was coming this week. So it goes down, and I look at the basis of the argument, and they're like, okay, Bethesda's titles, including Starfield, Redfall, you know, Microsoft, despite assurances it had given the EU that it had no incentive to withhold gains from rival consoles. So I'm like, so that's the basis of the block? I'm like, okay, but then this is the thing that really rubbed me wrong. So you're saying that you want to protect right other consoles. You don't include Nintendo, right? So Nintendo is not a console manufacturer, not one of the biggest. So already I'm looking at it like that is very strange. How do you even come to this conclusion of the gaming market not including Nintendo, right? So that already, I give a side eye for that. But here's the thing. If you read this document, right, there is no mention of the 10 years of Call of Duty offered to PlayStation. There is no mention of the 10 years offered to Nintendo Switch. There's no mention of the 10 years offered to Valve, a competitor in the PC space, another platform. So if your basis is to protect and harm competition, when they're literally, the whole basis of the action is to offer it to more places where currently it doesn't exist. They don't exist. Call of Duty don't exist there. So to me, it's like, what are you protecting? Because you're to me, I'm under the impression that you've already made your mind up. Because in your document, you don't even include this. What are we doing, right? And this is not, listen, I don't even care about Call of Duty like that. Y'all know me. Like, I don't even care about this. This is not about, you just because it's Microsoft. Bro, I don't care about that. To be honest, I was like, yo, where's Sega? You know what I'm saying? You know me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm going to be real. Like, but I understood. I'm like, all right, you know what, Cog? Take your bias out of it. It does make sense for them. Huge IPs, even though you don't play Call of Duty like that. You know what I'm saying? And the mobile. That is something they want to break into. And that to me is a legitimate argument, jumping in that space. Okay, fine. You want to look at that. You want to look at a new emerging industry. But if your reason is to say, yo, they did something shiesty with Redfall and Starfield with ZeniMax, and we got to protect consumers. We're not going to include Nintendo. We're not going to acknowledge any of the offers made to show you. Then you know what was crazy? The Valve situation to me was the dagger to their argument. Because they said Microsoft is not to be trusted. You know how they get something, they'll break it down. They'll keep it to themselves, right? Valve and Gabe literally said, yo, we don't even need a contract. Our business relationship with them, we have full confidence in what Microsoft is going to do based on our relationships in the past. This is a competitor. And say, yo, we'll put that on the thing. So what are we really doing here? And I got to be honest, though. Like, if you look at it objectively, to me, this doesn't even make an argument as to why it should not be there, right? You're literally you're treating Call of Duty like Minecraft. You're letting, and you're showing in the ZeniMax situation, you're letting the legacy stuff stay where it is, right? So I've got to just look at what the facts present. The facts present that there's a bigger agenda here. Yeah. There is something that someone is trying to send a message and say, no, you can't. Yep. Right? Even if we have those, now the question is, now the next step. We saw Brad Smith jump out. He's like, yo, we try for peace. We try to do all this stuff. You know, they don't want to do it. Okay, fine. Then we have the whole, the CMA aspect, which is, again, unionization, which is actually important. You know what I'm saying? Microsoft's willing to do that. Then we have Activision saying, yo, we're looking. Then we got the EU, right? Yo, Microsoft didn't lie. Microsoft didn't withhold anything with the ZeniMax situation, right? So I don't know. It just seems to me that the agenda was already preset. They had their preconceived notion of what they want to do. The question now is Microsoft going to fight? It looks like they are very well ready to go to war. The question now is, okay, the battle. And I think here's the thing. I do think that Jim Ryan he's shining right now though, because the mission was accomplished. The mission was because regardless to how we feel, how anything is morally right, disingenuous right, he set out to do what he set out to do. The influence is in the room. I always told people, yo, this man is powerful in the EU. This man dominated a region, right? Flying out to whatever. Everybody was laughing. Listen, there is some parroting going on based on the lack of information a certain group may have about the gaming industry. Right. Yep. So now it's up to Microsoft to take it there. And I'm curious if it goes to that part where they're willing to go all the way as far as the FTC to get into this. Then they talk about Supreme Court. The thing about this that does hurt them, we could be talking like a year, bro. Like we could be talking a while. So you could talk about, you can forget about Game Pass, all that stuff for this year. You know what I'm saying? Regardless of wins, losses, or whatever. But I will say this, I ain't gonna front. This does, with the political aspect now jumping into this, as much as everything seems like a slam dunk, who knows now? That's just where I'm at. You know me, I don't do religion, politics, sexual. I don't do that part, right? When that comes into the gaming part, all bets is off. That's just where I'm at. So we'll see. We'll see where this gonna go. But yeah, man, this is crazy. I guess the last thing I want to say is just that again, the human side, Activision. So for the people who are like, yo, y'all capping for some big corporation like Microsoft, what's the alternative? Y'all want Tencent to have Activision?
Yep.
Y'all want Activision to go out of business and these game studios go away? What are we doing here? See, that's the thing where we got to stop with the fanboys a little bit, because at the end of the day, here's the thing. This is the thing. I don't like games disappearing. I come from, and we just had Pong on. We talk about all these companies. Some of these joints don't even exist. Midway, some of these people don't exist. So you don't want consolidation. You don't like Microsoft having it. The deal get blocked. They go away. What happens? We happy? We happy that we stopped big tech, but big tech could have saved something. So what are we doing? That's the thing. I don't. Okay, one last point. It's like that's the part that gets me frustrated. People keep saying they don't want. Tell me what the alternative is. If this company's going out of business and they're in disarray with their organization, tell me what you gonna do to save it. That's the thing people are talking about. And it really gets on my nerves, because it's this whole we're trying to fight against the big guy thing. But if the real big guy, which is Tencent, which, let's not get super political here, but we know their stance on the censoring of games. We know their stance on sexuality in games. We know their stance on political stuff. And if you take that bag, who knows what's going to happen to your game? So let's be real here. That's why I've always said, I'd rather Microsoft than anybody save them, because no one else got that bag to do it. So what are we doing? That's all I'm saying.
They're not looking at it in how you're looking at it. They're looking at it in the mortality of the PlayStation.
I get that.
And the young ones, all right, the young ones that just got a PlayStation 4 that is gravitating to a PlayStation 5.
They riding for the set.
Right now, you're riding for the best console that you ever had, right? Okay, cool. You play your Call of Duty, you play your stuff there, and they just regurgitate nonsense. The older dudes that's been around since the PlayStation was the GOAT since 1 and 2, they are tied to it, right? But this is it. You knew, and this is for the older ones, you knew what they've done throughout the years. This is the real perceived threat to their existence. Because in all actuality, this deal happens in this manner. Game Pass gets solidified in a way that the casuals have a choice now into where they get that Call of Duty or whatever. It doesn't matter if Call of Duty is over there for the pay. If it's in Game Pass, for the Game Pass of $15, I'm not going to say free no more. I'm going to say $15.
Facts.
It's in Game Pass for $15. It's 15 versus 70. It's an attack of that model. A lot of casuals is going to choose the 15.
Oh, for sure. We know what the real thing.
But what happens to the bottom line of the old metrics, to the old dude that's over there that can't make it right? They see that mortality and they say there's no way to recover. The reason why I say Jim is a genius.
Oh, he's a genius. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
To look at your fan base and to stroke the flames of fear and tell you we have nothing that can compete. And then to go to the FTC and to go to the CMA, to go to all these people and tell them we have nothing that can compete with it. And they're a $1 billion company.
Yeah, it's like,
and they're the perceived market leader, because the real market leader is Nintendo. They're the perceived market leader, and to have Nintendo excluded from the conversation makes it seem like it's a one-on-one battle.
Yeah, that it's disingenuous. Let's just call it what it is. It's disingenuous. You're not playing the thing that I hate about it is this fear-mongering stuff, right?
That's right.
And here's the thing, and I know a lot of people don't like to hear this, but we are at inflection points. I remember, Pong, we just talked about it. You go to the funk hole when you go to the Blockbuster, right? Right? You're at inflection points. Remember when Netflix and them was like, yo, we putting the joints digital, we not shipping the disc no more.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? There was a certain industry that go, oh my God, no. Yeah. Oh my God, no. You know what I'm saying? Bro, we've been around it. Like, yo, we go to dollar cabs, King. You know what I'm saying? You call a cab company or you wait outside for the yellow. Oh God, there's the app.
Yeah.
And it comes straight to you.
Uber.
Now,
you see how they try to keep Uber out.
Oh my God, it's gonna make things, you know what I'm saying? I get it. But the industry is going to go there, right? You could hold on as much as you like. The industry is going to go there. And that's the thing that people have to, it's the same thing people are like, oh, the mom and pop, stuff like that. But you gonna sit there and tell me that y'all not using Amazon and shipping stuff to your house? You're not gonna sit there and tell me that y'all not happy. Listen, we love midnight launches. We love the history of it. Y'all not gonna sit here and like to me and say y'all don't like sitting in the comfort of your whole house and downloading the digital game as well. There's a lot of people talking, but I see the numbers and the metrics show different.
Yeah.
The numbers and also the metrics show different between the banger and the free-to-play game. We have the data, so we could fight and hold on to the old school way and all of this. It's going to go there. That's the thing people have to understand. And it's like, I get it. You want to protect your business model. I get it. But just don't do it under disingenuous terms. Like, you're not painting the whole picture, bro. Like, that's all I'm saying.
It's completely,
yeah.
No, it's completely disingenuous, and I think it goes to these statements that Phil Spencer made in this other interview with Second Request, podcast,
Second Request
where he was like, the arguments they're making is that essentially PlayStation is trying to get to grow larger by shrinking Microsoft and taking away their ability to expand the way they've been doing.
And this is Sony. Sony is blaming everybody else for their own sins, for their own bad decisions that have led them to this point, Cog. And that's the problem. They knew where this industry was going. If they didn't, they got a bunch of dummies in charge. But they did, because they spent $300 million on Gaikai, right? And did nothing with it. That is their decision. They decided to make business moves to throw away, to closet a bunch of freaking ridiculously good IP and solely focus on the narrative third-person type game and rely on third parties like Call of Duty to provide all the other stuff.
But I love the fact that Sony was allowed to jump into the cloud space first and buy a Gaikai, right?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. Like, they were allowed to try to jump in a market that didn't exist yet, right? So I feel you on that. And to your point, last thing, and I'll give it right back to you, that, you know, the thing that just, it bothers me a little bit is that the fact that their whole business model has been about taking stuff off of other people, which I'm not mad at, but their whole business model. So, like, the basis of this is for some implied deception with Cinemax and 2 games. Like, that's what we doing? All right.
Yes, because they want to hold on to the model that has made them successful for as long as possible, and they don't have the time and resources to catch up to where Microsoft is going. So they're trying to attach an anchor to Microsoft and keep them back and buy them time. And this is the problem I have with Sony. Again, Sony used to be the disruptor. Sony did things in this industry that did move it forward. Right now, I look at them; they're holding this industry back by going this route. They are trying to hold this industry back instead of letting it progress, like you said, to the inevitable future that we're all headed towards, whether we like it or not. And that's my problem with Sony right now. That's why I look at them, and this has put a real dull on any shine I had on Sony for me, because they are fighting against what they know is the future that they had a chance to capitalize on. And they invested into all that IP that they have locked away in storage right now. They could have their own games, and they could have their own Game Pass service right now as we speak. They could have been the first ones out the gate if they truly wanted to be. But they chose not to be because they had the throne, they had the easy money rolling on in, and that's what they took. And now that they see a threat to that throne, now they're pointing fingers. Now they're out here blaming everybody else, finding those sympathetic ears at these regulatory bodies. It just so happens that it aligns currently where we're at in 2022, that these regulators want to make their own statements. So here comes Sony. Help us. They're trying to take away all of our mercenaries, because we that's what we lied on. And that's what they're doing now. The king is scared. and he is his own decisions that led to this.
Yeah,
that's my.
What's crazy is that the gaming industry is not old at all, and it's amazing to me the amount of times that companies have not taken the mistakes of their predecessors to heart and continue to make the same mistakes. And Sony done this a lot. Xbox has done it as well. But when you look at, the PS3, the price point, all you need to do is look at Neo Geo. You need to look at 3DO. And with PlayStation, with the PS3 and the mistakes of the PS3, all you needed to do for Xbox was to look at that and not make those mistakes. And they didn't. It's hubris, and it's weird because it's like, hey, you look at that situation and you're like, hey, that was hubris. They didn't think things through. They didn't pay attention to the tea leaves, like Pong said, and they continued to make the same mistakes. And this is absolutely Sony trying to buy time to catch up more and be able to have something that's even remotely competitive to what's coming. And in a lot of ways, they've had to get in bed with Microsoft with the Azure server stuff, right? And that's going to improve them on that end. But when it comes to, at the end of the day, they know that those first-party games are coming. Whether they're all bangers or not, we don't know. Right. But they're coming. They're going to be able to overwhelm them with the sheer amount of stuff that's going to be coming out. So, and if you're going to continue to make these AAA games that are 100 million plus, take 5 years to make. 5 years to make, you're going to have to make more of those, or one of those service-based games are going to have to be a Fortnite level hit. Right. So they're in a precarious position, and I get Jim. I understand. I get it. I just think, again, it's a big filibuster that I don't know how long it goes. You're only going to get so much time, right?
Yeah.
I don't ever see Microsoft stopping this fight, though.
Yeah, we got to see what's going to happen. And the sad part for us as content creators, I got to keep Call of Duty the damn title because it's not over. I'm like, please, this thing going to be over, and I'm tired of talking about it. We always got this topic.
It's fascinating, though, because it is a transformational time, right?
It is. And we'll look back on this.
Yeah, and we are getting information that we never would have.
Because look back at this as this is where how Sony left the market.
A possibility, King.
It ain't no possibility.
A distinct possibility.
You are literally upsetting the dude that can smash you. the dude came over to your table and gave you cocktail fruit and said, yo, you can have cocktail fruit from me for the next week. And you said that's inadequate. So he trying to be your friend at all costs, but you sitting there talking behind his back, telling people lies about him.
Yeah, but you control the fruit, King. We don't know if you really gonna come through with that.
The bully is gonna just turn to you and smash you and get you out of there. Because you know what, the bully had respected all that you've done. For the industry. And remember, without you, the bully wouldn't exist.
Oh, that's a fact.
Right? They looked over at you trying to take over the living room, and Bill Gates said, hell to the no.
Oh, yeah.
All right? We all tied together. But there's a moment in time where you got to cut that umbilical cord and get rid of that baby. You got to go.
Scorch earth? You
are in so much trouble. You got to go.
That's it? How go, Kate? Go. We got to take him off of here. There's only one, and that's me. And that's me.
Gotta be Xbox.
So out here biting.
So y'all didn't want to push the industry forward, and I see these dudes capping someone. Sony this, and Sony did. Tell Sony to put their first party games in their whack system. They see they service. Why don't you do that? Why don't you cap for that? Why don't you get off Xbox dudes' timelines worrying about Game Pass? And why don't you worry about that weak system that you got over there that's holding everything back? That's snitching.
Oh my God!
I'm bringing it to the hood. I'm implying
I'm talking
to the hood dudes. Y'all don't rep snitches, man. And these dudes is actively out here snitching. Look over at that box, and I really want the hood dudes to understand. Are you gonna really rep the Alpo industry?
Oh man!
Let me be fair. Alpo was doing all this dirt, but then when he got caught, he pointed fingers. He want to act like it ain't him. It's you. It's you. So y'all want to sit here and rep these raps? I want y'all to stop repping these raps. Walk away from
You know what
them.
that
Leave them
reminded
alone.
me of? Y'all remember Mr. Show? I won't say a specific episode. It's like, this is a tape. I'm gonna put this tape behind my back. And they're like, oh, and they're like, this is you.
This is you. you was doing the same thing. Yeah,
You was doing this.
Yeah.
It's
It's
so
crazy.
sad
It's crazy.
that you
It's crazy.
see Microsoft being accused
But the
of
scale,
this stuff,
Saul,
and
it's
the
about the
dude
scale.
that
It's about the
Yeah,
scale.
it's
We
about the
can't
scale, you
compare
know.
it. We can't. We're
The
not
principle doesn't
allowed
matter,
to
you
say
know.
the principle is the same because the scale is different. Even though they've been,
man,
certain
this
groups
is
are doing
terrible.
that. Anyway.
They it's the dude that's accusing the dude of murder is the murderer. This is
What is it? What is it?
literally-
It's
we're
death
playing
by
the game
1,000
of
cuts.
Among Us.
Death by
This is a game of active game of Among Us. Where the killer is lying on everybody else. And if y'all allow this dude to get away with this, y'all are insane.
No, you didn't say Among Us.
In Among Us, and we gotta get him out the escape hatch and throw him out the ship because he hurting everybody.
We gotta boot him.
We gotta boot him. So he holding us back too. We gotta get to the next star system.
I don't know if I've ever seen again an official statement from an organization that in it you could tell everything is a supposition.
Yeah.
Everything is if this happens, this could happen. This could possibly happen.
That's why I said Minority Report stuff, man.
Yeah,
They're
and it's like
trying to read the future.
and then Microsoft with the deals that they made with Valve and with Nintendo, they gave you the time frame. So you're saying in 10 years this could possibly happen.
Them choice wasn't even in there. That was crazy. I was like, yo, wow, this they made up their mind before the information came out. But look, we could go on in circles with this fun topic.
Bro.
Let's see what happens. But listen, it is now just because Microsoft said they fighting. So more of this to come. Sorry, y'all. I know we're getting tired of it, but it's interesting. It is very interesting. No doubt. Let's get these super chats.
Super chats.
We have a ton of
We
super
got it. I
chat.
can help out if you want.
No, I got them.
Okay.
It's just the last one is the NC Ghost of Low. So if anything comes in after that,
Let's see. Go so low. All right.
okay.
I'm watching.
We got Drunken Ninja member for 2 years, $5 super chat. Nah, Phil, we got that. Sega, yeah, we got that. Never mind. Flame, greeting my brother, cringe. Yes, we got that. Okay, Spartan Go 17, £2 super chat.
Yeah.
Paul Tassi is asking if Starfield can release on PlayStation 5.
I just answered him and I told him no.
Then we got Matt Jimenez, member for 1 month. Let's put the crest in the chat for Matt Jimenez. He just gifted
salute.
5 ILP memberships. He
Salute.
gifted 5. That's a beautiful
Salute.
thing. Thank you.
Beautiful.
Appreciate that, man.
Appreciate you, bro.
Then we got Brett Bingham, $2 super chat. LordCognito to the FTC. Are you implying?
Yeah, I had some questions. That's all. I had some questions. That's all.
Spartan Go 17 again, £2 super chat. Also, the EU told the FTC, stop the cap, bro.
Yeah, they was looking over at him. Really? That's
Like,
a little
word?
too much sauce.
It was like, yo, don't say we said that, yo.
We said that, yo.
Hold on.
Ain't
We
no
didn't say
receipts
that
there.
part right
Ain't
there.
no receipts
I
right
was
there.
shocked that you did that. I was shocked.
Because
Because the thing is, there's no receipts. Like, how you gonna defend that? There's no receipts.
So now you lying.
Let me see. Brett Bingham, $5 super chat. I don't see why the FTC is going to go against the only American company in the industry for a competitor's benefit. Jim Dale Ryan is a what? Is a snake. Is a snake.
He outside, man.
Mr. Martinez.
Funny.
Then we got
Funny.
Highlander. Highlander 001, $10 super chat. Shareholder meeting called this week. Microsoft and ABK cannot do any deals till this is done. If this takes years, shareholders may vote to walk away. Shareholders are not gamers. If it is in a stalemate, that would be the only. And again, if that happens, then like Pong said, you need plan B or C. But the fact of the matter is, this would really put, I think, an ability to derail everything they planned with Game Pass, right?
Yep.
Because now, or they have to grow considerably slower, and a little purchase here, a little purchase there.
Yeah,
It's
forget
the
they got to
model.
renegotiate too. They got to renegotiate with ABK.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Exactly. Then we got Phase 23 BKNY, $20 super chat.
What do you got for King?
Microsoft, a no-show at the Game Awards. PS5 won November NPD in dollar and unit sales. Federal Trade Commission sues Microsoft. Xbox has more studios than PlayStation and still can't deliver. Microsoft is not having a good year.
They definitely not having a good week, though.
So make sure that you don't purchase anything from them. Continue to play where you at and stop snitching.
Stop snitching.
Because I noticed you like to rep stitches, so have your fun over there with your snitching.
We got Lucius Augustus, member for 1 year, $5 super chat. Nintendo gamers want it.
Yeah.
Steam wants it. Xbox gamers want it. CWA wants it. The CMA, I guess.
Yep.
ABK wants it. ABK employees want it. The only person who doesn't is Sony. Sony's the person. Chip Ryan is Sony.
No, the CWA is the union.
Yeah, the union.
Yeah.
The union.
Yeah,
Gotcha,
the union. Yeah.
Then we have Max Arthy, £5 super chat. The FTC claims are bogus. It adds into the pot, however, if the EU and UK regulators also see issues with the deal, the UK CMA is a different beast. Right, it is different than the European Union. The
Yeah,
UK
they're
does
the
their
ones
own
that got
thing.
paid off the most by Jim.
Yeah. Then we got Highlander 001, $10 super chat. Lena Khan has said that she does not want concessions. As she said in an interview, Hogue Law covered that. All it takes is one to say no to kill the deal. Do they know this is video games? This is not Facebook. They know.
Don't
They
pay
know.
American no mind. He punch drunk.
Then we got Tom for Toonami, member for 6 months, $10 super chat. It's a stalling tactic, hoping that the EU or CMA also block. At that point, they probably think Microsoft walks with having more than one fight. If that happens, Microsoft should just play PlayStation games, should just play a PlayStation PS game with their billions. Exactly. But that's what PlayStation wants them to do, is adhere to the status quo, because for whatever reason. Well, it's two things. They don't think they can compete in what Microsoft is doing, B, and they maybe think that no matter what, if they continue to play the same game, Microsoft still can't compete with them just because they got
the market share, they got the mind share.
They got the mind share, right?
We talked about
see.
that. Yeah, we talked about that before.
Then we got Top Shotter, $5 super chat.
Top Shotter.
The FTC shot themselves by narrowing the gaming market as high-end consoles because they just defined Sony as a monopoly. Sony has more than 50%.
Yep.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I'm assuming Microsoft's lawyers will bring that up. Yeah. Risk it for the biscuit.
All right.
The $8 super chat. When this happened, I didn't get mad at all, exactly because I knew that Microsoft is now less likely to have to provide concessions.
Yep.
Microsoft lawyers don't play.
Are you implying that?
I said that.
Somebody
if
might
they
lose
win,
10 years?
If they
It'd
win,
be hilarious.
Yo.
If they put Sony on a year-to-year basis.
yo,
If they put them on, how good are you this year to us?
but it's guaranteed on Nintendo.
Yo, that would be
Guaranteed
crazy
Nintendo,
twist.
guaranteed
You know, on
Steam,
Steam.
but you got to come see us every year to year for evaluation. And if we don't like what you did last year, well, guess what happens this year?
Oh, you want 60 frames? That's going to cost you.
Oh, man, that's what we doing. That's what we doing. We're doing disingenuous.
Oh, yeah.
With this
Yeah.
dual
Y'all
sense.
messy. Y'all messy.
Y'all get a special rate. Y'all get
Yeah.
10%, 90% up.
Y'all
That's the rate
messy.
y'all get.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens.
Then we got Lucius Augustus, $2 super chat. The FTC has lost 6 of their past 6 cases, 0-6.
That is true.
American.
FTC have not been
She's trying to
winning.
get a win.
Yeah, we'll see.
Then we
This is
got
a
Tom
L.
from Toonami, $10 super chat from Tom from Toonami. Phil, if the deal passes coming out on stage with 2 women on each arm, a big white fur hat, all right, Sony, stop what you're doing because I'm about to ruin the image and the style that y'all used to.
Wow. Not the bars. Not the
Yes,
bars.
sir.
Yeah, the pimp game. All right, let's see.
Okay.
And we got J1, member for 1 month, Lord Bronze. Just wonder what the fallout would look like if the deal falls through. Lots of bridges burned and money lost. Great show and great guest. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Pong on fire.
That deal don't go through. Remember what I said. The deal will end a whole lot faster than you thought.
We got Italian Clowns, member
Oh,
for 22
bless
months.
him.
What up, brother?
That's true, Counts.
Glad to see Pong on today. Yes,
Yes.
fantastic.
Long
guest.
overdue. Great.
And we have Clowns again, member for 1 year, $5 super chat. Xbox will win the FTC lawsuit, no doubt. Microsoft ain't gonna throw the flag in. We'll see.
Now they're gonna plant the flag right in Sony back.
Then we got Matt Arthney again, £10 super chat. The CMA are also slightly against them, defending Sony in all of their documents, claiming Microsoft has social media dominance over Sony also. Like gamers out here are posting their KD on LinkedIn. It doesn't seem like they're protecting consumers. It seems like they're protecting the status quo and the market leader. That's what it feels like. Lord Metroid, member for 1 year, $5 super chat. Meanwhile, at Nintendo's headquarters, we signed the 10-year deal for COD. Nah, that's just for good PR. How is Zelda coming along? Oh, Metro Prime 4 looking nice.
That's funny.
Then we got Post Up, $10 super chat.
Slow
the EU
post.
stated that if Microsoft offered concessions, the deal can be closed. So on the EU's part, the CMA has changed their tone from phase 1 regarding software and cloud services. January will be interesting.
Yeah, we got to see that next date. This story ain't going nowhere. We're going to be talking about this.
Yeah, it's not.
I know.
And we got Max Arthney, £10 super chat once again. With how political this FTC move is, feels like this thing was getting thrown into court from the beginning without Sony needing to rock the boat against Nintendo and EA. Sony should have said nothing, said zero. Quite possibly, because again, Lena Khan came in to try to be strong on trust busting, right? That was her story. So who better to start that off than Microsoft?
Yeah, but you telling Sony not to be who they are. Snitch gonna come out, man.
Yeah,
You gonna tell, and he tell her for
Snitch
no
gonna
reason.
snitch.
He gonna come out, man. Watch that dude.
Then we got Stitch to the $10 super chat. On the unlikely event that the merger does not happen, do you all think that the Activision board would vote to revoke any contract done with Sony and create a new partnership with Microsoft? I'll be honest. I think up front there might be a little funniness, but at the end of the day, the almighty dollar.
The dollar wins.
I don't see a marketing deal.
I don't know if. When you get billionaires in the, you get on their nerves, they will scorch the earth to get past you. Right?
Yeah, they can be petty for sure.
It's gonna be a petty situation because if you're costing somebody something, you're causing a headache when it's not necessary. I don't know. I think Sony's gonna, they burnt a lot of bridges to me.
That stock drops. That stock drops even more, and those billionaires look at their bank accounts going, "Oof, yeah, no."
We gotta see. We gotta see.
Okay. Then we have Pragmatic Eagle, member for 2 years, $5 super chat. Just want to be petty and remind everyone that I told y'all about $70 games. It would be the industry standard. I was in rare company. Love ILP. Salute to the Lord.
Salute. We get into that.
And we got Dragonheart Yobi, member for 17 months, Lord Gold. Hashtag peace, love, life. I said the same thing, Cog. I said that if this deal doesn't go through, Activision dies, then what? IP sold off to different studios. IPs might not be the same after the fallout if it fails. That is very true. I don't like things going away.
Studios in the games.
No, what they care about is Sony. They don't care about anything else. They think like those exclusive games sell anything. Don't sell anything.
That's the thing. The real fanboys are the ones that really want this to happen. Yeah. We got NC Ghost of Low Road. $20 super chat.
That's specific.
FTC didn't do their homework. Microsoft was the wrong ones to block just because they will support unions. The FTC the FTC Democrats support that. Yeah. By doing what they're doing, they're going against what their party supports. Wrong play. Right.
It's gonna be a huge problem.
It is one of those things. Again, it's like Lena Khan was in a position where you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. Yeah. And she chose violence. So we'll see. Mike with the $20 super chat. Everyone knows the FTC suit won't hold up in court, even FTC themselves. This whole thing is not about protecting the industry or consumers. It is politically motivated and led by an overzealous 33-year-old looking for clout. Wow. Then we have Necromancer Zale, member for 1 year, $10 super chat. Yep. What's sad is that it's up to unelected empty suits that know nothing of the industry to make these decisions. It's true. Then they aren't elected officials. They're appointed officials, right? So they have agendas. Immediately, they have agendas. So
we'll see.
We got Doovie, member for 23 months, Lord Bronze. Did the FTC or Sony mention Deathloop and Ghostwire Tokyo? Weird that they're mentioning unreleased games.
Good one. That's bars right there. I like that.
Then we have NC Ghost of Low Road again, $20 super chat. Gamers need to recognize the industry is going to change. It's not about console anymore. Amazon, Google, Tencent, etc. all know it's money in gaming. They all have bigger bank than Sony. I'd rather see Xbox get it than anyone else. Yes, I've been saying this forever. Keep them other dudes out because they don't know what the hell they're doing. We've already seen what Amazon tried to do. We've seen what Google tried to do. I don't want big franchises going to them. Straight
Bill
up.
doesn't want it either. He wants a healthy industry.
Exactly. Okay, that one was the last one. NC
All
goes
right,
to Low
so
Road.
then NC Low Road. Then we get, but man, Nightwolf 3186 $5 super chat. Love you guys. So I've been in and out of the ABK news, but now know how big it is. My question is, are you guys still confident that it will still go through?
Yeah.
Question.
Just take times. Again, it was interesting the mentioning of the stockholders and you know how long it's going to be before this is put off. But again, Microsoft makes money hand over fist in way many other areas. So this is still relatively small to Microsoft, right? It's an Xbox thing, but it's relatively small.
And they have to pay out $2 to $3 billion if they walk away. So that's always that's on the shareholders as well. So.
Exactly.
Yep, no doubt.
Yeah.
Then it looks like we got.
I got Tai Casares. I got it.
Okay.
$15 super chat. What about Colin's thoughts about why would you be an Xbox gamer unless you like acquisitions? I can name one you can play with others rather than yourself. Great show, Lords and Pong Soul.
Shout out to Ty. Look, man, just on a different side, different frequency on that one. You know what I'm saying? So we just disagree on that one, but we've kind of talked all the time about this.
Yeah. It's just funny. Yeah.
It's always alternative versus.
Exactly. Yeah. Then we got Doc 50 $5 super chat. With Game Pass, you can drop in and out, pay $45 for 3 months, play all the games you want, and then bounce. That's a deal. That is true. Choice. God forbid.
Consumerism, I guess. We good?
Yeah, we're good. We're caught up.
All right, let's get this thing flying. All right, this one is King. I'll set him up. $70, man. $70, bruh. So, Microsoft raising prices on new first-party games built for Series X and S to $70 in 2023. Forza Motorsport, Redfall, and Starfield will be among the first to reflect the change. Phil Spencer was on the Second Request podcast, and he said pricing is something that we're conscious of and the impact it has on our customers. There's multiple things that we could price on our platform. He said something basically had to give in terms of us continuing to run the business with the economic realities and the increased cost. The thing that we decided to announce, we haven't raised any prices today because we just wanted to give consumers a heads up on what's going to come in the next year. Is that for our largest AAA games, with the retail prices going from $60 to $70, and we're in no way the first mover on this. Meaning, obviously, Take-Two has been there, Activision, Sony, EA,
everybody,
Ubisoft,
really. Warner, it was funny looking at the fall releases this year.
Right,
most of the third-party releases $70.
Yeah, and he concludes. He said, we had held off as long as we could, and we still like the fact that our subscription is at the price it's at. Our console with our Series S is the lowest price current gen console on the market, and managing the business, the move we decided to make was on the retail price of our largest games, and it's really just the cost basis of building those games and ensuring we can run the business in the right way for customers. So, King, this is your topic. This is the hot one. $70. Where you at?
Unacceptable.
Ooh,
it's unacceptable, and I'm talking about as a whole.
Talk to me.
As a whole, is unacceptable. You have to find new creative ways in order to give value to the consumer. You know, especially in this economic crisis that we're in right now. Inflation is ridiculous. I showed somebody that I pay $8 for eggs.
Yeah,
for a dozen of eggs, I pay $8. I can go to the store, I can buy 3 items, and it comes up to $30. And if you have a household that's at least 5 people strong, to be honest with you, the cost of living is going up, and the payouts has either gone down or stayed the same, right? So when you're looking at $70 games, and I know a lot of Xbox dudes is going to say, yeah, but we have Game Pass, so we can offset it with Game Pass. That is not an excuse for somebody that's in India. Right? So somebody who has a poor internet, or somebody in some place of the world where Game Pass isn't prevalent, right? So I'm looking to that consumer Because also we saying $70 here, but in Canada it's like $100.
Yeah.
Right. All over the prices change and the prices jump, and I know people saying, "Well, if you can't handle $10, King, you need to shut up." Sometimes it's not always about you. Sometimes it's always about your fellow gamer that's next to you. Yeah, maybe I can handle the $10, but can he handle the $10?
Right.
Right. So, again, I believe industry-wise, I mean, yeah, Microsoft is the last bastion of it, but I also believe this is preemptively. In light of this new acquisition, they know that a lot of their games is going to be on other platforms. You can't have a disparity in price and models, right? So you can't have the same game that you're selling on PlayStation for $70 and $60 on your platform. That's anti-competitive. All right. So again, that's not a sale that's going on in your store for a short period of time that you can monetize and control. That is a real competitive advantage, whereas you're selling the same product for a different price. So this is something that has to be facilitated in order to show that there's competition, free competition across the boards when it comes to the financial aspects of these games. The prices have to be the same across the board. So that's the reason why third parties went kind of first in this area, because third parties sell across the board. So they can't have a price for a game be this price and that price. So good. We understand that. We got upset when it turned to the console manufacturers with their titles because they're the owners and the purveyors of their games. We thought that the console providers will hold these games at a certain price. But now that we know that Sony sells, let's say the baseball, right? So if you wanted to buy MLB The Show out of Game Pass, well, then you have to pay $70.
Right.
Sony can't have the game be $60 on their platform and sell it at $70 here. So there's the same thing, right? It's the standard now. Microsoft is the last bastion of hope that had to fall. We understand why. I just don't agree with it as an industry standard.
I feel that. I'm respectful. Look, this is a big one, man. Pong, where you're at, $70. Looks like Microsoft was able to avoid it for the most part. And then, kind of got a precursor a little bars early. Something might be cooking. But now it is here, on this eventful week.
That's right. That's right. People forget that happened towards the beginning of the week.
Yeah.
Crazy.
What's your thoughts?
I will never, ever, as a consumer, as a customer, defend any million, billion, $trillion company raising prices for their consumers when they have been reporting and celebrating record revenue and profits for years. Okay, never. This is a situation where these companies were like, "Oh, we're just breaking even, or we're a little bit under. We got to expand. We got to do this. We got to do that." Great, that's fine. I will never, ever, just as a flat out, as my opinion, ever defend it. I gave the smoke to everybody who's done it prior to Microsoft, and I'm going to give them the same. It's wrong. It's wrong from, like King said, an industry standard. It's just wrong for all these companies to say, we're making all this money, but guess what? We need an extra $10 from you. Listen, I'm never going to do that. And again, like King said, with the Game Pass arguments and all that kind of stuff, those are separate conversations in my point of view. Those are value conversations.
You're not going to use the Game Pass.
I'm not going to, because guess what?
The buffer.
Let me go ahead and give you a little something for that buffer. This is a precursor to your Game Pass going up. So what are you going to say then? Are you going to still say it's okay?
Are you implying that Game Pass may go up as well?
I'm implying that, sir. Because now, guess what? The greatest value in gaming just became even more valuable, right? So right now. And that's a strategy. That's a business strategy, a separate conversation. I can have that conversation from a business point of view as to why. And I've said that in the past. When Sony did it, I said I don't like it.
Yeah.
But they knew their customers would pay it, so they're going to do it, right? That's the way it works. We are being conditioned. And this is not the end of this, okay? If they knew tomorrow they could do $100 games, they would do it. But guess what? They're already conditioning us with the Ultimate Editions. They're already conditioning us with this DLC.
Oh, yeah. We paid $100.
Right. Exactly.
We already paid. I just paid $100 for Midnight Suns for the suits and the season pass.
So did I.
Yeah,
exactly.
Facts. We've been paying $100.
They're conditioning us for this. So where is your line? My line has already been here, and you've already crossed it now with $70. Now, again, I'm not the guy who sits here and says, I'm voting with my wallet, never buying another $70 game. That doesn't happen either, okay? Because value comes into the equation.
Factual.
But from a pure standpoint, just a pure customer standpoint, I'm never going to okay or cheer on any company in any industry saying they're going to charge me more for the same. And let me end it on this real quick, because I know we got other topics to get to too. Let me end this. You start doing this. Listen, this nonsense with week 1 patches, week 2 patches, bug patches, servers being can't handle. We didn't know this was going to be such a popular game. All of that nonsense that we have now gotten. Yes, it's great they can fix their games where we used to get the
always
ETs.
been on that square. He do not.
But
play
listen, if you're going to start raising prices, my expectations of the complete product that I'm supposed to be getting with that $70 now takes another step up.
Oh, for sure.
And I want to see this nonsense go away. So yeah, overall, I'm just not. I don't like it. I hate it. I think it was wrong. I would have liked to see Microsoft and Xbox being who they are, to be the leader, to say, no, we are good. We just got done reporting all these records. We are not going anywhere. And I understand King's point about the $70. Then you drop Call of Duty back down to 60 once you acquire them. Okay, that's what you do, in my opinion. And I know that goes against the shareholders. That goes against everything.
You mess with the shareholders, Pong.
I get all that, but I'm saying as a business, they had a chance to continue to be a leader. They've done a lot of great things consumer facing. They've created a lot of win-win scenarios for publishers, devs, themselves, and us. And I would have liked to see that continue here.
No doubt. Lord Soft, $70. We are here.
We're here. I mean, no, it's just us being who we are. I personally look at it. It's two different people who are looking at it, right? You have the consumer me, who like Pong, like King, unacceptable. You're making money hand over fist. You're not losing money overall. Why do you got to raise prices up, right? And I completely agree and understand. But again, the situation for me exists in that I do have the buffer of Game Pass, right? It's not like that alternative doesn't exist. So if it didn't, the argument would be even stronger. But as a consumer, as somebody who puts a lot of hard work into being able to have the things that they want, I'm never happy about having to give you more. Never.
No doubt.
As somebody who talks about the industry, has paid attention to the industry for essentially all their life, I understand where this comes from, right? And sometimes we have to step back from that, and that's, again, never abiding by it, just understanding everything costs more. Everything costs more. If we continue to want these $150 million AAA games that look beautiful and take advantage of our brand new hardware that we don't that we don't want to have 10 versions of the game and be cross-gen across 15 platforms, it's just the reality of it. And for them, it's the easiest thing to do. When we talked about what were these changes that were going to happen, I think all of us said the same thing. Yeah, it's going to be individual game sales. It's not going to be the service yet. It's definitely not going to be the consoles, because that's just a bad look, and we know it was a bad look on Sony's part. Although shout out to one of our listeners from India, I don't have it right in front of me, he let us know that the price of the Xbox in India has gone up multiple times this year.
I didn't hear about that.
Not Game Pass, the console proper, right? So we have to really look at the picture very broadly and not sort of in our silo only, because the broad picture paints a different picture. At the end of the day, again, and this being the old man,
let's go.
Back in the day, we paid a whole hell of a lot for these games, and it was different because the cost that they incurred making those games was directly passed on to you immediately. They weren't eating that cost, especially Nintendo.
Nintendo was definitely that.
But the reasons were tangible. If you had a game with a backup battery, that was going to cost you that much more, right? And that was essentially it, why the prices were so bonkers, right? you needed, if you had a whatever 50-hour RPG on a cartridge, you needed that backup battery.
Well, you had 16 meg cartridges with the
exactly
chipsets.
with the chipsets.
You had the FS chip,
the FX chip that gave you 3D graphics.
Come on,
exactly.
Man.
So
that
the realities were different
anymore.
Exactly. So now this is where it's just the shiesty that just charging more
so
money.
you're going back to the argument that we had when we went to CDs, and why is the CDs $60 when the CDs should have been $10 for the games, right? You're going back to that old argument?
Well, this is the thing, right? And this is where the shiesty comes in.
There.
Exactly. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So there's been this homogenization of the process where none of that is included in you. There's no specialty chip on a cartridge. There's no special thing that they put on a disc. They're just charging you more. So, and again, I remember when
it's digital.
When we first went all digital, we was like, "Oh my God, we're gonna get so much savings!"
Remember, there was supposed to be a store. No boxes. We're gonna save money because we're saving them the production cost.
Yeah, they might drop the games down to $39.99.
Remember they were saying. Then we talk about a digital store where you could trade it back. Remember to combat the used industry stuff that you would lose, but we don't have a digital.
Tell me this: how is a digital product ever not brand new? How do you determine a used digital product? It's crazy.
Point. So, but they did say that it was an option. It might happen.
Yeah. Oh no, I know that. I know they were trying to throw everything at the wall for Xbox One. I know that. It's just, hey, this is where we're at. I would not be surprised in the next 10 years they go up at another $10. It's just the nature of things. Not happy about it one bit.
Yeah,
there are alternatives, and it would be foolish to sit here and be like Microsoft isn't banking on you taking that alternative route. Yeah. That is the point. That is business.
Pushing you right there.
Yeah, and we always have to remember, as much as we love these consoles, we love these platforms, we love these games. The end goal of each and every one of these companies is to make money.
Factual.
Not even to make games. Factual. Is to make money.
Yeah, factual.
And they're going to do that any which way they can.
No, absolutely. I'll jump in. There's nothing really more to be said. Obviously, the way I look at it is that, I agree with Pong in the sense that they had the opportunity based on who they are and what they know to kind of set that tone. And they did initially. They didn't say, hey, we're not going to be 70. Look, I get economics. I get all that. But I'm a consumer first. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, I'm a consumer. There's nothing popping about paying more money. There's nothing I don't look any cooler to someone else because I paid more bread.
You don't care to pay $7 for your game?
No, I am
not. If you pay more, it means more quality.
No, it don't.
We know it does.
That's
you need that ray trace water.
That's this fake dudes trying to stun on other dudes in gaming, which is the weirdest flex I've ever seen. Yo, I paid 70 for mine. Like, you's a fool for that. Like, I don't know where you get off thinking you're stunting on somebody because you paid $70 and somebody else paid $70.
You don't want to own all your stuff, Cock. You need to own it.
Look, we already know what you're doing with that. At the end of the day,
come on now. We come from you owning it. You gotta have it. You gotta be yours, even if you play it once.
How I consume is how I choose to consume. And if someone's gonna give me a deal to make me consume all of these things that, like Pong said back in the day, I wish I had something like Game Pass.
So you know
what I'm saying? I wish little 13-year-old Cog would have had a service that because Moms was like, yo, you got money for one game. Moms wasn't even about the game. I had to go.
Remember that?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So I had to go on my own to get it, right? And then when you finally got that little pocket money and you got up, you go to that store, you be like, damn, only got it's Genesis time.
And
it's either Revenge of Shinobi, it's either Last Battle. You had to make tough decisions. And Pong, you made the wrong decision.
That was it.
Bro.
That was it. You was baked.
You was finished.
And then when you go to trade in, they were like $5.
And they like $5. You saw the realities of economics right before your young eyes. You just paid the 60 beads. You put it, this game was garbage. And then you got to come back. All right, we traded in. And be like, okay, for your credit, you will get $10. What?
Shout out to Mr. Lee.
You want to go postal in the place.
The worst part is they give you $10. You take that $10 credit, put it towards the new $70 game or whatever that you're getting, and they put the sticker on your game for $59.95.
They take your joint, put it back
right in front of you.
right
Like,
in front of you. You saw the game you traded that you got $10 for back on the shelf, and they talk about $60
for $5 below retail price.
Bro, I'm implying as a gamer, you're supposed to get the games at the cheapest price that you can get them.
Listen,
because you want to get the most that you can get.
The most I can get, bro. I'm trying to eat. I'm trying to eat. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, all this fake flexing, I'm not with that. So I'm never going to be about raising prices and nah. You know what I'm saying? And then the other part people forget is like we get hustled anyway, because at the end of the day, forget about we get hustled on the back end because you get the game, gotta get the season pass or DLC. Microtransaction, you know what I'm saying?
New skins out Fortnite.
So all this free to play,
$10.
You ain't free, fam. You know what I'm saying? Like we don't bought all this other stuff. So some of them are even more egregious when they free, because they throwing so much.
Yes,
you know what I'm saying? And the expansion and all that. So it's like, look at where the industry is going. So I'm never going to cap for that. No corporation. I don't care who it is.
If I give you this scenario, how about this? How about games go back to $49.95? But every game has loot crate and season passes.
You doing that? You doing the random?
I'm saying so. In order to facilitate this bread, they give us the option to purchase into their ecosystem, whatever the game is, even if it's a single player game. You got loot crates, you got skins, you got pay to win, got all that stuff in it. In order to get more dollar out of us, but we go back to 50. We go back to that
50 with guaranteed loot crates. 50 with guaranteed loot crates. That's what we doing.
Everything. Got every
I don't want loot crates in my
basketball, loot crates,
nah, because then you know what
everything.
happens? Then you start getting that. I call it that ashy Spartan syndrome.
Oh,
because you start the game up and your man look real ashy. Then you see your man. You know when you buy 2K.
You saw my man was ashy.
Bro, you know you see them dudes running around and you know they pay all VC
so
and they got the.
Isn't that a you problem?
That's a you problem.
That's a big you problem.
Factual. But they prey on us for that. They prey because they know your man is there. He got the fly velour suit and you there with the ashy jump off the default. Overall 69.
So you don't like the pro kids?
Yeah, nah, I'm not about that. So anyway, my thing is this, and the other thing is, you know, well, I'm really gotta come at Xbox a little bit, because it's like the other issue. I had this conversation with Maddie is that, and this is why I gotta give Sony credit with the physical, because now you're charging this $70, and let's be real, especially in Xbox's case, there are times when you get the disc and it's a paperweight. It is literally just a conduit to get you to download online, and you can't play offline. So that's another thing that they've got to fix, because now I heard obviously that we've heard they're making strides in that. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, I should not pick up Halo Infinite, and it is a paperweight without the internet connection. Period. So you've got to show me the value. And then on top, let's just keep it all the way 100. You of all people, with your first party output this year, it don't look good. It don't look good to be like, yo,
that's why they told you next year, though.
Right, and I understand what I know what they do.
But next year, though,
all that does now is put so much pressure on these titles to be good, because now you said you don't get no first party major AAA joints in 2022. We're gonna get into the Game Awards. We're going to get into the Game Awards. Then, now you saying next year, when the games that finally people waiting for, Starfield, Redfall 4 is $70, the pressure on them is going to be immense, because these games are going to have the people going to be like, we waited all for this and we played. Man. Don't let nothing be slipping on a banana peel. So we just got to keep it real. You know what I'm saying? So that's just where I'm at. I know the industry is shifting. People are going to hit me with the economics, and I get it. I'm always going to be a consumer first. That's just how I rock. I'm always. That's why when I hear about Game Pass, absolutely, I'm in. Like, you telling me this amazing service that's gonna have day and date, and that definitely buffers them. I will give them that.
But don't you want to own?
I don't care about all that. That's fake flexing. These dudes, nobody ain't getting money.
You don't want to show your stack.
Nobody ain't got stock in these companies to be flake flexing about $70. Stop. That's just internet gangbanging. That's you throwing it up for the set. I get what you doing. But you're not. That's not real. The real is what Pong said. When that pandemic hit, people lost their jobs.
Yeah.
You got people out here struggling.
Yeah.
There's nothing more hurtful when I'm in a party chat and we like, yo, we about to play the game. And your man be like, yo,
I ain't got the season pass.
Got it. You know what I'm saying? And then I could be like, yo, fam, get that Game Pass. Yeah. Gift you that Game Pass sub for that one. And you in. That's real life.
No, I mean, the hardest thing was when people, the pandemic hit, and these consoles is here, and people had the TCL televisions, and I mean, they TVs wasn't up to stuff, and the pandemic held them down. So, and the games with the $70, and you got a TCL with a $70. Come on, man, y'all got to get out of this.
Listen, at the end of the day, it's more of those type of people than they are of these, we got everything, $7. Like, that's just the reality.
No, but on the internet, though, you can have everything.
But Twitter, we know. Twitter, everyone's balling. Everyone's
they got ragtop helicopters.
Everyone's lit. I know. They got Lambos. They got drop tops with the suicide. We understand.
They driving right past me.
Yeah, I understand. So it's just like, that's it. And then, like I said, it's just going to put a lot of pressure on them. The only thing that saves them is, Game Pass is a buffer for them, right? But like Pong said, like Saab said, don't think Game Pass is going to stay that price forever. Because once the first party cadence like they want with the quarterly, you best believe, and then the Activision deal does go through, you best believe at some point that value probably, because I know about you, but I get a Netflix. Netflix is raising the price. Is now this.
Remember that?
Oh, I get that every year. Like every other year, I get
Disney
that.
Plus told you on the 27th. As soon as they change, they boss.
Exactly. So that's all it is. I mean, that's all. So it's just something to be cognizant of. But that was that. Let's move on. Unless y'all got anything else. Topic.
Let's go.
Yeah, so
crown your Lord.
So, any super chat before?
We got a couple real quick. We got. Hold on a second. We got.
And then shout out to Big Bad Mo. Yeah, they better drop that family plan real soon to buffer my feelings.
They're gonna drop the family
buffer
plan when
my
they raise
feelings,
the price on
please.
Regular Game Pass.
Yeah, because I'll put the whole block on. I'll put my whole block on that.
I'm selling family passes.
You gonna be yo, you better be nice to me so you get on that plan.
Sure. My access is blocked. I ain't like
it's talking sideways.
I heard you was snitching.
We got Ty Casares, $3 super chat. Every company always bragging about their profits. I should shut up. We got Tony Bryant, member for 2 years, 28 months actually. Lord Gold, great show as always. Happy to be here live. $70 games from Microsoft is a precursor to COD being multiplayer still. And Game Pass will go up, but the family plan will multiplat. That's what it is. And Game Pass will go up, but the family plan will offset that. Games have to be quality. I think that's what Microsoft's game is. Like everything they're gonna do that doesn't look consumer friendly, they have an offset for. Which is unlike PlayStation. They don't have an offset for a lot of that stuff.
Nah, they just got an onset.
There we got Nightwolf, $31.86, $5 super chat. To Pong's point about the $70 games. How does it look for Microsoft when they announced that before releasing their 2023 lineup, they must be killer games? I mean, they had to get in front of it, right? They needed to do it, say it and they kept to their word. They weren't raising prices this year.
Yeah. And the ABK deal affects it as well, because if they got the ABK deal through and then raised their prices, that's exactly what that commission was talking about. Being price points.
Exactly. So then we have the Rubber Knob, member for 1 year, $2 super chat. More money, more snitches.
Oh wow.
Facts. We gotta get these guys to stop.
Yes, I know they going crazy. We good?
Then we have Dorian Gray, $2 super chat. Situation in India was due to exchange rates. Yes, it was due to exchange rates, but nonetheless, price is going up.
Yesterday's
price. Let me see what else. Exactly. That's it.
All right, cool. Let's get the last one. We are here. This is Addict's topic, unfortunately, but we will breeze through. The Game Awards came and went. A lot to discuss, about what was shown and little standout events and also who is maybe not present. So, yeah, let's talk about it. Game Awards, man. Let's start with you, Pong. What did you feel about it? The show overall, any standouts? And then obviously the question that a lot of people want to ask is about Xbox's presence.
Of course. Listen, overall, I look at every show in a vacuum. I'm not one of those people that compares. But just looking at how Keighley has evolved his shows, and again, personal feelings about Keighley aside, I think he's great for the industry. He's obviously done wonders to bring more eyes onto this industry, to create this kind of really kind of a celebrity type Oscars, that kind of thing, which is great. It needs to happen for the number one entertainment industry in the world. So I think that he did a fantastic job. He's learning. Ever since I jumped in and started doing podcasting, started covering these events from this point of view, I've seen him grow and really start to hone in and kind of really, just cut back on a lot of the garbage that people complain about and get a much more efficient type show. And I think this one showed that off. I thought the pacing outside of, Kratos taking a little bit longer than expected.
Are you implying that Keighley took that feedback to heart when we said he don't let people speak? And you're like, we let them speak, Cog. Now what?
Now what? Too much. Listen, I think the pacing was great. I thought he cut down on a lot of the stupid commercials that didn't really fit into this. The advertising was much better overall. And I thought that, overall the presentation was fantastic this year. I really do think that he's got to find some way. However, if you were going to call this the Game Awards show, the awards and the people behind those awards do have to somehow get their time. Somehow, some way. And I don't know what the answer is to that, but there has to be something he can do, because they do fly through a lot of the rewards. And this is the only time these people are going to be recognized in that way. Like, we have the golden joysticks, we got the BAFTAs, we got all that other stuff. But this one is where everybody's on, right? This is it, everybody's watching. So, overall, again, if I had to give it a grade, I'd give it a solid B, for sure. Standout wise, listen, there was a ton here. Again, I'm a grazer. There's very few genres I don't play. So I always come from these shows with something. And this one, probably I could go through 15 of them. But let me give you a few standouts here.
All right, let's go.
Hades 2. Hades 2.
I heard that music. I said, I know what game that is.
Boy, oh boy, Super Giant. Again, I expected them to come back with a sequel, but a lot of people didn't, because that's not what they're known for, right? They're known to go try something different. But with the success of Hades, what that did for them, what that did for the roguelike genre in general,
got people into roguelike for the first time.
Got people into it. They had to come back with this. This is going to be big for them. It's going to fuel their future. So Hades 2, beautiful, awesome. And then right after that, of course, I mentioned it earlier, Judas, coming from Ken Levine, coming from his new studio, Ghost Story. We've heard some rumblings that this has not been the smoothest production for them, that they've gone through some turmoil. But listen, younger people who never got to play the original BioShocks, or even System Shock, if you want to go back that far.
Let's go back,
You don't understand the genius behind Ken Levine and his teams, right? That he is one of those guys that can come through with a game that does something so different that it leaves that mark on you for a very long time. And I think Judas, interestingly enough, that he can't use the BioShock. Obviously, 2K has got the rights. But he's obviously doing a spiritual successor. Right? Sure. That's there a lot of influence here.
You can see it.
BioShock started out in the ocean. Infinite was in the sky, and now he's going to space. Right? It's really cool. So that was another big standout for me. Look, Steel and I blew up on our live stream about this when we were over on Speculations channel. Armored Core 6.
Oh,
man.
yeah.
Listen. You don't understand. Again, people are going to be shocked. There are going to be some people who don't even know that From ever did a mech game before, and it was niche at the time. The fact that they're coming back with this, and there's an article from Kotaku 6 years ago where Miyazaki actually confirmed that they had started work on Armored Core, but a lot of people with the Dark Souls, really gaining so much popularity, and now obviously with Elden Ring taking it to the stratosphere, right? That they would ever go back to Armored Core again, but they are, and so this was a huge one for me. And like I said, there's a million of them, but the last one, again, one more, because this is the golden age of gaming now, as I always say, right? Horror genre is getting their come-ups. They are blowing up, but the one that I've been asking for, the one that Mav has been asking for, is RTSs to come back to console. And we are starting to see the return. Company of Heroes 3 getting the console announcement. Oh my God.
Big.
That's a personal favorite of mine. Huge. Not for everybody. I don't care.
That's right.
I can't wait. It's for me.
That's
it's for
right.
me.
That's what it's about.
And it's the return of RTSs. So yeah, that's where I'll give you what I'm saying. Again, there's a million more. I'm not skipping all. But as far as Xbox not being there,
this is what they hear.
Yeah. This was a necessity. I'm in the boat. Let's put it this way, because there's different camps. I'm in the boat that this was. The minute they signed the ABK deal, they signed a lot of business decisions over to the attorneys. The attorneys don't care. The attorneys don't care about optics. They don't care about the fans. They care about winning.
Okay.
And so I think when they signed this deal, these decisions were made because obviously Keeley's got to plan this stuff out way in advance. They had to make decisions. I'm at the point where I think the attorneys probably were saying you can't do a showcase. And obviously there were, I'm sure Phil and everybody's like, are you kidding us? We can't do that to the fans. That's why they came up with the 12-month thing. So I think this was pre-planned. Does it look bad? I think so. Yes, obviously, especially the year that they've had. The ABK deal has taken all the momentum they've had and slowed it way down.
You're gonna love the poll question.
Yeah. I'm sure I will. Good. So I again, was it a disappointment not to see Xbox there when they? And again, people say, well, the Game Awards it's not the number one show. Listen, come on. Microsoft themselves have come out and said how important the Game Awards are, and they've shown that by announcing the Series X, by showing off Hellblade 2, Perfect Dark. Listen, they know what the Keeleys do for them as far as advertising go. Yeah. So again, to see the Sony Awards show sponsored by Samsung Xbox Game Pass, like that was pretty tough, right? Pretty tough.
That's very slanderous there, Paul.
Yes, I know, sir. Okay. But my final point would be, and I said this during our live stream, co-stream with them, is that if Xbox has something planned, if this now, all the cards are on the table. Now they know which way the FTC is going. There's nothing, business has to move forward at some point. So I said, if they have something planned for January or early February, this will all be forgotten. No, it's not going to be the same level as the Game Awards. You're not going to have as many eyes on you. You're going to have Xbox fans, whereas with the Game Awards, you get other eyes that may not go watch an Xbox show, see something that they like. That's why the power of the Game Awards is there. Right. But I think that is the plan. And obviously Greenberg, hinted at that through his tweet that we're not going to have to wait too soon too long. And that timing is key. And I think that was what he was pointing out. So now the smoke is January, February, we're going to get something from Xbox. I expect that to be an XO type event. I think we're going to get release dates for, probably Redfall for sure. Starfield, I think, does get a release date. Motorsport is the one I'm still wavering on whether or not we see it in that first half, just because of Turn 10 starting polishing in January and all that kind of stuff. Okay. But I think we will get an XO event, type event, and I think they are going to showcase not only their first party, but their third party, because the first half, 2023, is lined up to be stacked between first party and third party, starting right out the gates with, of course, another favorite of mine, Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition, coming out right away. So I think that's where they're going with it. So yes, it was a disappointment not to see Xbox there. But for me, again, I look at the overall show. I saw a ton of third party coming to Xbox, which was great to see. Some games that previous generation we may not have gotten on Xbox. That shows the momentum they have, and so I was excited about that.
So, your thoughts on the show? First of all, congratulations. Another year, dominating year of running us out the building on the Game Awards, the picks, and just vintage, masterful performance as always. I came close.
Much appreciated.
You know what I'm saying?
But King and Addict, just I don't know, man.
The year before they was closer than me. So normally I don't.
Well, they won. Well, the year before they won, didn't they?
Yeah. They did. Yeah, they did get the win.
Please don't try to take away my win.
My bad. You do have a title.
Back on top.
You sir are the winless one.
Yeah, you had to put that out there like that. You had to do all that. That's extra. But,
I think I did. Sorry.
He's in the dojo though. He's getting
working. I'm learning. So yeah, like any standouts as far as game wise, and then obviously the big talk. Xbox's presence or lack of.
So I think overall, like just to to say, point out what Pong was talking about initially is that, yeah, I think, Keighley seemed to have listened to the criticisms of past shows and done things to fix that. And I think immediately off the bat that was shown. Obviously, Christopher Judge took all the lot of time, and I was like, dude, wow, he's really up there talking and just, it sounded like a therapy session. I was like, yo, what's going on here? But they let him rock for as much as he possibly could, and
they ain't let him do anything. That dude took that.
Took over.
He took that because I think Keighley was flabbergasted at that.
You see them stepping up on stage.
Yes.
Yeah.
So and then therefore the rest of the show had to be sort of rushed a little bit, and this is what happens. But again, he took criticism to heart, and I love that because he's evolving it with the community. So that's amazing to see. In terms of things that I saw that were really exciting, I mean, dude, right off the bat, like Dead Cells with Castlevania in it, bro.
Yes, awesome.
Dead Cell. If you want to talk about a game that has the feel of Castlevania, the tightness of that gameplay, it's a Dead Cells. And now you incorporating these two. Listen, man. Oh my lord. Whew. I was like, wait a minute, this is crazy. Then we get Vampire Survival on mobile.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, those things really, again, it blew me away. Little things, again, like seeing a new Valiant Hearts. I love that first Valiant Hearts. And then, like, after that, the thing that really, I was like, oh, my goodness, was Replaced.
Oh, man, you keep stealing my stuff.
Yeah, Replaced is crazy. Replaced is crazy.
Lord.
So good.
Yes.
Blade Runner vibes, Cyberpunk vibes.
Brutal.
Oh my God, that looks so good.
Yeah,
I've been following that game for how many years?
Yeah, bro. It's been what, 2 or 3 years since we saw that game?
From the PC show. The last time I saw it was at the PC show.
Yeah, that game.
Yeah, Replaced. Street Fighter 6 looking amazing again. I can't wait to play Street Fighter 6.
Oh, DJ.
Yeah, I see DJ.
Yeah. There you go. And then, like Pong said, bro, Hades 2. Hades to me, along with Dead Cells, is a goated game. Like that's one of the greats. And to see that come back and then break protocol and just go to a sequel, it shows what Hades did for them.
Yes.
Right.
Good point.
But again, most of their games are very successful. So to see what Hades must have been another level, and it was.
But they had more story to tell.
They did. They had more story to tell, and that once again they're building. I know you don't like this, King, but they're building it with the community.
No, there's nothing wrong with it. I don't have to participate.
Yeah, exactly. I don't. I wait for 1.0. That's what
right.
I do.
You pay me and I'll participate. You're not paying me. I will wait to pick it up when it's done.
When it's done, exactly. So that, and just like Pong and I are of the same mind of a lot of things. When I saw Ghost Story Games, and I talked about it in an interview this year that Cog and I had. We'll talk about it a little bit. Where I was like, I've been waiting so long for Ken Levine's next game, and to finally see it again. There's no guarantee it's coming next year. They're just showing it. We might not see this game for 5 years, knowing Ken Levine. I was super excited. I was a little underwhelmed that it was like, really? He just made BioShock again? Like, I was like, it took me by surprise. Like, all this time and you're making BioShock again? I get it. That's his baby. That's really where he elevated to another level. I'm glad to hear that the narrative Lego stuff is still intact, and this is where this is going to really be differentiated from other games. Because again, he's a genius, and he's very difficult to work with. He admittedly has said that he's not a good manager. He is an auteur. That is what he is. So I'm excited to see what this is, and if I were the guys at 2K making the next BioShock, oh my.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Let's hope this game doesn't come out for 4 years.
Yeah, because they better watch out. That's look crazy.
Yeah, it was nice to see the Kevin Conroy dedication in the Suicide Squad.
That was a nice touch. That was nice.
That was great.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest, I was a little underwhelmed by Jedi Survivor.
No,
It just didn't look next gen enough.
It looks same, Jenny.
It looks samey. I'm gonna play it. I know it's gonna be fantastic, but it did look DLC.
It looked DLC to me.
Not doing that,
bro. It did not. Again, I'm gonna play it.
That's your opinion.
Right.
Nah, what did look next gen? King of the Iron Fist
tournament. Welcome to the King of the Iron Fist tournament.
Why my man was so swole though?
Who?
Yo, yeah, he's on the roids.
Who?
Yeah, man.
He's on the
Who,
road.
Law?
Whoa.
Who, Law?
Lay.
No, Law.
No, Law.
That's
Martial
Law.
Law. Yeah, Law is on it.
Martial Law.
Wasn't it his son?
Yeah,
Isn't that his son?
Yeah, technically
I don't
that's his
know if
son.
it's
Yeah,
Forrest
it's Forrest.
or
That's
Marshall,
technically.
yeah.
We don't know, but it looked like it might be Forrest.
It could be Forrest.
It could be Forrest.
Somebody
yeah.
on the juice.
Somebody, yeah. Somebody's
Whoa.
somebody's listening to Living King.
Ooh, that looks so good. That looks so good. And y'all gonna be surprised.
What?
The next thing that really kind of boom, I'm excited for. Is that Warhammer Space Marine 2. Yes,
Wow.
I'm excited
That
for
looked
that.
amazing.
That's
Yes,
humor.
absolutely.
Space Marine 1 is
Amazing.
so good.
Yep.
Right, but beyond that, I gotta say, man, that Final Fantasy 16.
Oh, that Final Fantasy 16 on fire. I don't care.
That's
Nobody
the only thing they could do well.
Woo! That joy
It
look
feels
fire.
like, I mean, again, I'm hearing all of this talk about, this is the game that's supposed to try to unseat FF6 like as the GOAT. Some are, hold up. So I'm very interested, right? I'm very interested. And beyond that, I know we've seen preview coverage during the course of the week for this, but that Diablo. Oh my God.
Yes.
Oh my Lord. Oh my Lord. Oh my Lord.
Baldur's Gate too, bro.
Oh,
Yeah. Oh my God. I forgot
Baldur's Gate was crazy. There was games at the show, y'all.
They need to announce that for console, though.
Yes.
They need to
Bro,
get that announcement
That
out.
Baldur's, anybody who's played the old Baldur's
That'll make
Gate,
me get on my PC.
Icewind Dale.
Yeah, you gonna come over to Master
That'll
Race
make me
then.
break protocol.
Break protocol for
Yeah.
that.
I will
Yo,
have
bro.
to buy a Steam Deck off of that.
Yo, I tell you again, if you're a fan of the old Baldur's Gate, if you're a
Yes.
fan of Divinity, if you're a fan of Icewind Dale,
Mm-hmm.
Baldur's Gate 3 is taking that to the next level.
looked fire.
Oh my
That looked
God.
When that guy busted his way out of the mimic.
Oh,
my God,
man.
that was
Yeah,
crazy.
Yeah, bro. So I'm gonna be honest, yo. I think Keeley was on it this year.
Yeah.
I give this a
thought it was
strong,
phenomenal.
8.75, almost 9. Like
Yeah.
I really he did a very good job. Oh, let's not mention I'm not a Monster Hunter dude, but that Wild Hearts.
So long, Addict came back.
Yo, Addy, he was able to come back, yo.
We
He
went
said he
so
was coming
long that we yo, that's so crazy.
Because we still on in
We
Australia.
right for his topic too, right on
Yeah,
time.
exactly. So, I mean, even the Wild Hearts, and I'm not a Monster Hunter dude, but that looks like it's something I might want to try.
Okay.
And then the Microsoft missing. Listen, I found it weird that there was nothing that they felt like they should just excite people over, man. I mean, they showed us the Series X and they showed us Hellblade.
We just started the topic.
Yeah, Pong went, and I'm the second one
Yeah,
to
you
go.
next.
So yeah, yes, plenty. It was just weird, and I know they have a lot to show. And again, if they stick to what they said, that by the end of June we're gonna have 3 first-party games out, according to them. So
Special Nick said it's Monday morning in Australia. Y'all still go.
yeah, we know.
Crazy
We
show.
know.
Continue.
So
Still
again,
going, Nick.
Yeah, still going.
it was weird to me not to show something, man. Just something to excite the masses. Something.
Trying
You
to
didn't
win.
have-
Can't talk when you're trying to win, man.
Yeah, I
Let's
feel
check
you.
out. Let's check out.
Nah, I don't know. Something. Give me something.
They ain't
Give me
showing you
something.
anything. We're trying to win.
Now I'll say this though.
Go ahead.
If they didn't have anything gameplay wise to show for something new and it was just going to be a trailer, then no. I'm fine with it.
Okay.
If there was some gameplay available from something we haven't seen or just they mentioned briefly and this would be the first time we see gameplay, they should have done that just to excite people.
Hey, the sizzle reel had 10 extra seconds of like Starfield.
Of Starfield,
They showed the scissor reel multiple times.
Yep.
Yes.
Or
Yeah, they want to
remix.
remind people that certain games are associated with Xbox day one Game Pass. Like, they show Liza P, but it's like, we talk about when they show Liza P, but stuff like that where you have to remind people, hey, this is a Game Pass day one game and stuff like that, where it'd be very easy for somebody who doesn't know, be like, oh, that's PlayStation. Yeah, PlayStation. You know what I mean? So they need to reiterate those things. But yeah, it was weird not to show anything at all. It was just weird.
Lord Addict, your thoughts? Standouts on Game Awards and Xbox's presence.
I thought the Game Awards was a solid Game Awards. I actually thought it was the best one I've seen them put on.
Yeah, you liked it when we did that straight.
I felt like the announcements was solid. The pacing was solid. Even with Chris stepping out of pocket, I didn't even mind that too much.
Yeah, you actually defended him. I remember that. Yeah, you defended him.
Yeah, because I think the reason I defended it too much is because like it didn't seem like it seemed like the dude was literally just like losing his mind on there, like just how emotional he was winning that award. So it's just like, look, don't let him do it again. But
you like let him get his balls off. Okay, he was with it.
Yeah. And what I thought was funny, that music was playing.
Oh, they had
long.
They had to wrap it up, beat music, and they had dudes on side. They was
just added to his talk, though.
He just looked at them like, I'm still going.
It was beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I thought it hilarious.
Really wanted to hear that.
Yeah, I mean, but let's not take away from the fact also that he shouldn't have won that. Thank you.
Oh
no, I mean he shouldn't have. He should have won that.
I was happy. That was one of my picks.
You saw Atreus looked at him like, oh really? Oh God, y'all don't know what y'all about to get.
I thought I was gonna like have a lot of. It was gonna be like really hard to like keep up with like who gets what points, but Cog was very clear. Oh no, who did that?
Yeah.
Who did? Okay. Who? What did we vote for?
Yeah, I had to be clear.
Cog wanted to win so bad.
I wasn't so bad.
I was watching. I was like, oh, they go solve it.
And you know what's funny?
I hated looking at his score.
There was just like one or two things. If Cog would have changed, he could have won. Like one or two things.
He went with his heart though.
Shut up.
God bless him.
Yeah, I know. Anytime any of y'all say I'm going with my heart on this one, I'm like, cha-ching.
But there is one. I'm gonna jump in. There's one that I am so proud of. I got to break protocol. Shout out to As Dust Falls. Shout out to Carolyn Marshall and the team. Yeah. I was so proud that when that joint came through, bro, homegirl, she did that. You know what I'm saying? And like for people that played that game, they know what it is. That is one of the most impactful storytelling, real life issues, and cooperative with a override mechanic. You play with family, you play with friends, a significant other. That is one of their best times. Yeah, I was so proud to see that.
I was like, I know her. I interviewed her.
That was with my heart. That's the first time one of my heart picks won. I thought I was no way I was going to win that one.
All right, time.
Let Addict finish.
Let Addict finish. Yes, my fault.
Yeah, and shout out to me giving Horizon Forbidden West too much props, thinking that they were going to snatch some things, and I voted. And I lost a bunch of that because of like, okay, they can't give. They're not going to just not give Horizon nothing.
Yes, they are.
That was surprising. That was definitely surprising. So what about the Xbox part 2?
Look, I don't mind them not being there. Is like logistics, as long as they're going to actually have like their own event or something. For years I've actually been saying to them for them to like maintain their own stuff and do their own show.
You're the leader of that movie.
I do feel like even if they do their own show, they could have showed like a Sea of Thieves expansion or like an Elder Scrolls Online expansion, something like not give your best bars, but some bars.
Yes.
Because I feel like you not being there, it kind of makes me think maybe that, conspiracy tinfoil hat thing. How you go from being there so strong to not being there at all now? It kind of makes me think that maybe something's happened and there's a reason they're not there now. I'm not gonna go out there and say like there's beef between like Microsoft and like that organization, but it's just like, how do you go from announcing your Xbox Series X to nothing now? Nothing. I do personally feel like there's a scenario where they got so much they need to announce, and if they couldn't announce them all there, then they were just like, look, like we need to announce Forza, we need to announce Redfall with a release date, Forza with a release date, Starfield with a release date, and they probably got like a little bit of little stuff they do. It's like, obviously he's not going to let us do all of that there, so if we have to, if we can't do all of it there, we need to just do none of it there, because it's like one of those things. It's like, we're already going to have to make an event in like February because of all this stuff.
Right.
Why give him some of our best bars here when we already have to do it there? But it's just like, even if it was that case, and I think that's probably a good chance it was that, you could have gave them something small, like something small, I think, just to say that you're there. But it was disappointing that they wasn't there in any way, shape, or form. Like, shout out to Phil for sitting through 3 hours of some stress.
They put the camera on my man's. Put the camera in. I don't think he
Not
wanted that
look
camera there, fam.
No.
Yeah. So here's the conspiracy theory version of this, right?
What we doing?
Could it be you just finished getting announced that you were going to get sued by the FTC for taking games away from other people?
Mm-hmm.
It's maybe not the best thing to announce 3 exclusive games.
Nah. Well, see, here's the thing. The reason I don't think it's that is because this isn't like these are brand new exclusives and no one's heard about these. Like
they're the
like
ones
the
that
FTC
were brought up in the FTC thing, though.
But I get that, but the FTC knew these games were coming.
Yeah.
Like at this point, the damage has been done. It's not like you're gonna put the Pandora's stuff right back in the box. Like we knew these games are out there. Now, if they came out there and they showed brand new exclusives of the stuff that they bought, then that would be one thing. But it's just like the part that just doesn't make sense to me. I heard it like 2 weeks ago they weren't going to be at the Video Game Awards. So I don't think it's that. I think that something happened. Maybe there might be some kind of shape of maybe a game is on like the borderline and they don't want to come out and actually say it's coming out if it's not coming out. Maybe it's one of those scenarios where they just, it's like I said, to not be there at all makes no sense to me because it's not even just the biggest stage thing. It's like you announced your Xbox Series X here. How do you go from announcing nothing here? And that's why it makes me feel like maybe there was some like something happened in the past year where they felt like, okay, this isn't a valid platform for us to announce stuff on anymore, because even if they were doing their own thing, how are you not going to show up at all? Yeah, it makes me think there's something more going on if you're not going to be there at all. Yeah, well, because everyone's there. Imagine
Aaron made a statement. I don't know if y'all saw Ryan McCaffrey's statement. Yeah. Ryan McCaffrey did not hold no punches.
Imagine being like Phil and Sarah Bond sitting in that crowd, having all these games be announced, but you have nothing there. Have all these like Game of the Year nominations, but you don't have nothing in the nominations really. Like, and you know what's crazy? Whoever is pamming that camera back and forth, you should be ashamed of yourself, because there's no reason for Phil to be on that screen so many times, but there's a couple of times when God of War won an award, they've paid it to Phil.
I didn't notice that. That's crazy.
That was dirty.
That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, look, let's get to it, King. Where you at? You seem to be making your stance on Xbox. Before we get into that, the games as well.
Well,
yes.
I'm here to thank everyone.
King Judge.
I would like to start off with my brother that
Not the pauses. Not the dramatic breathing and pauses for emphasis. Not that, King.
Remember, King, he talked to Atreus, so talk to someone like he talked to.
the moment I heard my name being announced.
Oh, Lord.
Next games, I need to be, man.
What's sad? He's doing a really good job.
He did a good impression of him, too. It's good.
I can't stand the Game Awards.
Right? You've always been that.
You know why?
Why you don't like it?
It has forget about Jeff. I don't like any award shows.
Damn,
because you can't tell me what's hot. Okay. You can't tell me what's hot. Okay. I can tell you what's hot because I can play it, I can say it, and I can feel it, and I can say this is me. This is what's hot to me.
Right.
I'm not a dude that needs to be in a group to feel me.
I feel that.
Pause. I see a lot of these dudes doing their streams, and these dudes is jumping out they see God of War. What I told you, we did it. We've made it. You've made nothing. You played a game.
You should have seen the chat, King.
These dudes that's getting like, feel good for the sound design dude that won best sound design for a game that you appreciated, right?
That's my biggest thing, King. Like, why? I get it. Like, some of these people are high profiles. You have them up there, but they're not gamers. One individual literally came up there and said he's not a gamer. And I'm just like, look, like, I get it. Al Pacino, I get it. He's a high profile person. I get it. It was a performance thing, but it's just like, there's countless people. I said this one time. It's like, why someone like like a profile like Snoop Dogg, literally talks about gaming 24/7. He has been on multiple.
I don't want to see Snoop Dogg.
But
I
see,
don't want to see Al Pacino. I want to see the people that make these games. I don't care to see these celebrity people that have no involvement in said game. Al Pacino had nothing to do with any of those games that was being talked about. But yeah, I get there messing it up for everyone.
Oh, and I feel you on that. I'm just saying, like, if they wanted a high profile, at least, like, the very least, get us someone that actually plays games. Like,
no, get somebody that make games.
Yeah, I
but
feel
go get Vin Diesel and go get somebody who's actually in the industry and stop getting these people just to have these names associated with your project.
I would have liked what's his name, the dude that played in the Zelda, the Star Wars game, the ginger dude, like he could have gave an award away, like he was there to just do some lightsabers and then he just walked off. Like it's like, why don't you let him give an award?
I hate these shows because it grooms you into believing that you're participating in a level that you're not. It forms your opinion to feel that this game is high. I mean, I fell victim to it when I got Sekiro. All right, I fell victim to it when game of the year, and it's an influence. You go in that direction. What I do like though, that it brings highlights to video games that you probably never heard of.
Yes,
right. And those video games, you say to yourself, well, it made the list. Let me go check that game out. Let me go see this straight.
Great point. Henry
Cavill would have been perfect. Yeah, Henry Cavill.
Like, I don't care for Henry Cavill.
But you biased.
Why not just do?
My Superman is here.
They should do the right thing, which is the previous year's winner gives away the award to the current year's winner.
You keeping it official.
Now you keeping it official.
They're not trying to hand away the belt.
It's not even that. I think that like it's hard to keep up with that many pieces, and I think that they do strategically do these like celebrity things. What's coming out? Like, you know, they had one year they had Van Diesel, because but even Van Diesel makes sense. He's literally partially owner of a gaming studio, the people that make art.
Makes games.
It's just frustrating that you get Al Pacino, and I get it, it's for performance, but like I said, there's plenty of people that game in that industry that could have gave that award. That's not him. And the fact that he went up there and said, I don't game.
Yeah, I didn't like that part.
The fact that he said, I don't game, I'm sure Jeff was like, man, I wish you wouldn't have said
in his defense, the rumor is that the teleprompter he couldn't see or something. I don't know. I heard it was a rumor that
he said,
old as hell.
He said, I can't read the teleprompter, but that sounded more like a joke than anything to me.
Okay.
Nah,
I think
how did you not see it when you was doing like the practice?
Did you see his cards? Did you see I was able to read from my house who was the winner?
Word?
He can't see, man.
Okay.
All right, so you have this guy that's up there that can't see, that's freestyling in
that's the thing. He was freestyling.
He doesn't even play games. Okay, enough of that sick and tired stuff that we're talking about. I don't care about that. Let me get to, because I'm not going to get past this. I'm not going to get finished with this, obviously. So let's get to what I've seen.
Yes.
Love Replaced. Love Atomic Heart.
That's what I'm saying, man. Great games were at this event. Like
Reactivated was something that intrigued me because it had the Transformers brand.
Oh yeah,
and I didn't
Shout
know
out to Splash Damage.
What were they going to do with it? So I want to give them a shot, even though there was vertical slice CGI crap.
We know.
We already know that. I hate that. But again, this is the first time I'm seeing it, so I'm gonna let it go.
Oh, thank you.
All right.
I know how it means to you.
It was Blue Protocol. I don't know if it's me or is Bandai Namco turning into a better version of Square Enix.
Yep, been talking about it for the past over a year now, King.
I think they have got a hand on the Japanese RPG industry, and they're putting out quality titles, and it's going to be one of those titles that's going to break that ceiling, that's going to actually be the must-play RPG. And I think they have a bunch that are in that vein, you know, you got to play this, but it's going to be one that's going to be such a commercial success that's going to dethrone the Final Fantasy, and it's going to happen at some point in time, because you have Dragon Warrior that is keeps pushing it, but it has to be more prevalent here in the Western world. That the game with what's that Red Devil dude?
Oh, you mean I know you're talking about the Hellboy dude?
Hellboy.
Yeah.
I love the art direction.
Okay.
I didn't see that game coming. I didn't pause. I didn't expect it because I thought it was going to be a cutscene. Then I saw it was actual gameplay of it, and I was like, I'm so intrigued by it. Hades 2, of course. Diablo 3, 4, of course. Baldur's Gate, of course. Those games, of course, is has me intrigued and trying to get to that next level. But then it was this one game, and he was doing a cutscene. It was the dude sitting at the table, and he was talking to, which I thought was his wife, and the lady was talking to him and said, "Oh, y'all, the Banishers, and are y'all ghost hunters?" He's like, "No, we banished them." And then his wife like disappeared, and I was like, "Oh, this is a husband and wife team, and she's dead, and she's the ghost, and she helps him throughout and it looked great. It looked phenomenal.
Which game you told me. Yeah, that game looked good.
That's from Don't Nod.
That's Don't Nod.
Yeah, that game looked good. I remember.
So
that
I said, you know, I can watch the highlights of the show. I don't have to agree with a lot of things of the show. I know the show is necessary. People get dressed up. They go out there. You're supposed to have a great time. We're supposed to have this pageantry. We're supposed to have this stuff. But we ain't going to sit here and start going at my man sitting there taking his lumps. My man showed up.
Yeah, he showed up.
Where was Jim?
I mean,
No. Where the hell was Jim?
Jim wasn't there, but
I know, because Jim don't game, right? So Jim don't game. Jim ain't there. Jim can snitch. He can go. He's too busy at the Activision and at the FTC and at the CMA. He's too busy snitching that he can't go, and his games is being up there for Game of the Year. His games is being up there for the best game sound design. Your games is being nominated. You ain't there, but the dude who ain't got no games is sitting right there. The dude you sit, the realest dude in the building is sitting right there taking the lumps. And we ain't got no games, but I'm here. What up, though?
I don't think anyone was,
what up, though?
Hold on, real quick, King. I don't think anyone was saying that, like, you know, like clowning on him for being there. I just think it was a rough experience.
It wasn't. What real dudes do is they sit there and they take their lumps. I want to feel this right here. Because I never want to feel it again.
And if you take the console... If you take the console stuff out of it, King, like he had every reason to be there too, because it's like just because like I get it with all this stuff going on.
Maybe
he
heard Phil was good.
Listen,
maybe it's on site. Maybe it's like the Source Awards. You can't have Sugar Puffy in the building.
That's when you snitch and you don't show your face. How you gonna have all your stuff represented, but you ain't there?
It could have been a bad
But my
situation.
man was he was there. He was there for all that smoke. Anyway you wanted to.
They've been going at it. They've been dropping freestyles on it.
Yeah, but somebody
they've been dropping diss records,
with no games there.
East Coast, West Coast.
But it was easy for Phil not to be there, right? It was easy for them not to pan over, him not to have that conversation at all. True. But real dudes do real things. This is why I roll with him.
I feel that.
Right?
I feel that. He
there.
definitely didn't have to be there. Especially after this week, he could have easily took all
the questions.
Yeah, I give you that. There, right? And then someone else said, not to interrupt you because you're on fire with this, because someone did say at the show like he's a class act because he not only stood there, he talked to mad people, was asking questions. And let's be honest, like you said, this is really one of the worst weeks at Xbox. You know what I'm saying? So for him to go there to face the music, that's real man stuff. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, regardless of how you feel about Xbox as a company, regardless of how you feel about first-party output, they're not doing the right thing or whatever. But as a man, he could have used any excuse in the book, and everybody would have been okay with him not being there. But
to be honest with you,
I give you that.
We would probably like look down on him more if he didn't show up. It's like, you mean to tell me this is? It's not like in a PlayStation. It'd be different if you went to a PlayStation experience. You know what I'm saying? And it's like you didn't go to a gaming event celebrating games, like, because you know, it's like I said that outside the console industry, there's no reason for him not to go. You know what I'm saying? Like, and the fact that he went regardless, even though that, you know, people will be like, yo, I'm sure that's rough. Like, it's good because it meant like he values to celebrate the games over what's going on in his business with other people.
What a real dude does, and some of you guys are actually gonna experience this one day. You don't run away from the emotion of the situation. You bask in it, be it good or be it bad. He knew going there, not having no games, up for nomination in any category is going to be bring scrutiny to him. He knew this forehand. Got suited up and went.
Delilah said Bowser was there, Phil was there, King has a point.
Bowser was there.
Why they're panning to him when other awards is being won and none of your games is up there? But okay.
Yeah, it's actually, I'm with King. That's even worse. Like, your games are up there and you're not even there. Like,
so the thought process, we probably had some stuff to put in a reel and this stuff is gonna go. No. We hold it to next year and we're gonna hold our own event. This is not gonna happen next year. Next year, have the same cameras tranked on my man.
Next year, though.
Yeah, but I don't care. But the work is gonna come.
Okay.
Have these same cameras tranked on my man next year when Starfield is out, when Redfall is out, when Forza is out, and whatever other games hit, and you have no choice but to include them into your little show. Because the cutoff point last year was what point for Halo? So why Halo wasn't up for any awards? Should have been included, right? It didn't make the cut last year, so it couldn't make the cut this year, right? All right. I walked away very, very happy from the show. I thought the show looked great. I watched it through you guys' eyes. I had fun listening to Addict defending Chris. I had fun listening to Addict saying, damn, Solving still isn't in run. This is ridiculous. And I want everybody to really give Addict respect because Addict
he set that up.
Put together that whole tally thing.
Yeah, that was fire.
It took him hours to get it right, and he got it right, and he executed his objective. He's probably one of the hardest working dudes that probably you guys don't know what he's doing, but he's doing that. He's working always very hard. All right, so if y'all love that format, you love what you saw.
Yeah, it was fire.
That was entertaining to me. It was way more entertaining than the Game Awards show because I don't care. I can go to sleep and I can wake up later.
Yeah,
but you made it into a fun process, and I loved it, and I appreciate you.
Yeah.
The last thing, I am so happy God of War lost.
Yo!
I knew this was coming.
Not like this. Not like this.
I am the most
King, you should have saw the chat after God of
chat.
War lost.
I ain't gonna front chat did some fraudulent stuff. It was a funeral in there.
You would have been proud of Kid Smooth. Like
bro, dudes was popping. You could have told me Elden Ring was an Xbox exclusive the way this thing was popping off.
Because they sealed that casket and threw him away. And we're not gonna see him no more. It's over. It's done. And the best part of it is I saw dudes popping bottles. Elden Ring didn't win nothing, and God of War's out here slaying. It's gonna be a sweep. Sweep yourself under the rug.
I was just getting.
That DLC was not winning Game of the Year. Now, if it was the best DLC of the year,
that's the category they was gonna win.
Down. But Elden King came out and stomped you.
Elden Ring deserved it. Elden Ring
of the way, and that's it. And I told y'all before, but it doesn't look as next gen as God of War. God of War looked last gen. It looked like a PlayStation 4 exclusive. And
Elden Ring.
Happy Elden Ring rocked its box. It's over.
God of War came out and it was a very good quality game. But Elden Ring came out and it shut down the industry. Like, I've never seen that amount of coverage and that amount of people talking about one game for that long.
But Addict, they tried to slip a banana in the tailpipe. They tried to get him through the door. You know who messed it up?
Who?
You know who messed it up? Because God of War was going to win.
It was Chris.
I like to thank.
Chris Judge messed it up. They didn't want him to come back on stage.
You know, everybody, even the grocery store man who brought my God, I want to
you
thank
implying
the
King
gas
they changed
station.
it at the last minute?
Yeah, 'cause they looked at him and said, that's when they went over to him. You saw when the crowd went over to him and they was talking to him.
Yeah.
They said, listen here, God of War was going to win, but Elden Ring's going to win now because we can't have you going back up there talking.
We can't have you up there.
I want to thank Chris for running your mouth and wearing the gold suit. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. You was fashionably overbearing. So God bless. Have a great day. And shout out to Elden Ring. Game of the year.
Shout out to Elden Ring. Go to this.
I love it. It's the greatest game that was ever made. It was fantastic. It blew Ragnarok away.
Yo, man, I give a buzz off. This is crazy little show. Yeah, look, show is phenomenal. I thought it was a great celebration of games. I think overall we got to give. I've had my issues, obviously, with the way certain things with the way the show is run.
He fixed a lot of stuff,
but I think he did listen to legit feedback. Look, Tekken 8. I don't care what nobody say. When Tekken 8 came out, baby, that Unreal Engine 5 was looking glorious. Jun Kazama is back from Tekken 2, Tekken 3 story. Amazing. I can't wait to see what they do with the saga Father versus Son, because it looked like Jin took an L in the beginning. It looked like Jin took an L in the beginning, and Jun had to come back to get her set up because, Kazuya's outside. So we got
you know what surprised me there? That Suicide Squad.
Yes, that looked really good. They was hemming the Flash up. It was kind of hilarious. Street Fighter 6 again looked good.
He's pushing me against the wall.
Stop that. Stop moving. Because I like that they going against the superheroes. It's kind of funny. So Street Fighter 6 looks good. DJ, I like the colorful art style. Fighting game community stand up. It's great to see 2 fighting games shining. Come on, I'm Destiny. I know Destiny 2 Light Falls outside. I was happy to see the Strand, the traversal. We look like we got some Insomniac Spider-Man thing going on. We got some Strand thing where you can hang people up and do all this doing with the new powers. Look like a substantial expansion. Diablo. Whoa, Diablo was looking. I already seen the gameplay. The gameplay impressed me. So to see this kind of narrative cinematic story, it looked really intense. Production value. They look like the bag has been dropped. It's ready to go. Gotta disagree with Soft. Jedi Fallen, Jedi Survivor look phenomenal to me.
He didn't like Jedi Survivor?
He did not like. He said it looked like more the same. Him and King
slandering more the same.
They slander him, bro.
DLC.
Dad, shut up.
I mean, I'm gonna play it, and the stuff that I saw with the double lightsabers, that's cool.
We're gonna do this on my time.
Nah.
Listen. We gonna put respect on Respawn. We gonna put respect on Patrick Wren. We gonna put respect on Vince and Pella the God. Got them thinking about single player games and making money.
I can see where Saul's coming from. Where you don't think it's like a giant jump.
We not listening to his slander right now.
It's not a giant jump. I'm playing it.
Yeah, I know. Let them not play it. That's what I was. But look, Dismemberment. That they know they got a formula. I'm so high. And to see the dude come out, that plays the main character, do his little thing and promote it. That was a cool little touch. I'm with Salvo on Final Fantasy 16 though. Ooh, good lord, that looked amazing. Can't wait.
I'm not with you guys.
Oh, you're not feeling it.
I
you wait and see.
I don't know. Well, it's about like Final Fantasy 15. They spent a lot of time and a lot of focus on the summons, and I think it impacted the rest of the game. But that's all I'm going to say because I know we've been live forever.
For me, I like the way the protagonist is going. I like where the cinematics is going. I like where the summon is going. Shout out to PlayStation for putting that exclusivity at the end to let you know you're not seeing this for a whole year. You better come over here. Shout out to the pettiness. What else? Replace? Yes, King. Yes. That's it. I'm all the way live with that joint. Shout out. Cyberpunk got Stringer Bell, y'all.
Yeah, Stringer Bell.
And that is the DLC that's going to probably lock me in.
Yeah. They got String. They got String.
I saw Stringer Bell, and I saw a little bit more with this guy, with Neil. I was like, okay.
Pandemic.
Yeah. I can't wait.
Yeah. Stringer's in there. I was like, oh, this, and was it next gen only too?
Yes.
Let's go.
Yeah, let's cut those guys off. I'm tired of these guys still eating, holding us back. Let's get rid of this PlayStation 4.
Yeah, stupid.
That's the only thing that's left.
Shout out to Pong, Emmanuel Levine. Wow. Judas.
Yeah.
Wow.
Judas. Oh my God.
That looked different. Yeah.
I was saying, man, it was a phenomenal.
Phenomenal.
It looked great. It didn't look different. It didn't look
very
different.
solid and very good.
It looked good. Look, great show. And again, my little personal thing, because Xbox did win an award.
I mean, Red Dead 2 don't look a whole lot different than Red Dead 1, but you go to all
Now you bugging. Now you're absolutely bugging.
It's horses and ropes. Same thing.
The Iron Bank is going to send you to the eye doctor.
Time on y'all being petty and slandering.
What about that big boss?
Yeah, that gave me the 90s feel. It had Michael Madison. I need to see more, though. I need to know if the game's going to be good.
FPS, GTA,
I like the vibe, though. The vibe
was
is dope.
Episodic?
Yeah, the vibe was dope. I'm with you on the vibe. Look, there's a game I keep forgetting, and I got to give Microsoft flowers again. As does Falls. So proud of y'all. Interior Night, do your thing. Waiting for the sequel. All right, number 2. They showed it again, and y'all know Cog don't like being the older guy at the playground playing no kid games. You know Cog is not.
Oh yeah, those
but
rules,
that party animals, I'm in. I am in. They doing terroristic stuff, the cute things, and it's throwing dudes in the oven, and it's like that game looked phenomenal. I can't front. Party animals, every time they show it, I die laughing. It looked like it could be a Fall Guy situation going on. I'm in. I need to know what's going on with that. And I love the way they market because they don't take it themselves seriously. Okay, let's get to the smoke. Xbox, all right. Y'all got to come to the front of the congregation. Listen, King, I'm with you. He's a G for showing. Absolutely. Real man talk. I give you that. The only mindset I could think is that for you to not have any presence at the biggest game awards, the only thing I can think is, one, you already have something planned between now and E3. Because you can't show these 3 games at E3 and go, hey, guys. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And you can't just drop a Twitter post and say, hey, what you call it is out. Redfall's out. You can't. You have to promote these, right?
Yep.
So that either has to be in the back. And then the other thing, I got to be honest, like maybe there was a mindset, because here's the thing. The week they had, right? Let's do revisionist history. Let's say the deal goes through. Mm-hmm. Now Phil strolls in. Crash Bandicoot's on stage, right? Mm. Now the Xbox fan go, oh, that's ours, right?
Yeah.
Call of Duty, oh, that's ours.
Yeah.
Diablo 4, oh, that's our Game Pass. It's a different conversation, right? Mm-hmm. So there's a part of me, not saying that he's not a man about, because he still showed up even after he knew the deal wasn't going through now, right? Yep. Still showed up. So there's a part of me that goes, man, the whole narrative changes if this deal goes through, right? Yeah. He comes from a position of strength.
That's the sole reason they're trying to cancel it so much.
Now, the problem I have is this. You have set the precedent. You have said, by your actions, the Game Awards are more valuable than your own show. Yeah. You have debuted the console, the Series X there. You showed Hellblade. You show Hellblade again. You show Perfect Dark. You have shown that this stage, because of who it is, and let's be honest, it is valuable, because even if you do an Xbox show, that's only Xbox fans really going to go to that.
Yep,
you need to go and put your joint on the eyes that has the most people. So people are like, oh, Nintendo fan or a Sony fan, like, oh, yo, that look kind of, you know what, Xbox, I might be interested in that. That's why it's disappointing. You know what I'm saying? And here's the other thing. We after the fact, you go, oh, stay tuned, guys. But here's the problem. The base is already at its lowest again. This is like 2020, when the consoles dropped. 2020? When the Series X dropped, right?
2020, yeah.
Remember the energy? Yo, no first-party games at launch. Yo, what's going on, right? You got to do something to get the base up. Right?
Yeah, it didn't happen too long ago either.
Exactly. Now, 2021, I don't care what nobody say, 2021 was a phenomenal year for Xbox first party. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? We're not going to act like that year did not exist. You had Psychonauts, you had Forza, you had Halo, you had Age of Empires, you had Microsoft Flight Simulator. I'm not into all this purity talking. Who had what? Those games launched on the platform, and they were good. And they won Metacritic Publisher of the Year. They've proven that with a proper cadence and when things come out, they could execute. right? Now we get to this year. It's a disaster. We got to call it what it is. Like, I'm not, bro, like no first party AAA, right? No disrespect to Pentiment, no disrespect to Grounded. We love it, amazing. But from a AAA standpoint, you're not present.
Pentiment wasn't AAA?
We're not going to do that. Stop it. So my whole thing is, you've got to you've got this base is beaten down again. You've got to reinvigorate. You got to get the energy back up. You got to read the room. That's why it's disappointing to me that you don't have anything. And this is the last part I'll say. This is why I was against when everybody was like, yo, I like the E3 format, just the 12 months. No, I don't like it. Because what you do is you set this hard line in the sand, and then there's no hope for the future. There's no showing you what's in the horizon. There's no, oh my God, magic
while your
moment.
competition is jumping over that.
You can't do that. So that's where I'm disappointed. Is it like, look, you showing the repeat of the Game Pass ads and the Samsung, it's not a good look to me. You know what I mean? So all I would say is, yes, I do think they're probably most likely going to have a show, but they just put more pressure on themselves. That's my thing. Go ahead.
You know what? I forget about all that stuff you just said.
Talk to me.
Next week when High on Life come out. Right back in the mix.
But you got remember, their job is to win over people who are skeptical of Xbox. Yep. And all this does is feed into that narrative that, yo, they don't know how to market. Yo, what are they doing? And that's what we're trying to get away from. You know what I'm saying?
What if Sovereign is right?
Okay.
What if Sovereign is right in the fact that they said, yo, nah, we ain't gonna show nothing. We're gonna hold this back.
So set the expectation by letting people know that there's a show coming still. Or say, hey guys, just to get you, don't expect our presence to, they've done this before. Yeah, don't expect us to go crazy.
They should have made a tweet that was like, look, like all they would have had to do is say, look, we're not going to be at the Video Game Awards, and then launch the date that they're actually going to do something.
They literally piss off Jeff with telling the Xbox dudes that were hoping that something would be shown.
They did it though, King. Remember with the third-party expectation, they got dragged with the third-party showcase, and then they had to come out and say, for the next show, this. They've done it before. So they could have easily said, so people come, let's be honest, after that deal they got sued, the Xbox community is like, yo, bro, you better do something. You better show. Get me hype about something.
And then let's be real here, Cog. We was setting people's expectations better than they was.
Yeah, because we kind of knew, there's a potential that their presence was kind of low. I felt like, well, maybe they sneak something out because they've done that before where they've done the old switcheroo and then here come Perfect Dark.
Was one of them.
Right?
Yeah.
Just show something. Give somebody like, oh, they working on it. Okay. Then you lead into your joint. That's it. Is it the end of the world? No, but it's just because of the year this year has been for them. This has just been one of the worst weeks, bro. You had the $70 games. You had the FTC block. Then you got the low presence at the awards. You had no pressure. You just put more pressure on yourself. And I just want these games to be great and succeed. So that's really what I don't want to just pile on. But that's just how I felt about it. But yeah, other than that, but as far as games, if you're a fan of games, that show was fire. Like that, no doubt about it. But that's all I got. I know we went crazy low. Anyway,
Can I have one last piece of smoke? I'm sorry. And this, I apologize in advance for this, but it bothered me.
Oh, he's apologizing in advance. This ain't good.
This ain't good.
It bothered me.
I'm gonna mute myself.
Most anticipated game. When they mentioned Hogwarts Legacy, the entire industry, like a hive mind Borg, stayed quiet. Right. And I'm just tired of the hypocrisy when it comes to what games we choose to railroad or not for whatever reasons. You're going to tell me that you're going to purposely railroad this game because that's what they're doing. You're going to railroad this game because of J.K. Rowling.
Oh, the politics. Oh, I know what you're going.
And you're going to allow this game. However many people work so hard on this beautiful looking game. They've stated multiple times that they're using her work. Obviously it's based on her work, but this is all stuff they've created. And you, as an industry, they've decided they're gonna railroad this. Mind you, when I say hypocrisy, when Yoshi P came out with these BS reasons why there's no black people in Final Fantasy 16, nobody said anything. Nobody said I ain't playing that game. I'm tired of the hypocrisy. Do your damn job and shut up. That's it. I'm tired. I'm so tired of the soapboxes we choose to stand on. And then Very selective, very selective. When there's certain issues that just happen across the board, and if it's not the game you care about, or if you determine that something is more egregious than something else, so one other thing is cool. That's it. Like I said, I apologize in advance. Because it feels like come February when that game comes out, we're gonna see silence from a lot of big outlets. And when FF16 comes out, it's not going to be the same. And we saw the same thing happen to our boys over at Warhorse, right?
Yeah, that was another one. Yeah,
exactly.
Preacher.
So I'm just tired of hypocrisy. Just do your damn job and talk about the games and keep it to the games. And then trust me, your job just becomes a hell of a lot easier.
Respect.
That's it.
No, respect. Get them. I feel you.
Good points, Saf.
Good points. Yeah, that's all I got, man. Thank you for another phenomenal show, y'all. We got
20 hours
poll question and super chats. I can get the poll and then the super chats. You want me to do the poll first while you get the supers? Or
Jim Ryan not doing?
There weren't too many supers.
Funny. Oh, slow mo's
games, and he's not going to no shows.
Yeah, he wasn't there.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on a
why.
second. Yeah, go do the poll.
Because I forgot it.
I wasn't in the club either.
Yeah, you funny. Do I feel like that poll? Yo, you still. Listen, man, they got it's an order of protection. You got to stay 10 feet away from Phil. You can't be around Phil right now.
You couldn't be at the Keighley, son.
Dude, log that poll. With Xbox's minimal presence at this year's Game Awards, which mindset do you closely align with? The choices are A, ABK deal and the FTC investigation puts Xbox in a tough position to showcase plans. I figure Pong might like that one. B, inexcusable to not show anything upcoming at gaming's biggest event. C, utilize your own Xbox show at the top of 2023 to deep dive into new titles. Or D, I don't care. I just know I'm tired of waiting for next year. Shout out to all the people. Rock the vote is going up on Twitter, Iron Lord Podcast Twitter. I appreciate the feedback there. So we got the chats ready.
Yeah, I hope I didn't miss something, but because I have a JD gamer that ends my list here and then jumps to another JD gamer. I don't know if I missed something in between, but
I'll check.
All right, let me go. Okay, Rubber Knob, $5 super chat. Did you all see the young guy who snuck up on stage at the end of the show?
Yeah,
the other ringmakers were making this speech.
Real quick, let me just I forgot. Real quick. With that situation, like low key, they're very lucky because at the end of the day, Tassie made a good point. Dude came up there with a big coat. God forbid. He had the thing on him. Yeah. He fill everybody up in there, and they go crazy. That's a learning experience that, from a security standpoint, they've got to tighten that up. That could have went a whole different way, y'all. I know it was funny. We had the memes. We had the Dark Soul. It's
kind of crazy. He was able to get
so crazy that guy was able to get up there, and we could be talking about a whole situation.
Whole different situation.
If he let off in that crowd and kill all of our legends or some of our legends.
Didn't that happen to Dave Chappelle?
Factual. We got to do better. So I think
the dude that rolled
dodged
up,
a bullet gaming community. We dodged a bullet gaming community. We have to do better with the security. We got to protect our legends. Factual. I wanted to say that.
Yeah, they didn't let Alana Pearson with her sword.
Yeah, they can't let these dudes run up on stage.
You got to have greater security on the stage.
Factual.
Yeah. Then we have Mr. Nichols, $2 super chat. $2 super chat.
First of all, I don't know how you got that name.
Yeah.
Mr. Nichols. Oh my God.
All right, $2 super chat. You can't drop prices when you got the U.S. government against you.
Wow.
Then we got Ty Casares, $3 super chat. Do you think Xbox will show up for the DICE Awards? We'll see.
Mm-hmm.
Then we got Dorian Gray, $2 super chat. Yeah, he will.
Phil outside. You know how he do.
Dorian Gray, $2 super chat. I just want to say, Sifu who? Bayonetta 3 FTW. Yeah, I was not about that.
Feeling that.
And that little side quest Bayonetta game.
Mm-hmm.
That's why.
It looked like a mini game you'd play on another game.
Yeah,
it looked nice.
Yes.
I can't believe Platinum's doing it.
Yeah.
Bayonetta 3 is nice and all, but I'm sorry. It's just come on.
Yeah. Continue.
No, Bayonetta. Let's go.
Hold on 1 second. I apologize. One moment.
No, you good. No, you take care of business. Take care of business real quick.
Then it showed up.
dinner showed up or something. The food came through.
I gotta wait.
All right, I don't know where he was at, so I'm gonna see if I can try to pick up.
Oh, I got it. I just had because wifey's assuming we're done.
Oh, okay.
she went out, so she
Okay,
doesn't know.
Okay.
Okay. I want to say, yeah. Down Otaku, $10 super chat. Street Fighter 6 smoking on that Tekken 8-pack in 2023.
You bugging. You bugging.
I don't know, man. We'll see.
That
figure it
joint
out.
looking like Tekken 7.5 and weak showing, but I know y'all gonna cap for it. It's whack. It's whack.
You talking about that little
It's whack.
QT
It's Swan's
cartoony
voice.
game? Are you
It
crazy?
kind of did look like Tekken 7.5.
Nah, we not
I wanna
doing- no,
see
we not
more
doing
of the world.
Listen. I thought it looked great, and
It looked
we
fantastic.
know what we saw last time with all those
Exactly.
with the rain and
Didn't that Street Fighter 5 phase out quick?
Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
And then it switched
Get out.
over.
Don't
to
come
some
for
other
me unless I
stuff.
send you. You're not
Yeah,
the king of the fight,
listen,
king of Iron Fist.
It
Get out
ain't-
of here, Donald Tyler.
You know
I'm
what
not
the best
having
thing
that
I
one.
saw?
Get
The
out of
best thing I saw on both of those games was on the series consoles. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Don't
that's
you-
it. Exactly. No
They
Street Fighter
wax story too. They
exclusivity.
got a wax story.
We got
I'm messing with Tekken. Don't you do that.
We got CWU, $2 in the chat. Phil's face during the awards said everything. I just think we're looking.
Yeah,
they
that's what true bosses do. They soak up that environment. He's never gonna feel that again. Y'all gave him the energy to never feel that pain, that hurt again. We don't have anything in this.
down?
He taking notes.
You about to drop an
A
album
lot
of the year?
them, when next year come through, sound design, voice acting, all that
Clay, all is what we doing?
Game
And then he
of
gonna
the
come
year,
back with the same
and-
thing.
And he gonna look at you and he gonna say, "What about now?
What
What's
about now?
up
What's good now?
All that, yeah, we got nothing here. We got nothing to show. I'm here though. What up?
Facts.
I'll
Let's
let your
see. Let's
boy.
see what happens.
Then we got JD Gamer, member for 2 years, $10 super chat, excuse me. I'm late, but Sony is done blocking this deal, and it will be bad for you, PlayStation. $70 billion will be spent on just being petty, and you'll never again get a third-party exclusive.
Yeah.
We'll see what
Then
happens.
we got JD Gamer, member for 2 years, $5 super chat. Xbox has got too many studios to big up the Game Awards. Now expect them to launch their own their own Microsoft Game Awards. Jeff is done with his PlayStation loving butt.
How they gonna do their old awards with just they win?
Punctuation, please.
That's dope.
We doing the Xbox awards with just us win.
And you know what's funny? How you gonna realistically be biased in that? Oh, for the best Xbox game of 2022.
It's us.
Yeah. You just have Phil come out there. I want to thank you guys.
The award to himself.
You gonna Thanos sit? What is it? I gotta do it myself. You gonna grab the glove.
We got JD Gamer again, $10 super chat. He's like, no leaks from the VGAs this year. I wonder if it was because it was all PlayStation stuff. So Microsoft decided not to play the role of Charlie Brown anymore and took his games and stayed home. And look, no leaks.
All right, you going all the way with it.
And we got
Hey,
Donald
he has
Taco.
a little bit of a point there. Where there was no leaks because Microsoft is pretty bad at leaking stuff.
That is true. We usually do.
Yeah.
Stuff.
Got Donald Taco, $5 super chat. Did Xbox suddenly delay all 40 plus Game Pass games, 20 exclusives,
Thank you.
6 first party games to
Global
2024?
publisher.
Or are gamers being entitled again? I'm taking receipts.
Woo.
That's right.
Special Dick, I see you in there. Yeah, you know, I know what you did. Yeah,
Then we got Dead Planet, $2 super chat. If there is a January show, when do they announce it?
In January.
Oh yeah, end of January,
In January.
February. But yeah, you got to get this base pumped up.
Then we got JD Gamer, $5 super chat. Acquisition talk time. Who will it be from Japan? Sega, Capcom, Bandai Namco. Who are we getting? Who are we getting?
Need to
How
find out.
about all three? All of
After
the
the
above.
CMU just smacked up the FTC, it's a done deal.
I know once they put the FTC in the dirt, they coming for everything.
I gotta be the dirt.
They're gonna put them in the dirt.
All right.
What else we got?
So I got to jump right to JD Gamer again. I hope this is the next one and I didn't miss something. JD Gamer, $5 super chat, $70 games. Okay, pay for it and settle down. It could be $70 games, $50 increase in console costs, and $19 or $18 a month Game Pass with no day one exclusive. So it's good for now.
Okay. All right.
All right, what do we have next? We have Drunken Ninja, $2 super chat. Shout out to the Danny Glover and Chuck Norris game.
Yeah.
Wait for that.
Old man in there.
Oh man, up in there.
Let's see what else we got. I might have gotten jumped. Let me roll back a little bit.
No doubt, no doubt.
They doing this on purpose.
Yeah, they trying to keep us. They had a
Yeah,
plan.
man. I got to go,
They
man.
trying to win.
Release me.
Release
Hold on a
me.
second.
I got it. It is all.
I got it. Yeah, I
slow.
got slow-mo. I got it.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got slow-mo backslap, $2 super chat. Talk to him, Sav. Hypocrisy at its finest. Yes, I'm tired of it. Lucius Augustus, $5 super chat. J.K. Rowling has nothing to do with the Hogwarts legacy. Meanwhile, Yoshi P is the director of Final Fantasy 16, and no one held him responsible for his bull. Yes, it's a lot of bull.
In his world, there's no black people. Stop.
Yeah,
Let's go.
in his total, where dragons exist in the real world, and
Yeah,
anyway,
but they didn't find black people yet.
yeah.
They didn't find.
It's on the other side of the island. That's the DLC.
Yeah.
Time on King for being stupid, messy.
Yo, imagine they have a DLC called like Chocolate Island or
I can't
something.
stop. Time. We gonna get them out of time.
We got JD
I could just see him
Gabriel.
too. You wanted black people.
I
You
didn't
got 'em.
know.
DLC island of black people.
I can't. We can't
Here
be
we
DLC.
got $49.95.
I can't with y'all. Stop it. Get the next thing with you.
JD Gabriel $5.
So what's the
super
DLC Africa?
I can't.
chat. We got
With a
JD
whole different
Gabriel.
black dragon package.
I can't.
You want the black dragons?
You got him.
Get to see what chat,
Yo,
please.
The hair is
JD
going to be
Gabriel,
extra too.
$5 super chat. What if Microsoft drops the bag and co-ops the Grammys or the Oscars and then has their own game segment getting a much larger audience than the VGAs? Rip, Jeff, imagine how they co-op part of the Oscars. Like, yeah, this is the Microsoft gaming part of the Oscars.
Yo, y'all are messy.
Yo, we got done to Taco $5 super chat. Bayonetta 3 over the 4-hour beat 'em up seafood. Tekken 7 was definitely better than Street Fighter 5,
That's
but
right.
that made them hungry, and Tekken gonna have to go hard to win.
We'll see about that,
See,
man.
we'll
Y'all
see.
gotta get people to play
each
it and like it.
They each have their own audiences.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
totally
they
different
both eat.
audiences.
Yeah, we took your character and made it hot over here. We took it cool, but
Yeah,
maybe
we
it
got
made
the
you hot. What you talking about? You ain't even hot in
we
your
got-
own game.
Disrespecting
They
the
threw your
granddaddy
man
of
over
them
there to
all.
get some light on the
Let's
real.
go.
I'm sorry. No, I'm on his head.
JD
Don't ever come
Gamer.
for Tekken.
Thank you for 32 months, JD
Come on,
Gamer.
man.
Again,
We're not
finally,
doing it.
shout out to the Lords for having an amazing show. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Salute.
My wife's gonna kill me. Let's see what else
See how
we
good
have.
Akuma
Let me
looked
roll
over there
back a
Tekken
little
7
bit.
too?
It's snowing outside.
Oh, for real?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, damn.
Max Arthenay, £5 super chat. Starfield release date trailer for the Super Bowl, perhaps bigger place than the VGAs for audience reach. Microsoft got the money, maybe. You never know.
Yeah, we see.
That's it. We're caught up.
All right, finally we made it. Addict Left came back. Still did the show. This is wild.
We got to
Pong
find out how many
Soul.
Valari pillows
Yes,
are sold.
sold. Yes.
So we can get Addict to
Remember-
play Punch Out, not Super Punch
We
Out.
needed to play Punch Out. The link is at the top of the description. Use code LORD15. 5 pillows. We get the
Yeah,
boy.
get it.
He's not getting past King Hippo.
pillows. He gonna do 3 hard hours.
Yeah.
Pause.
Pause.
And it's not regular punch out. It's Mike Tyson's,
Mike Tyson's
punch out.
punch out.
Tyson's
Mike
knock 'em
Tyson's
out.
punch out.
Rock
Yo,
'em,
son, we
sock
gotta
'em,
get
roll
slow-mo.
We got slow-mo backslap $5 super chat. A dog made of fire named Ifrit is more real than black people. I'm still looking forward to FF16, but their statement was nonsense. Yes, it was.
It's
You gotta get the DLC. We gotta get the
Somebody
DLC
said
slow.
Chocolate Island.
I can't.
I'm going to Chocolate Island where they got black dragons.
I can't. So, I mean, first of all, Pong, man, an absolute pleasure. Your
Pong
debut,
Soul.
phenomenal debut. Tell the 5 people where they can find you. What you got going on, sir?
I'll cut my record-breaking outros for the
Yes.
sake of time. But
Yes.
no, I'm humbled and honored again to be a part of this. Again, you guys have been such an inspiration to so many people, including myself, who do this podcasting. And you guys are freaking amazing with everything you do. So thank you for the invite, and I'm glad I could come during this week. What a time to be here. So listen, find me on Pong Soul on Xbox, on Twitter. You know the drill there. I always post my links or whatever else. I got Xbox Factor every once in a while, but again, with work, it doesn't happen all the time. PM in the PM on Thursdays over on Fun Speculations channel, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time. Fridays, Xbox Ultimate back on Fun Speculations channel, 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time. Saturday mornings, that's the one. We are in Mission 1K. Me and my brother from
Let's get them to 1K. Let's get the channel.
Living
Split Screen. Yes.
Split Screen's all one word. We're trying to get a Christmas
put the
miracle
dick in the channel.
because Steele hates horror games as much as I do, and he's going to play Callisto Protocol if we hit that 1K. So,
right, bro, let's get him to 1K, y'all.
We got about 340 to go, somewhere in that neighborhood. So please check us out. 3+ hours. We go 4 now. It's me and Steele. We have a great time with the chat every Saturday morning, 10 a.m. Eastern.
Put
9
it in the
o'clock
channel
Central.
right there.
Thank you so much, sir. And then Saturday nights, it is the Shop Podcast over on PTK Blam's channel with Fuzzy Belvedere. We always have a great time on Saturday nights. So that's where you can find me. Thank you all again. Chat, you are amazing. As always, I've been in this chat so much. I love it. I love it being here. So thank you all. It's the golden age of gaming. Please get out there, enjoy it. No better time to be a gamer than right now. Play what you love what you play. We'll talk to you all real soon.
That's my boy right there, Pong. So we can just brother. I'm so happy we finally got a chance. You know what? It was good that it happened this way because it was one of the best shows. So salute to you. The history was phenomenal. Had so much fun. And the longest.
I actually think there's only one other show that's been longer than this. So
we're getting to Call of Duty territory. It's always Call of Duty. It's always Call of Duty in the mix. But salute to you, brother. It was phenomenal. And again, please support the channel. Links in the description. Go hit them up. Go salute. Go support.
Hurry, get these super chats. They're trying to
do it dirty, and I gotta go put salt outside.
All right, cool. So super chat.
We got Spartan Go 17, £2 super chat. Guess Square Enix wider audience ain't black BS.
Wow. All right, read the next one. Read the next one.
Steve Webber, you $2 super chat. DLC Coco Choco Boats.
Remember when Smith and Wesson called themselves the Coco Brothers? The Coco Brothers. Anyway, Lord Addict, where can I find people? Find what you got going on, sir?
You can find me on Twitter at LordAddictILP. You can find me. Man, I completely blanked out.
Don't worry about it. I got you.
Addict.
Next.
I appreciate Pong for coming on. It was a good show. Sorry I had to miss about an hour and a half of it. What's crazy is I got back and I was like, you guys are still.
Don't worry about that. See
you guys next week. Right now, it's looking like we're gonna have a community stream next week.
Special day.
Buy them pillows.
Buy them pillows.
It's going to be mainly just, us celebrating what's happening. Unless something crazy happens, most likely there won't be a lot of news talking next week. It'll just be like reminiscence of the whole year.
No doubt. Salute to everybody in the chat. Lord Sav, where can the 5 people find you? Thank you for doing the Lord's work on Super Chat today.
No doubt you can find me emptying my bladder right about now.
Yeah. Shout out to Old Man Bladders. We're about to go hit that up. No doubt. That's it, sir?
Yeah, that's it, sir.
Salute Lord King in the building with the spice, with the slander. Making a
Pong Soul, I love everything that you're doing right now.
Yeah, well, Pong, of course.
Everything.
Pong.
I mean, I guess me and you talked very early on.
Yes.
And boy, upwards and onwards, sir.
Yes.
Thank you.
I told you, I thought it was a great addition with you and Mav.
Yes.
With PM and the PM.
I still move work from the
PM
PM
I told
to the PM.
you and Jez. You and Rand, Althor, and Jez, those are the two podcasts. For some weird reason, when I fall asleep watching YouTube, it's PM and the PM, and it's that actually rotates in my sleep.
Salute.
So it's funny. It's funny as hell to me. For a while, it was only Jez and Rand. Kind of concerned me.
Shout out to the algorithm.
But thank you again for showing up, giving you a rich history, and we talking about video games from the genesis of it, no pun intended, from Pong,
that's right,
all the way to where we are right now. Guys, you can find me Combat Talk with the Lord, with the King, next Saturday. We have Frank Martin fighting. Sorry, tried to do it this weekend. Just things didn't work out properly, so I do apologize, but I do appreciate everyone that did show up. Tuesdays, 5 p.m. R&R with the Lord, me and Addict talking about the latest movie was Troll. We have to put up a poll every week to get you guys to participate, to find out exactly what we're going to watch. Right now I'm watching a show on Netflix called Sandman. Absolutely phenomenal stuff. I know the book is incredible. I want to finish up this series and then go over to the comic books to see how authentic they kept it. But from right now, from the beginning, the production value on this show is through the roof. The acting is phenomenal, and I love the lore so far. It touches on a whole bunch of different things that is commonplace and common knowledge. It touches stuff on the Bible, it touches stuff on entertainment, it touches stuff on grounded stuff currently. So it's very fun, very entertaining, and very, very easy to follow. So y'all can catch us there, and me and Attica will be having a ball on Tuesdays at 5 p.m.
No doubt. LordCognito here again. Salute to Pong. Salute to everybody that came through. The chat was on fire. Salute to 49ers, 35-0 on the 10 Bay Bucks. Woo! Seeing this smoking go down. I'm loving it. But yeah, look, next week is gonna be fun.
We lost.
We're gonna do a community stream, and then oh no, not the Jets. Oh no.
Yeah, we lost.
Sorry about that. Sorry. My condolences, brother. Shout out to Purdy, looking already better like Jimmy G. But what I was gonna say is, again, appreciate everybody coming through. Next week, Attic, right? We got a special community stream, and just for a reminder, next Sunday will be the last ILP of 2022. The Lords will go on a little bit of a break. We need to recharge the battery. We're coming back strong. We got a phenomenal top of the year plan for y'all. But we're going to end it up right. We're going to do something a little different. We'll give you more details as we get closer. That's
more pillows.
And
yes,
and
please.
next, the community stream next week, I guess will be combo with my birthday because it's the same day. I guess.
Okay, I was gonna say yeah,
because Saturdays when I'll be doing that.
Yeah, Saturday's community stream is gonna be
for his birthday.
the young Wolf's birthday. He getting old. He gonna play Dig Dug. He gonna play all the games. He tried to turn his camera off when Pong was talking. We gonna get him to play Pong, Tetris. And yes. He like, hell no, I'm not doing any of that. It's my birthday. But we gonna have some fun.
45. Shout out to the young bull.
He automatically gonna be our age at that day. But salute to him. Come show out. We will do that on Saturday. It'll be the games of his choice. Of course, it's his birthday. He get to pick what he want to pick. And then Sunday again, last ILP of 2022 before we come back and then we recharge. Everybody enjoy your Sunday. That's all I got. We out of here. Peace.
Mm-hmm.